Chapter 440, The Principle of Softness. How's your soft fist training coming along? Loki asked, leaning casually against the great stone pillar. Damien shook his head to clear away lingering doubts, then met the gazes of Thor and Loki. It's going well, he said. I've already internalized the fundamentals of soft strength. Loki's lips curved into a knowing smile. Once you've fully fused that with your shock hammer, you'll be able to channel soft energy into each blow. Damien ran a hand through his hair. I'm not there yet. I can't unleash a single strike that cleanly converts to soft energy. It still dissipates too quickly. Thor chuckled, crossing his massive arms. You've only been at it a month, and you're already making headway? Impressive. Damien's eyes widened. A month? True, he'd once taken half a year to grasp these techniques, but that had been under far harsher conditions. He'd endured countless setbacks, broken bones, crumbling control over his aura, exhaustion without end. Hearing Thor praise him so soon felt surreal. Don't get ahead of yourselves, he said, half laughing. I've still got a long way to go before I can call myself a master of soft strength. Loki's smirk deepened. All the same, you've progressed faster than anyone we've seen. Even the warriors of Asgard would take 2 or 3 seasons to reach this level. Thor nodded in agreement, his expression proud. Keep at it, Damien. The principle of softness isn't about brute force. It's about timing, flow, and letting your energy guide the strike. Once you achieve that balance, you'll be unstoppable. Damien squared his shoulders, determination flaring in his eyes. I won't let you down. With those words, the 3 warriors turned toward the training yard, ready to push their limits and unlock the true potential of soft strength. Damien listened as Thor offered a modest smile. The real advantage comes from the cultivation methods Miss Sonia developed. Miss Sarah has already begun teaching them to our members, Thor continued. Kyle says the later stages of training are extremely demanding, but it's only a matter of time before everyone in the Void Cult masters soft energy. He admitted without shame that both he and Loki had been slow to learn. Sarah, by contrast, had fully grasped soft energy in just 10 days, an astonishing feat. Thor couldn't deny her exceptional talent. When Loki heard this, his competitive spirit flared. After a month, neither he nor Thor had achieved the same mastery, and it infuriated him. Thankfully, Loki's flexible mind found reasons to soothe the sting. He convinced himself that Sarah's vulnerability made her easier to control. Tony folded his arms thoughtfully. Are those advanced techniques very difficult to practice? Soul's gaze was steady as he addressed Damien. Reaching the 3rd stage of power nullification is the true mark of a cultivator's success. Thor, sensing Damien's hesitation, nodded toward the table 10 meters away, a single wine glass perched on its edge. If you can extract the water from that glass, lift it to a precise height and angle without cracking the table or displacing the cup, and then return it perfectly, you will have achieved the 3rd stage. Damien swallowed hard, then squared his shoulders and placed his palm on the tabletop. With a sharp crack, the wood splintered under his hand. The wineglass wobbled, teetered, and crashed to the floor. Scarlet liquid fanned across the polished stone, racing toward Damien's boots. In that instant, void energy blazed to life around his arm. It surged upward in a searing conflagration, reducing his hand to charred ash. Smoke curled from the ruin of his skin. Damn it, Damien growled, stamping out an ember on his sleeve. That's just embarrassing. He met the master's eyes, a fierce determination flickering to life. Clearly, it didn't work. I'll try again. Chapter text Demonstration of True Skill. Damien watched in stunned silence as Lacey completed the final gesture of her energy technique. At her command, the water glimmer, on the small table at her side, leapt back into the bowl. Then, even more astonishingly, the fragile wood beneath her palm channeled her force straight through its grain, sending a focused pulse of power several meters across the chamber. In a heartbeat, the glass cup resting on a distant pedestal shattered into splinters. A hollow hush fell over the observers. Damien exchanged a look with Thor, whose jaw had dropped so far that Damien half expected it to clatter on the floor. Tony, who had been peppering Miss Sarah with questions about advanced cultivation methods just moments before, could only blurt out an expletive, his voice echoing off the stone walls. This is the 3rd step? Damien finally murmured. In all their lessons, Miss Sonia had described the third step as the first real test of skill, the ability to project one's chi without leakage or distortion. Damien had always thought it sounded fantastical, something only scribbled in old training manuals, never achieved in real life. But Lacey hadn't stopped there. With a calm smile, she had distilled her energy down to the 8th step, the legendary threshold where chi assumes solid form. According to Miss Sonia's teachings, that level of mastery was nearly mythic, a power so concentrated it could tear steel or reshape the earth itself. Damien felt his heart pound. The symbols, the diagrams, the instructor's fervent assurances, everything Miss Sonia had said was coming to life before his eyes. Thor, clenching and unclenching his fists, nodded in agreement. "I've heard it all before, but I never believed you could actually," he began, then fell silent, as if afraid to break the spell. Damien understood why Lacey's display had sent shockwaves through the room. In every earlier demonstration they'd seen, even the most skilled cultivators wasted a fraction of their force in the act of controlling it. Stray tendrils of energy would fizzle away, or the output would shudder at the last moment. But not Lacey. Her technique was flawless. 100% of her power unleashed with surgical precision. No bleed-off, no hesitation, just pure, unrelenting force. "How fierce!" Damien whispered to himself, awe and respect tangled in his voice. He squared his shoulders. If that was what true mastery looked like, he knew exactly what he needed to do next. "What stage are Kyle, Renoli, and the others at now?" Damien asked, having absorbed Lacey's demonstration in silence. He knew his own abilities paled in comparison to someone as naturally gifted as Lacey, so after a brief pause, he spoke casually, "I'm still working on the 2nd level of power transmission." Loki, reading Damien's unease, smiled. "That's more than respectable. I'd assumed they'd already reached the 3rd level." Relief washed over Damien. "Really? That's a load off my mind. But how can I make my training more efficient? I'd appreciate any pointers." Bruce Banner, standing off to the side, brightened at the mention of power control. Thor and Loki exchanged glances and, without reservation, began recounting every insight and technique they'd honed over the past month. Damien listened intently, committing each tip to memory. When they finished, Damien tapped his comlink. "Lalatina, could you fetch me that reinforced training table? I need it set up right away." "Certainly, Mr. Damien," Lalatina replied. "I'll have it back here in an hour." "But sir," Lalatina hesitated, as though unsure how to finish her thought. Damien pushed open the workshop door and found Lalatina poring over her plans. He cleared his throat. "If I'm going to begin power transmission training, what should I do first?" Lalatina looked up with a gentle smile. "Start simple. Focus your energy in your palm and split a single log into 10 perfectly even sections. Once you've mastered that, move on to ordinary firewood. And please, do me a favor, don't practice on the new table you just bought. I'd rather not replace another one." Damien raised an eyebrow. He'd expected a straightforward explanation, not a lecture on Fernie, tour etiquette. Seeing his hesitation, Lalatina waved her hand dismissively. "I know your sudden questions were meant to derail my preparations. I've already begun recruiting the right talent and laying out an assembly line. But if you're serious about training, you'll follow these steps." He glanced at Thor and Loki, who were watching the exchange with mild curiosity. "So this is really how you begin cultivating power transmission?" Thor nodded gravely. "Yes, you never mentioned it before, though." Damien shot a quick look at Saul, whose raised eyebrow betrayed amusement. Damien felt his cheeks warm. This wasn't just about the cost of wood or tables, it was about pride. Lalatina, sensing his discomfort, hurried to clarify. "I'm only outlining the milestones you'll need to hit at each training stage," she said. "I haven't even gotten to the actual practice methods yet." Thor's grin turned impish. "Yeah, you're just teasing us so far." Lalatina tapped her chin thoughtfully, eyes twinkling with promise. "Patience. The real work begins once you've conquered the wood." Damien took a steadying breath. "Forget it. Let me try that strength control training Bruce mentioned." He could feel the doubt nagging at him. His power still felt raw, barely past level 1. The research session had drained him, and all he wanted now was a change of pace. "All right," he said, pushing himself up. "Let's go. We've got plenty of plates to work through." Thor's eyes lit up the moment Damien volunteered. Loki rose just as quickly, and the three of them made their way to an abandoned building on the edge of the compound. Inside, broken dishes were piled shoulder-high in one corner. Intact plates lay stacked in neat columns around the perimeter. Damien's pulse quickened. If Thor and Loki had produced this chaos, how many sessions had they run through already? He wondered if he'd end up smashing everything in sight and prove just how unready he was. He glanced at his companions. Should I practice in my transformed state or stay human? Bruce Banner emerged from the shadows and surveyed the scene. Shards glittered in the dim light, and even the unbroken plates looked ominous, as if daring someone to pick them up. He folded his arms and nodded. The lower your output, the more precise you can be. Start in your human form. Get a feel for the weight, the balance, then we'll move on to your gamma shape. It's best to let your body adapt first, then practice transforming into the Hulk, Loki said, without missing a beat. Thor rolled his eyes at his brother's smug expression. There was no guarantee that starting with less strength made mastering the change any easier. Sarah was the only one who'd managed it so quickly. Still, when Thor noticed Banner's quiet nod of understanding, he decided not to argue. After all, Banner's power as the Hulk would skyrocket and risk spiraling out of control. It made sense to let the human form get accustomed before unleashing full rage. Tony Stark, meanwhile, grabbed 2 sturdy plates and began his own little experiment. He pressed, twisted, and strained against them, carefully gauging how much force they could take, and to his surprise, neither plate cracked. Across the room, Loki fixed him with a cold, unblinking stare, like a titanium watchdog sizing him up. The intensity of that gaze rattled Tony more than any physical test. Loki clearly delighted in the discomfort, but the more Loki glared, the more determined Tony became to prove himself. "Don't just stand there holding 2 dishes," Loki said in a low, cutting tone. "You really think you'll improve without moving?" "He meant that you not only have to keep your balance," Loki continued, "but you also have to dart around and grab plates of every shape and size before they smash." For a month, Loki had nursed his resentment. Damien had promised to showcase his device's capabilities once their research wrapped up, but Loki suspected it was all show. Now, he wanted proof Damien was more than empty boasts. At Loki's words, Damien set the plates he'd been studying on to the workbench and reached for the next stack. Immediately, his prototype overloaded, struggling to compensate for the wildly varying weights and centers of gravity. Then, crack! A hairline fracture spread across the rim of a large porcelain bowl in his left hand. Alarm shot through him. The fine china in his right hand collapsed into shards with a sharp series of pops. The crashing fragments reverberated through the lab. Damien glanced sideways and noticed the lenses of his titanium alloy suit glowing more intensely, as if the armor itself were scrutinizing his every move. Damien stood before the shattered runic circle, etched into the training hall's stone floor. Fragments of the sigil lay cracked and crooked, faint sparks of residual energy dancing across the fissures. Across from him, Loki watched with folded arms and an unreadable expression. "I was told someone wanted to see the true extent of your learning ability," Loki said. He tapped the edge of his chronometer. "So, can you demonstrate it now?" Damien swallowed hard. The last time he'd attempted this, his telekinetic control had wavered, gouging the stone deeper instead of repairing it. He couldn't deny it. He was embarrassed. Still, he squared his shoulders. "I'll try again." Loki's lips curled in a half-smirk. "Be mindful of the time. Kyle reassembled his circle in 2 hours, Renoli in 1. The predictor did it in 10 minutes flat. Don't fall too far behind, Renoli." Pressure coiled in Damien's chest, but he refused to let it break him. He raised his hands, fingertips glowing with soft blue energy. He let that energy flow into the broken lines, willing them to shift, to slide back into place. With a sharp crack, a shard of stone jumped into alignment, but another edge misfired and scattered more debris. Loki's voice cut through the silence. "Is that the best you've got?" A flush of heat scored Damien's cheeks. He took a steadying breath and closed his eyes, visualizing each rune perfectly joined, each line seamlessly connected. He released his tension, letting his mind guide his power rather than forcing it. When he opened his eyes again, the glow around his hands blazed brighter. He directed the streams of energy with precision. The runes lifted, pivoted, and snapped neatly back together. In under 45 minutes, the circle hummed with renewed coherence, the fractures sealed as if they'd never existed. Loki checked his watch. 42 minutes. A ripple of impressed murmurs ran through the other trainees. Damien let his hands drop and the last of the energy flicker out. He was not the fastest, yet he'd cut Renelli's time nearly in half and come remarkably close to the predictor's record. Loki's smirk softened into a genuine nod. Very good. You're learning, and that kind of progress under pressure is commendable. From the sidelines, Rocky approached with a curt nod. Well done, he admitted. Damien exhaled, muscles releasing the tension they'd held since the first broken attempt. He had proven his adaptability tonight, and he knew that with each exercise, he was only going to get stronger. Damien couldn't help but grin as he watched Tony fume. Finally, he'd been given an opening, and Loki had let it slip by so easily. 1 hour is plenty, Loki declared lightly. Tony's shoulders loosened, and a relieved smile spread across his face. He hadn't known how long Renoli and the others had been at this task, and he'd been so eager to prove himself right away. Now that he realized everyone was taking their time, he could relax. Don't get too fancy with your words, Loki, Tony shot back with a chuckle. Or I'll be the one looking foolish. Loki rolled his eyes. He'd barely had time to step aside, and already Tony was showing off again. Damien shook his head in amusement. Seriously, he thought, why did Tony always have to make himself the center of attention? Meanwhile, Banner was up next, standing under Thor's broad, patient gaze. Thor steadied Banner's trembling hand and pointed toward a stack of delicate porcelain dishes on a low stone pita stall. Remember, Thor said in his warm, measured tone, these items aren't priceless. If you crack one, we'll simply replace it. Banner nodded, took a deep breath, and immediately sent a knife-edge crack across the nearest saucer. His face paled as the dish split and tumbled to the floor in tiny shards. He flinched, as though blaming himself. Thor gave a reassuring clap on Banner's back. Everyone starts somewhere, he said. Calm down, take your time. Banner swallowed hard, squared his shoulders, and prepared to try again. Damien leaned in, curious to see if his friend could find his footing under Thor's calm encouragement. Across the room, Tony and Loki shared a smug glance, unaware of the lesson unfolding before them. Sometimes patience mattered more than bravado. It looks like I've only received a brief excerpt. Could you please provide the full chapter text you'd like me to revise? Once I have the complete passage, I'll rewrite it into clear, idiomatic English, renaming Harvey to Damien and ensuring he's consistently portrayed as male. Sarah laid out the training in clear, progressive steps. First, she began, you must learn to apply 2 different forces with each hand at the same time. Enough pressure to hold the object securely, but never so much that you break it. Once you have that under control, practice moving while maintaining that grip. Hold and shift simultaneously. As you grow accustomed to these movements, she continued, you'll learn to sense an object's capacity before you even apply full strength. When you look at something, you'll instinctively know whether it's hard or fragile, and your body will respond by easing off or summoning more power. Mastering this ability completes the first stage, the foundation of soft strength. From there, you move into the second stage, power transmission. Directing force precisely to a specific point is challenging and takes countless repetitions. That said, penetrating an object's interior through its surface isn't as difficult as it sounds once you've built your foundation. All these insights come from my own experience, so be patient. With steady practice, based on my work with Loki, I'm confident you can master soft power in just a few months. After hearing Sarah's outline, Thor turned to Banner. Explain the process in detail, he said. What are the main challenges, and how do we overcome them? Damien's eyes suddenly lit up as Soul's words clicked into place. Loki, who had been watching him intently, tensed the moment he saw that spark of understanding, and a flicker of unease crossed his face. Jean, ever observant, recognized at once that his window for teasing Damien was rapidly closing. Taking advantage of every last second, he hit send. On the second update, 4,000 words precisely, before anyone could stop him. Chapter 441, Damien's Analysis. Damien paused to think it through. He must have advanced into the power transmission stage. His only remaining task was to shore up the shaky foundation he'd built in the first phase, so that his instincts could automatically gauge the nature and limits of any substance he touched. With that goal in mind, Damien began scrutinizing everything around him: the curves of the dinner plates, the grain of the wooden floor, the load-bearing beams overhead. A torrent of information flooded into his mind, as if he had suddenly opened his eyes to the world's hidden structure. He knew that predicting how much force a living creature could endure was almost impossible. Too many biological variables were at play. But inanimate objects behaved far more predictably. Damien remembered how Jarvis used to feed him real-time stress and density readings. Without that data stream, his brain would have overwhelmed itself long ago. Stepping aside, he lifted two different plates. He squeezed just enough to feel their resistance, neither cracked nor slipped. Pleased, he set them down and moved on, picking up other items one by one. Each time, his touch was measured and exact, confirming that his newfound ability to read materials was sharpening by the minute. The pause lasted less than half a second, and this time, nothing snapped. Loki's eyes narrowed as he watched Damien methodically lift object after object, testing his grip. Over the next minute, Damien handled more than 200 items: glass figurines, metal tools, wooden blocks, and not a single one cracked under his touch. A triumphant grin spread across his face. He straightened, turning to Loki. "I get it now," he said, voice ringing with excitement. "The first step wasn't nearly as hard as I thought." He chuckled, shaking his head. "Didn't I pick it up in no time? I really am a genius." He hadn't needed to smash anything to learn how much force each object could bear. Instead, he'd silently recorded every subtle change in texture, every microsecond of resistance, data that revealed their individual thresholds. That careful cataloging of quality and durability would be far more valuable than brute strength ever could be. Until now, Damien hadn't fully appreciated how precise control, how a gentle but exact application of power could be the key to mastering his abilities. By calibrating his grip to the very edge of each item's breaking point, he'd laid a solid foundation for nuanced power control. And now that he understood the principle in theory and in practice, there was no limit to how much further he could push his strength. With confidence blazing in his eyes, Damien turned back to Loki, ready to take the next step. Loki stared in disbelief. "You cheated!" Damien didn't even bother to hide his grin. "With JARVS assisting me, I hardly call it mastery." In barely a minute, Damien had locked in the power control exercise, and Loki's eyes snapped wide open as he jabbed a finger at him. Shrugging, Damien tapped his temple. "People learn at different speeds, Loki." He let the words sink in, then added with a teasing smile, "Honestly, you're at your best when you're trying to look cool. If you don't put in the effort, it just comes off embarrassing." A flush of triumph lit Damien's features. He loved proving his point. Loki crossed his arms, scowling. "Shouldn't real mastery come from hard-won experience?" Damien raised an eyebrow. "Experience helps, but a little tech boost never hurts." Loki stared at the demonstration board, recalling how he'd wrestled with even 2 simultaneous tasks, much less 3. Resentment churned in his chest, but he knew there was no shortcut to genuine skill. After a tense moment, he nodded. "All right, experience is necessary. I'll train the old-fashioned way." Mastering your own strength, whether you do it on purpose or by accident, is all about accumulating experience, Tony began. But truly harnessing softness depends on your mindset. If you don't understand it, you'll default to brute force and end up wasting energy. Once you learn to apply exactly the right amount of pressure, though, you've tapped into soft power. He folded his arms, recalling an old lesson he'd taught Loki before. Loki listened intently, no longer feeling awkward. "Tony," Loki asked, "when you buy a new piece of equipment, can you instantly tell how much force it can take before breaking?" Thor, surprised by Tony's sudden insight, chimed in. "You can't do that." Tony grinned. "No, I can't just eyeball it. What I do is collect every bit of data from my surroundings, cataloging material properties, stress tolerances, microscopic flaws, all in real time. I store it in my head, so I know the precise threshold at which something will give way or hold firm. It's not an ability anyone can learn overnight, but it's the reason I can think so quickly. I have a genius-level brain and years of experience with Jarvis crunching these numbers for me." Damien felt a subtle shift in his mind the moment he slipped into the armor. It was as if his brain had unlocked a new capacity to process every scrap of data pouring in from the suit's sensors. Without that neural boost, the armor's potential would have remained just that, potential. But remember, Tony warned, leaning against a workbench cluttered with tools and half-finished parts, you can only react instantly to what Jarvis can already analyze. What about situations he hasn't encountered? Unknown variables. Damien frowned. He'd been so thrilled by the armor's speed and precision that he hadn't considered its blind spots. I've run the simulations, he replied, but even the best AI has limits. Tony gave him a reproachful look. Exactly. Jarvis's computing power is impressive, but it's not infallible. If you come up against something or someone he can't break down, you'd have no fallback except running away. Damien's jaw set. So you're saying I need to stop relying on Jarvis and start sharpening my own instincts? Bingo, Tony said with a satisfied grin. Training with the suit should be about enhancing you, not replacing you. If you learn to use your own judgment in the field, you'll adapt when things go off script. He flipped a switch on a nearby console, and a holographic schematic of the armor materialized between them. My long-term goal, Tony continued, is to push both the reactor and the armor farther than anyone's ever gone. Honestly, I started with a lot less experience than Steve Rogers had in hand-to-hand combat. But I knew that building something extraordinary meant mastering the basics myself first. Damien studied the glowing blueprint, determination settling in his chest. With Tony's guidance and a lot of hard work, he'd prove that the man inside the armor was just as important as the machine. Damien knew that if he didn't learn to build on his own strengths, he'd always be scrambling from behind. No one needed to point it out. He already felt every inch the fool. Consider Loki. Even broken and defeated, his baseline was anything but low. His body still brimmed with divine power, backed by years of arcane training and a physique no mortal could match. Most Void Cult initiates had nothing on him, and truth be told, Loki's natural potential even eclipsed Tony in his true form. Tony paused in his explanation of an advanced amplification technique, then stepped back to let Banner digest the details. Banner rubbed his jaw thoughtfully. After a moment, he looked up. You know, he said quietly, I think I could learn that method. Tony's lips curved into a satisfied grin. Of course you can, he replied. With the right focus, anyone can adapt it to their own source of power. Damien watched them exchange words and felt something shift inside him. If Banner, brilliant scientist and gamma expert, could grasp this technique, perhaps he could too. And maybe, just maybe, that would be enough to pull ahead instead of always chasing. You can try to think on your feet, Damien said, but I wouldn't recommend relying on it. Tony Stark leaned back in his chair, folding his arms. Your style of combat isn't built around raw intuition. Miss Sonia's method gets you to the heart of it. Learn to read the battlefield's ever-shifting patterns, and you'll piece together every scrap of information you need, instantaneously. In the long run, Damien replied, that skill becomes a razor-sharp instinct, worth far more than any single technique. Tony let out a quiet chuckle. He knew exactly what Damien was talking about. Thanks to Jarvis, Tony never had to strain his own mind. His AI handled all the data mining and real-time analysis. Damien, by contrast, had no such luxury. He would have to train his own mental acuity to absorb and process information under fire. Tony shook his head. Look, I can't ask you to download a software hack the way I do. My shortcuts only work because I've got Jarvis feeding me every detail. You'll need a more durable foundation, something built on Sonia's principles, not on an AI crutch. Damien met his gaze steadily. Then let's get to work. As Tony watched him, he made up his mind. If Damien was going to survive and thrive on the front lines, Tony would find a way to help him hone that battlefield instinct, Jarvis or no Jarvis. Tony frowned as he replayed the battle footage in his mind. He still couldn't grasp how Miss Sonia had developed such a terrifying form of training. Then again, maybe she already possessed a natural combat instinct. She had claimed to have passed through 9 realms. Perhaps that experience let her awaken an ability far beyond ordinary fighters. But Tony's own duel with her, and even his single prior glimpse of her in action, didn't offer enough to be certain. All he had were guesses. Yet the first time the Void Goddess Sonia moved, the display of power was nothing short of shocking. Reviewing Jarvis's recordings, Tony realized that if Gao Tianzun hadn't sacrificed himself, Sonia alone could have annihilated the undead army in the land of nothingness. The husks would never have stood a chance. Otherwise, Gao Tianzun wouldn't have had to die, nor would he have tried to kill Sonia himself. In addition to battlefield experience, Tony murmured, combat instinct must also rely on some inborn gift. But is it possible to cultivate that instinct deliberately? Thor, leaning against the conference table, raised an eyebrow. He, too, felt the weight of Tony's question. When you're faced with a crisis, your body's biological instinct kicks in, your heart races, your senses sharpen, and your brain fires off danger signals. Those reflexes are all about survival, not combat. True fighting instinct goes further. It's the split-second ability to pinpoint the real threat, exploit an opponent's weakness, and choose the single action that guarantees your escape or your victory. We tend to think of this gift as something you're born with, a warrior's birthright granted by the gods, a mark of the born genius. But I, Damien, came to a startling realization. Combat instinct can be forged through training and experience. It's not some untouchable miracle. It's a skill you build, moment by moment, by facing danger head-on and learning from every scrape. When I first grasped that truth, Thor looked at me as if the ground had shifted beneath his feet. For the Asgardian prince, raised to believe that valor and talent were divine matters, it was as though everything he'd ever known about battle had been turned on its head. I'd only theorized about this possibility by piecing together Miss Sonia's mention of the 9 realms and the power needed to master information gathering. But no matter how far you push that practice, you can never truly internalize the combat instinct. What you do gain, though, is a terrifying ability to collect battlefield data, an ability that almost mimics those primal reflexes. Damien understood that genuine fighting instinct wasn't something an ordinary person could simply acquire. Even so, the razor-sharp techniques born of this realm-crossing information mastery would unquestionably sharpen his own battle prowess. The third update, expanding from 3,000 words to 10,000, was now fully complete. Chapter 442. I'm going to order it. Understood. I'll train diligently. Damien squared his shoulders, brimming with confidence. With Tony's method for mastering Rujin etched clearly in his mind, he was certain he could pick it up quickly. Tony had been right. The 9 realms that Miss Sonia distilled weren't merely a succession of power levels, but a comprehensive learning system. If he could internalize their approach fully, he'd unlock an extraordinary ability to gather and process information from every source around him. He'd already seen a hint of that potential during the first stage of power control. The remaining 8 stages would deepen his command of his own abilities and sharpen his awareness of every ounce of fuel in his environment. Until now, Damien had focused almost exclusively on regaining raw strength, simply because he hadn't known any other way. His mastery of his powers and fighting techniques had been laughable, enough to intimidate weak opponents, but completely worthless against a true adversary. In a fair fight, he'd have been overwhelmed in seconds. That was about to change. It was time to branch into new directions of evolution, refining every aspect of his power until nothing was left to chance. With Tony's guidance and Miss Sonia's 9 realms as his roadmap, Damien was ready to push beyond mere recovery and cultivate a level of strength and perception he had never imagined. Thor, you need to do more than just train hard. You have to train smart, too. Pushing yourself isn't going to make you weaker. It'll only make you stronger. With Banner on board, Tony Stark shifted his focus to Thor. Loki, of course, belongs in the realm of magic rather than physical combat. His mastery of subtle sorcery suits him perfectly. Thor's power, however, comes in 3 forms: vast divine energy, the might of his enchanted hammer, and his own naturally formidable Asgardian physique. A pure melee warrior at heart, Thor prefers to settle conflicts with fists and hammer strikes. Yet when it comes to areas like sorcery, speed, or agility, Thor's talents taper off. His combat techniques aren't downright worthless. They're just barely above that mark. Aside from a handful of hammer-based attacks and a few brawling moves that rely purely on brute strength, he has little else in his arsenal. The reason is simple. Thor has never ventured beyond the 9 realms, where his opponents are seldom more dangerous than average mortals. This narrow experience has left gaps in his training that he urgently needs to fill. Damien had always relied on raw power. If he ran into an opponent even slightly stronger, a single thunderous blow was enough to send them flying. He'd settled into that comfort zone long ago. Why sharpen the blade when you can crush your enemies outright? They say one is born in sorrow and dies in happiness, yet Damien had never tasted true hardship. Like any intelligent being, he preferred the safety of what he knew best. Tony admired his strength, but he couldn't let Damien stagnate. After all, the other champions of the Void God cult never paused in their relentless pursuit of power. "I know," Damien said, picking up 2 kettlebells, one larger, one smaller. "I've been training." Tony's gaze remained worried. In the Void God religion, coasting wasn't just a wasted opportunity. It was a regression. Your rivals would never stop. If you stood still, you'd be left in the dust, and that was something Damien, even with all his thunderbolts, could not afford. "Since you're ready to practice, I've already done my drills. Go ahead," Tony said, nodding at Saul. Saul shook his head. "I still have some work to wrap up." "Banner," Tony added with a grin, "don't forget to clear your evening. Let's all get out of here and unwind together." Saul's shoulders tensed, and Tony realized he'd pushed too hard. He offered a reassuring wave. "Come on, how about some fun tonight?" "Why only Banner?" Rocky piped up. "Why aren't we invited?" Rocky wasn't surprised when Tony mentioned work. Tony had been negotiating an assembly line with Miss Sonia, but an evening outing sounded different. They'd been holed up on Void Island for weeks. Going out meant leaving the island entirely. And yet, Tony's invitation covered only himself and Bruce Banner. Loki shot a look of mild reproach. "Let's go to that celebrity hotel." Thor nodded in agreement. "We've been on Xandar forever. Surely you've all visited the celebrity hotel by now?" Tony stopped in his tracks and whipped around. "Celebrity hotel? I thought you meant some kind of amusement park." He blinked at Loki and Thor in genuine confusion. Loki noticed the contempt in Tony's eyes and sighed in disappointment. "The celebrity hotel, where Miss Sonia and Miss Sarah used to work? Is there anything entertaining there?" Thor cut in before Loki could answer. "I've never set foot inside," he admitted. "All I know is that Sonia, Sarah, and even Miss Lalatina once worked there." Tony turned sharply to Saul. "Then let me ask you both. Have you ever heard of Imperial Service?" Saul shook his head. "Imperial Service?" Tony smiled. "It's living in the most lavish suite in the hotel, with a beautiful attendant at your beck and call. You only have to give instructions, and everything you ask for, no matter how extravagant, is carried out without question." Saul's eyes widened. "You mean someone literally waits on you hand and foot?" "Exactly," Tony said. "Word is, Miss Sonia serves Cassidon like royalty every single day. It's the pinnacle of luxury, and, if the rumors are true, an experience unlike any other." Damien had grown accustomed to Lalatina catering to his every need. Everything, that is, except matters of the bedroom. But after she took her vows with the Void Cult, she stepped back from those more personal duties. Instead, she now assists him with daily chores and even shares the administrative burdens that fall outside his research. It isn't quite the lavish imperial lifestyle Cassidon enjoys, but it's comfortable, and it leaves Damien feeling far more at ease. One afternoon, as he and Thor relaxed in the study, Damien leaned back and said, "Honestly, ever since Lalatina and I came of age, we've handled our own baths and meals. No servants required." Thor's eyes lit up with curiosity. "You mentioned some extraordinary women from other civilizations. How beautiful are they? Tell me everything." Damien smiled and, spotting a large armchair nearby, dragged it forward for both comfort and dramatic effect. "Gladly. These ladies are the most breathtaking beauties you'll find among the stars. Each has undergone the most rigorous professional training. All you have to do is lie back and let them work their magic. I promise you, nothing you've ever experienced will compare." Thor settled into the chair, utterly enraptured. Damien saw no reason to interrupt the moment with talk of his pending duties, and definitely not with Miss Sonia, so he simply began weaving the tale, painting vivid images of far-off worlds and pleasures beyond imagination. "Are you saying that celebrity hotels actually provide that kind of service?" Tony asked, arching an eyebrow. Loki hesitated. Miss Sarah? He began, then shook his head. That can't be right. Father insisted she's completely blameless. Has Xandarian technology really progressed that far? Tony pressed. At those words, Loki's face darkened. He, too, had wanted to go, and yet something nagged at him. Muttering under his breath, he recalled his parents' parting instructions before leaving Xandar. Both the king and queen had made it clear. Find a way to capture Miss Sarah, and if possible, persuade her to return to Asgard of her own accord. The royal couple held her in the highest regard. After all, no one with a dubious private life could win their full approval. Thor's future bride would be Asgard's queen, and her honor, her very reputation, needed to be beyond question. Loki might never rule, but he remained a prince, and it would be unthinkable for him to marry a woman whose crimson lips had been shared by countless others. Thor and Loki glanced at each other, both silently acknowledging that they weren't the material Tony had in mind, so they held their tongues. Still, Loki couldn't shake one burning question. If Miss Sarah really had done the very thing Tony hinted at, how did she still look so perfectly sculpted? Was this some secret Xandarian technology at work? Lost in thought, Loki barely noticed Tony clearing his throat beside him. What are you thinking about? Tony asked, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Miss Sonia, Miss Lalatina, and Miss Sarah aren't here to, well, you know. Loki blinked. I'm sorry? They're villa managers at the Celebrity Hotel, Tony explained patiently. Their job is to carry out any instructions you give, everything from arranging your schedule to ensuring your comfort, but not what you were just imagining. So they're not companions? Not in the way you're thinking, Tony confirmed. They grew up in tough circumstances, which makes them exceptionally professional secretaries and housekeepers. The Celebrity Hotel on Xandar boasts the finest resources and services in the entire system. These professional beauties are simply one of the many premium offerings the hotel provides. Loki's furrowed brow relaxed as he absorbed Tony's words. Satisfied, Tony gave him a reassuring nod. His explanation had clearly set the record straight. You were so vague, Damien protested, arms crossed. How was I supposed to get it right? Loki's eyes lit up. Exactly. But now that we're all on the same page, how about some fun? If you're game, Tony said with a grin, I can make the reservations now. Loki flashed a mischievous smile. Perfect. Damien relaxed into his chair. Count me in too. Let's do it. Saul, who'd been watching, gave a thumbs up. Men like us can't pass up an opportunity like that. Tony pulled out his tablet and tapped a few commands. All right. 2 weeks. That should be enough time to unwind. Half a month's ideal, Saul agreed. You don't want to get rusty with too much downtime. Tony looked up. Don't worry, we'll take it easy. You two can warm up at your own pace. He slipped the tablet into his bag. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. But right now, I've got some work to wrap up. See you then. With a last wave, Tony strode off, leaving Loki, Saul, and Damien exchanging excited grins, already looking forward to the adventure ahead. Tony's been slacking off lately, clearly taking some well-deserved downtime. As he headed out, Loki called after him. Bruce, fill us in on this Celebrity Hotel Tony's always talking about. Don't let Tony look down on us, Thor grumbled, folding his arms. But more importantly, is any of what he said actually true? Is it really such an amazing experience? Bruce Banner tipped his head. I've been there once. It's exactly as spectacular as Tony made it sound. It's spectacular and outrageously expensive, Bruce added with a sigh. Not exactly within reach for the average person. Damien, who'd been quietly listening, frowned as he ran the numbers in his head. Outrageously expensive? How much are we talking? Bruce glanced at his notes. On the order of hundreds of thousands a day. Damien's eyes widened. He'd have to reconsider that weekend getaway. If you really want to live large, pulling in 200,000 credits in a single day isn't out of the question, Tony said with a casual shrug. Bruce Banner whistled. 200,000 a day? No wonder money's just pocket lint to you. Saul's eyes went wide. I thought that was ridiculous, until Tony broke it down for me. Tony leaned back, folding his arms. Consider this. The best hotels on Blue Star charge tens of thousands of credits per night. Ordinary people can't even dream of staying there. And the Celebrity Hotel on Xandar? That's the pinnacle of luxury. Billionaires only, top-notch service, the works. Thor blinked in amazement. I get it now. Banner chuckled at Thor's stunned expression. There's no shame in admitting you can't crash the fanciest suite if you can't pay for it. But if you want to live that style, you'd better have the credits to match. Damien couldn't help but marvel at Tony's attitude toward money. For someone like Damien, who had only just come into a modest fortune, every dollar still felt precious. Tony, on the other hand, treated six-figure daily bills as though they were pocket change. He hadn't splurged like this in over a year, yet he was more than willing to drop millions each year just for the thrill of it. Bruce frowned at the numbers on his phone. 200,000 a day. In just half a month, that's 3 million, and the two of us together, 6 million. It's fine to indulge now and then, Damien said with a shrug. Loki, ever the pragmatist, did a quick tally in his head. Exactly. And there's another perk. The Celebrity Hotel's cuisine is legendary. You can order whatever you want. Bruce raised an eyebrow. Unlimited meals? Absolutely, Loki confirmed. As long as you don't waste food, the villa manager eats the cost if you overorder, so dig in, no extra charges. Though, Loki added with a sly grin, if you came here just for, let's say, other pleasures, you probably wouldn't be focused on 3 square meals a day. Bruce chuckled and keyed the address into his phone. Location noted. Damien leaned back in his chair, still smirking. At most high-end resorts, they'll charge you 10,000 cosmic coins a night and then hit you with ridiculous surcharges for every snack. Here, they might as well roll out the welcome mat and say, have at it. As a member of the Void cult, you can almost break even just by dining without limits. After all, it's called the Celebrity Hotel. Few Void cult disciples ever bother to spend their coin there. If hundreds of cultists moved in, the owner would be forced to raise the rates. I told you already, I've reserved us a suite at that luxury hotel. When Damien heard he could eat whatever he liked, relief washed over him. Their daily food bills easily started at 500 cosmic coins per meal and routinely climbed above 1,200. A special banquet could cost 10,000 coins in a single day, an average of about 5,000 coins daily. Over the course of a year, even the most modest diet could run into 1,000,000 coins. Indulging in extravagance might double or even tenfold that total. But for Damien, every meal was an investment in his evolution. No price was too steep. Chapter 443, I'll Prove You're Right. Damien stepped off the transport onto Xandar's bustling concourse, already dreading the murmurs he'd hear in the Void cult's ranks. Out here, the average annual income barely scratched a few 100,000 cosmic credits, enough to keep someone fed and clothed for a fortnight, but nothing more. And that was before you even considered throwing a proper feast. Rumor had it that hosting a week-long banquet for the entire cult could swallow tens of millions, even 100 million credits. Without a secret reserve of wealth, you'd wipe out your life savings in a single weekend and end up begging for credit. Technically, the catering halls offered tab services if you had the nerve to show up under their debt. Hence the legend of Tony Stark, the so-called richest man alive. He never flinched at a bill. Whenever he was in a buoyant mood, he'd treat everyone to a first-class spread. Who could resist that? Of course, Stark's largesse only fueled their appetites. Many Void cult members had grown used to extravagant dining, demanding more exotic fare with every trip. For ordinary folk, a couple of 100 credits a day, simple lodgings, modest meals, was more than sufficient. Yet here they were. Thor and Loki had already locked down the penthouse suite at the Starspire Grand Hotel, determined to indulge themselves in luxury. Damien shook his head. He'd heard enough. Fine, he muttered under his breath. Let them eat like emperors. I'll show them there's another way, a feast that doesn't cost a fortune. His gaze swept over the marble floors and shimmering chandeliers. This opulent hall would be his proving ground. He squared his shoulders. Tonight, Damien would teach the Void cult a lesson in resourcefulness and remind them that true power didn't come from emptying your coffers, but from knowing how to spend wisely. And so, with a calm determination, he strode toward the banquet manager. Book every table, he said, but this time we're doing it my way. After Tony Stark bid farewell to Bruce Banner, Thor, and Loki, he made his way up to the mountaintop villa on Void Island. When he entered, Cassadine and Sonia were already waiting in the sunlit parlor, an assortment of pastries and chilled drinks laid out on the table in front of them. Mr. Stark, Please have a seat, Cassadine said, with a courteous nod toward the sofa. Sonia smiled as Tony eased himself down. Thank you, Miss Sonia, he replied, his tone warm with appreciation. Damien, leaning casually against the back of a nearby armchair, gave Tony an easy grin. Once the sublight thruster engines are fully developed, you should start laying the groundwork for that Blue Star colony ship. Tony raised an eyebrow. That's coming next on the agenda, Damien continued. But honestly, I'm planning to take a short breather first. What I really want is to see the first space battleship, banners, and my design finally take shape on the launch pad. After that, I'll feel at ease heading off to Blue Star and handling all the routine administrative work. So for now, I'll stick around Void Island a bit longer. Tony accepted a glass of iced tea from Sonia, then sank back into the plush cushions, his gaze drifting to the panoramic window overlooking the island's dimpling waves. He took a quiet sip and let out a contented sigh. This was why he'd asked Pepper and Steve not to rush home yet. Witnessing the birth of his own space battleship was a milestone he wouldn't want to miss. It's been tough these past few years, Damien said, studying the wariness etched on Tony's face. Tony had spent that time juggling two impossible tasks, diving into the Void God cult's most forbidden technologies and scrambling to defend Blue Star from one disaster after another. Every major crisis the planet endured could be traced back to his attempts to shield its people, even those threats Damien had warned him about. Genuine moments of rest had been a luxury. Now, at long last, Tony's research was wrapping up. He'd be able to rest, for a little while at least, before re-tackling his next enormous goal, uniting Blue Star's fractured nations into a single human federation and leading them into the interstellar age. The thought of negotiating with countless politicians and power brokers made him almost wish for another lab experiment. I know how grateful Miss Sonia is, Damien added quietly. Tony looked up, surprise flickering in his eyes as Cassidy's voice joined the conversation. I must admit, Cassidy said, hearing her thanks come from you means more than I expected. Tony fell silent for a heartbeat, then broke into a wide grin. Rising from his chair, he turned to Steve and Banner, eager confidants who had gathered around, and began to lay out the future he'd scarcely dared dream aloud. Damien never paused to consider how difficult the journey toward his dream had been. Yet Sonia's and Cassadin's praise reminded him that others understood the trials he'd endured on the road to Tianjin. And the more he learned about Cassadin's true nature, the more he recognized just how formidable the man's power truly was. From Cassadin's words, it was clear he still regarded Damien as a friend. But Damien felt a barrier between them, one not born of ill will, but of a yawning gap in their abilities. He knew all too well that Cassadin could snuff out his life with scarcely an effort. If Cassadin ever chose to strike, Damien might not even see it coming. Faced with such a disparity in strength, Damien found it impossible to be completely at ease around Cassadin. Only when his own power ascended to the very pinnacle of the universe, no longer leaving him vulnerable and frail, might he fully accept the genuine kindness and friendship Cassadin offered, without a shred of restraint. It was now utterly impossible for him to go back to how he and Damien were in 2008. Back then, Damien's confidence sprang from nothing more than raw strength or natural talent. But the moment Damien spotted Tony across the clearing, he couldn't help but sit up straight, heart racing. He'd barely had time to take in the scene before he realized something had changed. The black armor and haunting mask of the Cassadin persona, once Tony's constant guise, were gone, vanished like mist. Of course I've been watching you, Tony said, his voice low but steady. He met Damien's gaze without flinching. I know what you stand for, your ideals, your beliefs, and I know how hard you fought to uphold them. Damien glanced down at the clothes he wore now, soft, loose-fitting loungewear that felt more like home than any battlefield uniform, and then back at Tony, his expression a nod of surprise and something almost like relief. It had been years since he'd heard Tony call him by his real name. He'd convinced himself it was just part of the reason Tony stayed on the island all those months, an anchor, a reminder of who he really was. Even when only the refugees from the Nine Realms remained, Tony would slip and use his old name, as if searching for a piece of the past. Lately, though, Tony's image of Cassidin had so completely eclipsed every memory Damien once held of him that he'd begun to wonder if any of it had been genuine. And yet here he was, looking at Damien with clear, unguarded eyes, treating him not as some armored wanderer, but as an old friend who still mattered. Damien felt his chest tighten. Some things, he realized, might never truly fade away. Damien watched Tony carefully, his voice low and even. "You know I'll stand by you, as long as you never break the commandments." He paused, searching Tony's face. "But lately, you don't seem at ease around me." Tony's brow furrowed. "That's why you brought me here?" Damien nodded, then reached up and slowly removed his mask. The polished metal clinked lightly against the stone floor. Sonia, standing just inside the doorway, started back in surprise. In all her 5 years of serving Lord Cassidine, she'd never seen his true face, nor had many of the household staff. Yet as Sonia's gaze shifted from the unmasked Damien to Tony's expression of wonder, she suddenly understood. Tony was the one person Cassidine truly trusted, someone he had welcomed into his home, someone he considered a friend. Tony swallowed, eyes locked on Damien's calm, unguarded features. "I don't know why," he admitted, "but it really does feel like I haven't seen you like this in ages." Damien's shoulders relaxed just a fraction. "I've been away from Blue Star longer than either of us realized," he said quietly. "It makes sense that it would feel that way." Tony took a step forward, emotion flashing in his eyes. "Damien, you know I've always called you my friend." Damien allowed himself a small, almost imperceptible smile. In that moment, the old bond between them, tested but unbroken, seemed ready to renew itself. Damien met Tony's gaze with calm resolve. "I know how you feel," he began quietly, "but please, give me some time to grow." He paused, staring up at the endless sky. "Once I stand at the pinnacle of the universe, that's when we can rebuild the friendship we once had. No matter how much I'd love to turn back the clock, I know we can't go back." Tony's breath caught. He wanted to call out to Damien, to ask him not to go, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, after a long, heavy silence, he finally nodded. "I never meant to hold you back. If this is what you need, I believe it won't be long before you reach those heights." A flash of regret crossed Damien's features, but he squared his shoulders. "First, I have to tie up the loose ends on Blue Star. After that, I can truly live for myself." He leaned forward, his voice firm. "I will ascend to the summit of the universe and prove that your faith in me was never misplaced." Tony clenched his fists at his sides, a confident smile breaking across his face. "I'll be here," he said, "waiting for the day you return." Damien, the first to join the void, reminded Tony how his newfound talents had thrust him into a world unlike anything he'd known before. Determined to live up to the faith Cassidin, the void's god, had placed in him, Damien declared, "I've never been wrong, and even if you ever doubt your own gifts, promise me you'll believe in my vision." Tony Stark's confident grin didn't waver. "I'm Tony Stark. Why would I stop believing in myself?" A shadow passed over Damien's features. "Those old conversations about freedom feel like a lifetime ago. But remember this, whenever you need to share a victory or unload a burden, you can always come to me, just like I found you." Tony gave a slow nod. Though their relationship had grown distant, it wasn't so strained that they couldn't rely on one another. "Whenever," he agreed. Damien lingered in the doorway, an amused smile playing on his lips as he caught Sonia's eye. "You came here mostly to see Sonia," Tony teased from the side. Damien shrugged, still grinning. "True, but Tony's right. I should handle business first." With that, Damien rose smoothly to his feet. In an instant, the Cassidin armor and flowing white cloak materialized around him, restoring his aura of solemn authority. Tony nodded approvingly. "Miss Sonia, I've finalized the recruitment criteria, mapped out the factories we need to build, and itemized every piece of equipment and material we'll require." He paused, then added, "Banner and I will oversee production of the sublight engine's core components ourselves." Tony gave Damien a brief, apologetic look. "I'm afraid I can't contribute any funds toward this project either. I need to reserve our resources for the Blue Star construction. I hope you'll understand." With a tap on his cosmic communicator, Tony summoned a series of holographic projections. Schematics, spreadsheets, and supply manifests flickered into the air between them, detailing every requirement at a glance. Sonia had been drifting on the sidelines, listening to Damien and Tony's earlier conversation with only half her attention. But when the hollow projections sprang to life, her gaze snapped to them, crystal clear. "Mr. Reynolds?" she asked, using Damien's surname with professional courtesy. "Let's go over these figures as in detail." Sonia paused in her work, her eyes drifting from the data display to Damien. She offered him a gentle, assured smile. "Damien, I'm truly glad you've chosen to invest in your homeland," she said softly. "After the battle in the Voidlands, Void Island's coffers have never been healthier. Gathering the materials you need will be easy, and with everything you've contributed to the Void cult, you have no reason to feel guilty." She held his gaze, her tone calm and unwavering. Chapter 444, Intimate Companion. Tony shifted under Sonia's steady gaze, feeling a sudden warmth at her words. "I know you're the driving force behind the Void God faith," he said, forcing a smile. "No one can deny how much you've done for the religion." Sonia's lips curved in a reassuring smile. "And you're one of the few true friends Mr. Cassidy has ever had. What you're doing now is nothing compared to your past contributions." She let her eyes linger on him a moment longer before she cleared her throat. "All right, let's talk business." Tony exhaled and nodded. "Very well. I'll see to it that you get everything you need," Sonia continued. "Once I've arranged it, I'll hand it over to Lalatina to distribute. I won't keep you any longer than necessary." She paused, her expression growing softer. "In fact, Mr. Tony, you should take a break for a while. Chasing your ideals is admirable, but you also need to rest. Pushing yourself too hard can lead to mistakes." Tony watched as Sonia reviewed his list. When she saw how straightforward his requests were, she agreed without hesitation. "Consider it done. That's exactly what I intend to do." "Very well. I'll be on my way, and I'll drop by again soon." Tony's stern expression softened into a warm smile. "I'll look forward to your return." As Tony hurried off, Sonia rose from her desk without a second thought. Once he departed the mountain villa, she returned to Damien's study. Through the open door, she found him standing before the window, lost in thought. His tall frame was outlined against the fading light, the quiet hum of the evening wind drifting in around him. "Sonia," Damien said, turning just enough for his voice, calm and even, to drift across the room like a familiar breeze. She paused at the threshold, gathering her words. "Mr. Tony seemed unsettled after seeing you in action. I'm not sure he'll be able to treat you the same way he used to." Damien's eyes lingered on the distant horizon before he offered a faint smile. "Power and reputation can make old friends uneasy," he murmured. "They're used to the man they thought I was, idle, unhurried, even a little apathetic. But once they glimpse what I'm truly capable of, it changes everything." Sonia nodded. She'd long admired Damien's quiet confidence and the unexpected depths beneath his unassuming exterior. As she watched him now, she felt that same sense of reassurance that had drawn her to him in the first place. "I suppose," she said softly, "that's why I've never felt any distance between us." Damien turned fully, and the corners of his lips curved in a genuine smile. "And I hope you never will." They stood together in companionable silence, the villa's lights flickering to life around them as the mountain night settled in. Both understood that the world outside was changing, and with it their relationships, but in this moment they found comfort in the unspoken bond they shared. Damien Cassidy sat in the quiet glow of the star bridge, his dark eyes fixed on the endless swirl of galaxies beyond the viewport. Across from him, Sonia's soft voice broke the silence. "I always knew this day would come," she said, "but I never imagined how deeply it would shake me. The universe is so vast, but true friends are still so rare." Damien's gaze flickered, as if Sonia's words had stirred something long dormant within him. He drew in a slow breath before replying. "You're right. I've seen too many worlds, outlived too many allies. Power only grows, and so does the distance it drives between me and everyone else." He paused, measuring each word. "That's why I've never let myself get close. Tony was one of the few exceptions. Back then, we trusted each other without question, but after he witnessed what I did to Gao Tianzun, how I broke him and claimed him as my slave, Tony hasn't been able to face me on equal terms. There's always that unspoken barrier." Sonia's expression softened with regret. "I understand, but even if friendship is the hardest thing in the universe to find, She hesitated, then said quietly, "I'll always stand by you, Damien." Silence stretched between them again, but this time it felt less like a void and more like a fragile bridge taking shape. Damien studied Sonia's earnest face, her steady resolve. No one had ever offered him such loyalty without reservation. Finally, he exhaled and allowed himself a small, wry smile. "Thank you, Sonia. That means more to me than you know." Behind him, the stars drifted on, indifferent and eternal. Yet in this moment, a moment of rare honesty, Damien Cassadine felt the first stirrings of something he had long ago convinced himself he could never afford. Hope. Sonia slipped in beside Damien and spoke in a low voice. "What Cassadine said just now, those are only his hopes. Tony might one day ascend to the very summit of power in the universe, but that doesn't guarantee you'll ever recapture the closeness you once had. If you and Tony are to remain true friends and confidants, the gulf between you can't grow too wide." The moment he realizes how far behind Cassadine he still is, even at his greatest height, he'll feel that distance in his heart. Damien shook his head gently. "Now's not the time for this, Sonia." She rested a hand on his shoulder, her eyes earnest. "The future is long, and time reveals all things. As long as you don't lose yourself to ambition, I won't stop you, even if you decide to walk away." Damien met her gaze without hesitation. "I believe time will tell, and I'll prove I won't leave." A warm smile curved Sonia's lips as she watched him stand firm. For any intelligent being with a finite lifespan, time is like a relentless tide, bringing our hopes within reach only to pull them away again. Mr. Cassadine's life, however, stretches on in a way Sonia can scarcely fathom. She isn't sure she can live as long as he will, but she's determined to stay by his side for as long as fate allows. "We'll be ready to eat in half an hour. I'll go finish preparing it now." "Mr. Cassadine," Sonia added with a warm smile, "please come out once you've collected yourself." With that, she slipped out of the study. Damien watched her close the door quietly behind her. He lay back on the plush bed, staring up at the ceiling. He already knew his effort to hold on to Sonia had failed, and that an invisible wall had formed between himself and Tony. That wasn't what he'd intended, but life had a way of reshaping our plans. Damien rolled onto his side, wondering if loneliness was an unavoidable companion at the summit of power. He hadn't yet arrived at his own personal peak, so he couldn't say for certain. Still, Sonia's gentle words had eased the weight on his chest. As he closed his eyes, a small part of him felt hopeful once more. Damien Cassadine was never a sentimental man. He had long feared that his friendship with Tony might one day drift apart. He'd tried desperately to keep things from unraveling, but emotions simply aren't something you can control. And now, exactly as he dreaded, a distance had settled between them. He lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling for a few minutes, then finally rose and made his way to the lounge. There, he found Sonia on the phone with the kitchen staff, arranging the afternoon tea service. "Mr. Cassadine, you're up already?" Sonia said, ending her call and looking genuinely surprised. "I thought you'd stay in your room until hunger dragged you out." Working as a villa manager at the celebrity hotel meant Sonia was constantly competing with her peers. She didn't have many close friends. Most relationships were strictly professional, yet she treasured her bond with Sarah, the young protégé she had personally mentored. If Sarah were ever to grow distant, Sonia knew she probably wouldn't recover her composure so quickly, so she buried herself in her duties, determined not to let her thoughts wander. "It's nothing we can't handle." "Exactly what I expected," Damien said, offering Sonia a reassuring smile when he caught her startled look. Turning to Mr. Cassadine, he added with quiet confidence, "You're perfect. Till I all right, sir. Please have a seat." Mr. Cassadine paused by the tea trolley. Damien gestured toward the delicate china cups. "Help yourself when you're ready. I'll be in my study working for a while." Sonia watched him guide Mr. Cassadine to a chair, her mind racing. She'd almost blurted out congratulations, or the truth she'd been wrestling with, but she caught herself, unwilling to risk upsetting the guest. In the soft afternoon light, relief washed over her features as Damien took his leave. Over the years, Damien had come to rely on Sonia's restless energy and the quiet competence that trailed in her wake. She was as beautiful as she was brilliant, never one to burden him, but always ready to present her strengths and share his worries. With her at his side, he felt he could afford to relax. Their bond ran deeper than friendship, though they'd never crossed the threshold into physical intimacy. That unspoken agreement reassured Sonia. Knowing Damien was nearby was enough. And Damien, in turn, trusted that the moment he saw her, 100 loose ends would find themselves neatly tied. Of course, the road ahead is still long, and Sonia may yet change in the years to come. That's why Damien isn't ready to call her his wife. He prefers to let their relationship unfold at its own pace. If Sonia ever decides to leave, he knows he'll be heartbroken for a while, but he won't let himself fall into despair. In the void God faith, every believer faces the trial of desire, and Damien is no exception. Should his longing ever grow unchecked, if his need to possess turned destructive, he could lay waste to entire worlds. This understanding keeps him cautious, even though Sonia stirs something deep within him. He knows she'd follow his lead if he asked, yet he holds back. Instead, he takes occasional solitary excursions to remind himself of life beyond their bond and to temper the possessiveness that power often breeds in men. Damien and Sonia aren't married. At most, they're soulmates. He promised to let her go when the time comes, and he means to keep that promise. Still, he can't help but wonder, what if they took the next step and truly became husband and wife? Damien knew that if any friction ever arose between him and Sonia, she would leave at once. He wouldn't let that happen. If push came to shove, he'd most likely lock her away rather than risk her walking out of his life. After all, he possessed the power to do so, though he'd never once considered using it. Yet if Sonia chose to stay of her own accord, he wouldn't be the one to push her away. Whether he could conquer his doubts and honor her wishes remained to be seen. Around them, the others were changing too. Tony, Banner, Steve, Loki, Thor, they were all evolving in their own ways. Damien himself was only just approaching 30, which, among the denizens of the void, was scarcely more than the dawn of life. Who could say what the future held? Note, this third update adds 3,000 words, bringing the total to 10,000. Chapter 445, 150 billion. Sonia sat at her desk, poring over the plans and blueprints Mr. Tony had just handed her. The schematics for the new space battleship were remarkably detailed, and with the sublight engine on the verge of completion, she knew there was no time to waste. She began charting out exactly which islands would host production facilities, how much to budget for recruitment, and where to source every critical component. The Void Cult now commanded 3 wedge-corner technologies essential to warship construction: wormhole jump drives, artificial gravity generators, and the sublight thruster engine. With those breakthroughs in hand, the technical barriers to building a fully capable battleship had essentially vanished. Mr. Tony's advanced AI navigation and control systems would allow each vessel to operate autonomously, drastically reducing crew requirements and ongoing military expenses. At the heart of every design lay the micro-arc reactor, a compact fusion power plant that guarantees months, even years, of uninterrupted operation. So far, this revolutionary energy source has been supplied only to the Void Cult and the allied civilization behind Sonia's compatriots. Its modular energy bays can be configured for long-range exploration, heavy combat deployments, or rapid response maneuvers, whatever the mission demands. Sonia tapped the final figures into her tablet. Shipyards, personnel, raw materials, logistics, reactor modules, AI cores. The grand total came to 150 billion credits. It was an enormous investment, but in her mind, it was the price of supremacy among the stars. When offered for external sale, these starships won't include a micro-arc reactor. Instead, they'll run on the common power sources found throughout the galaxy. All other systems, main batteries, emergency escape cabins, and the like, come standard. Buyers simply choose their preferred configuration, and the modular design leaves plenty of room for future custom upgrades, rather than locking everything into a single, inseparable unit. Even without factoring in their advanced autonomous AI cores, the Void God Cult's battleships are already formidable competitors. In the months ahead, Tony and Banner plan to push the AI's capabilities even further, with the ultimate goal of creating an optical or photon brain. That timeline, however, remains flexible. For now, Tony has decided to focus his energies on developing the Blue Star. He'll turn his attention to the optical brain project only once Blue Star's development is well under control. Sonia fully understands Tony's priorities. After all, technological revolutions can't be rushed, and his swift progress in all three of the starship's core disciplines is nothing short of extraordinary. Damien was not only a super genius in his own right, but also possessed the rare ability to stand on the shoulders of his predecessors and push their work even further. Yet transforming a standard AI into a true super-optical brain proved far from easy. Across the entire universe, only a handful of civilizations had ever achieved that level of artificial cognition, and their breakthroughs remained tightly guarded secrets. If Tony Stark and Bruce Banner were to unravel those mysteries, they would need ages of research and experimentation. Worse still, Tony's coffers were already straining under the weight of his ambitions. Without an immediate infusion of capital, the development of Blue Star would grind to a halt. Sonia scanned the map of undeveloped outposts, then made a decisive call. She struck the 6 islands originally slated for colonization from the ledger and reclassified them as a single new acquisition, Planet Void 001, the very world she'd set her sights on purchasing. After running the numbers, she authorized a staggering expenditure of 1.5 trillion cosmic coins. Through her ties to the Void God cult, Sonia could also procure their most advanced star battleships. Yet those vessels and the cutting-edge technologies that powered them remained cult secrets, forbidden from ever leaking into the wider galaxy. To safeguard those assets, she immediately instituted a lifetime confidentiality system and ironclad security protocols before moving forward with the transaction. Damien watched the holoprojector flicker to life in the middle of the strategy room. Sonia, the Void God cult's chief economist, stood beside it, swiping through spreadsheets and interstellar real estate assessments. Across from her, Mr. Tony, head of logistics, leaned over the table, fingers steepled, anxiety written all over his face. "If we expect our workforce to stay," Sonia began, "we must offer more than just factories. We need recreation centers, comfortable housing districts, places people actually want to live. Skimp on that, and they'll bolt the moment we need them most." Damien nodded. "Sounds expensive." "Relatively minor," Sonia replied, pulling up a new chart. "The real price tag is the planet itself, 700 billion credits." 700 billion. Damien's pulse quickened. "That's for a habitable world, I assume?" "Exactly. Uninhabitable rocks go for a fraction of that. But once we close the deal, that planet belongs to the Void God cult." Sonia tapped another icon. "And this isn't a limitless pit of cost. As soon as development finishes, shipyards for our space fleets, agricultural zones for hydroponic crops, it will start repaying us." Mr. Tony cleared his throat. "If we greenlight the funds today, we can have the first phase online in under 6 months." Sonia shook her head. "Even I hesitated when Tony first pitched it. 700 billion is a staggering outlay. But consider this. Last year's net revenue from the Land of Nothingness operations was 1,500 million credits. That figure doesn't even include what this new world will bring in." Damien did the math in his head. 1,500 million in a single year, nearly equal to Void Island's cumulative surplus over the past decade. And the cult itself was less than 4 years old. "So next year's profits could match 10 years' worth of Void Island earnings?" he asked, voice low. Sonia gave him a sharp nod. "In 1 year. Our growth trajectory is unprecedented. Securing this planet will lock in our dominance for decades." Damien exhaled, steeling himself. "Then let's finalize the purchase and start construction. Prepare all contracts. I want every department mobilized." As the holo display faded, Sonia and Mr. Tony exchanged a triumphant look. The Void God cult was about to take its most audacious step yet, and Damien was leading the charge. Sonia glanced at her account balance one more time. Even without counting the recent gains from the Land of Nothingness, she already held over 100 billion cosmic coins. Realistically, she didn't need to spring for half a dozen new islands at once. 2 would be more than enough. Her plan was straightforward. On each island, construct a state-of-the-art shipyard, roll out a fleet of next-generation space battleships, and then offer 1 vessel apiece to potential buyers. With advance payments secured up front, she could use that capital to finance further expansion. In fact, Sonia now had more than 2 trillion cosmic coins in her treasury, far more than required to underwrite the initial development. She was unconcerned about finding buyers. Countless civilizations across the galaxy were desperate for the latest warships, and demand would only grow. By front-loading the investment, the payback period would shrink dramatically. As revenue streamed in, Void Island's coffers would swell, leaving her free to pursue any ambitious, money-hungry project that caught her interest down the line. Having run the numbers one final time, Sonia tapped her console and swiveled in her chair when an alert chimed. The lunch delivery had arrived. Smiling, she stood and walked downstairs to collect the neatly packaged meal. Moments later, she returned, setting the steaming trays on her desk. Damien was already in his chair, eyes lighting up at the aroma. Together, they began to eat. "Mr. Damien," Sonia said, passing him a side dish, "tell me, what's our next move once these ships are off the docks?" Damien cleared his throat and addressed Cassidin confidently. "We'll allocate 1.5 trillion credits to this project." He tapped his datapad and continued. "Once it's complete, we expect multiple contracts that should generate about 200 billion credits in annual revenue. Splitting that evenly with Mr. Tony leaves us with 100 billion each year." He paused to let the numbers sink in. "Even on the conservative side, we'll recoup our investment within 20 years. And that doesn't take into account future capital returns, which will only shorten the payback period. Including our existing income streams, the Faith of the Void God will bring in at least 150 billion credits annually. No matter how extravagantly we spend from now on, Void Island will never be cash-strapped again." Sonia exchanged a surprised look with Cassidin. "All that extra income just by adding a sublight engine capable of fielding space battleships?" Damien nodded. He, too, felt the weight of her question. Just last year, Void Island's net revenue had been roughly 80 billion credits, and that had been from selling off various technologies. If these projections held true, their financial landscape would be transformed overnight. Damien ran the numbers one more time. Without any new spin-off technologies to boost sales, revenue wouldn't budge much, and the market would hit saturation before long. After all, the true heavyweights in cosmic weaponry were the Kree and Xandar empires, home to the universe's most advanced civilizations. As impressive as Tony's designs were, they could only carve out a sliver of that business. Sonia had crunched the potential buyer figures and projected that even in a full 20 to 30 years, they'd top out at roughly 2 to 3 trillion credits. Not a fortune by galactic standards, but enough. Once Void Island sold and the market peaked, a couple trillion would sustain rapid development for decades. With sound money management, Void Island could operate indefinitely, just maybe not on as accelerated a timeline. Thanks to Sonia's bold move of unlocking the entire $150 billion from the Void Island sale up front, they'd effectively catapulted themselves years ahead of that schedule. Damien didn't mind one bit that she'd put that huge sum to work immediately. Chapter 8. A Wealth of Opportunity. Damien glanced at the holo display, his brow creased with concern over the Void God religion's expansion. He needn't worry about money. Sonia managed every credit in their shared coffers. A soft click announced her arrival as she stepped behind his desk, her tablet aglow with market analytics. "Look at this," Sonia said, pointing to a galaxy-wide ledger tracking starship sales. "Most civilizations can't even afford the current generation of battleships." Damien leaned forward. "True, but once Tony's new vessels, equipped with fully autonomous AI, hit the market, demand will explode." "Exactly," she agreed. "These AI-driven warships will outperform anything else out there. As soon as we signal we're ready to sell, customers will queue up. We won't have to chase a single sale. And there won't be any risk of market saturation for at least a few thousand years," Damien added, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. Sonia returned his smile and swiped through her tablet. When Tony first unveiled his advanced gravity drive, he priced it low to seize market share and build credibility. That strategy capped our annual profit at only a few billion credits. After splitting evenly with him, our gains were modest. She looked up, eyes bright with ambition. This time, though, the AI battleships will redefine the industry. We'll see a massive revenue surge. Damien nodded, feeling the weight lift from his shoulders. "Good. With finances secure, I can devote myself entirely to guiding the Void God religion's growth." Sonia tapped the tablet one last time, finalizing the projections. Then consider it done. Later, after Tony's team cracked wormhole jump technology, the price of the gravity drive climbed modestly, but their profits exploded, jumping from just a few billion credits a year to 80 billion. Tony's reputation soared accordingly. In only a few years, he'd gone from peripheral tinkerer to the first independent manufacturer of space battleships, elevating the Void God Church's technology to the very cutting edge of the cosmos. And more importantly, he now controlled the kind of weapons every spacefaring civilization coveted. Even if the Church's tech tree never advanced another inch, it would remain the safest, most reliable investment for millennia. As long as the Void God Church endured, there would always be buyers. New races and backward civilizations are born every day across the universe, guaranteeing a steady market for advanced weapons. Tony no longer had to chase clientele. They came to him. No wonder, Mr. Tony's confidence seemed boundless. Damien watched Cassadine's deference to Mr. Tony with growing fascination. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Mr. Tony embodied wealth itself. As the most famous private collector in the galaxy, his personal fortune was unrivaled by any individual. According to Sonia's research, his assets were conservatively estimated at 180 billion cosmic coins, yet that figure likely understated his true net worth, since many of his prized possessions were priceless artifacts unavailable on either the open market or the black market. It's important to note that this estimate covered only Mr. Tony's private holdings, not the combined resources of the universe's great empires or the vast treasuries of more advanced civilizations. Even so, his influence was immense. At the heart of his collection lay the fabled Land of Nothingness, a cosmic cake, whose legendary history alone commanded untold value, and, most astonishingly, the embalmed corpse of an ancient god. These singular treasures defied any realistic appraisal, turning Mr. Tony's fortune into a colossus of wealth that few powers in the universe would dare challenge. For civilizations only slightly behind the curve, you'd need the combined wealth of dozens of worlds just to match a single collector's holdings. As for truly primitive societies, even if you pooled every scrap of raw material and every joule of energy they possess, they still wouldn't come close. Before a planet enters the interstellar era, its total resources hold some value, but without the means to defend those assets in deep space, there's no guarantee they'll remain under the control of the culture that produced them. This is exactly why the Nova Corps is so highly regarded across the galaxy. They volunteer to safeguard the planetary riches of developing worlds, giving those civilizations the breathing room they need to grow and advance. But we'll leave that subject for another time. For now, there's one bit of universal common sense. If anyone ever succeeds in robbing a collector, it won't be a mere windfall. They'll have laid their hands on the very foundation that supports countless civilizations. All the wealth and priceless artifacts amassed by the collector, now known across the galaxy as the universe's Big Cake, had fallen into the hands of the Void God cult. Although the cult produced nothing itself, it treated its vast fortune as an irresistible currency. With enough credits, any shipyard, any influence, any technology could be bought. As long as its ledgers remained balanced, the cult could persist for millennia. So you've decided not to request outside aid? Splendid, the cult's treasurer remarked with a thin smile. Damien inclined his head, immediately grasping the unspoken truth. In the interstellar marketplace, his fleet of advanced battleships was the ultimate hard currency. Every civilization that achieved warp drive technology would need vessels like his, and that meant new buyers would constantly emerge. History was littered with once glorious empires undone by resource shortages, political strife, or the slow decay of time. Every sentient species feared the limits of its lifespan. But Damien was confident his creation, the Void, would defy such decay. For the Void was not a mere faction or fleet. It was an idea forged in the boundless emptiness of space, and empty nothingness by its very nature endures. Only a power greater than the Void itself could hope to extinguish it. If we let time slip by, if our technological development stalls, or if some other disaster strikes, we'll lose any chance of triggering the Void fall. Even if the universe itself were annihilated, we could still preserve the cult of the Void. evacuating its members en masse into parallel realities so the cult could live on elsewhere. Ever since Damien mastered Cassidin's power, he's been able to cross between universes. Moving dozens or hundreds of people would merely demand a huge outlay of energy. We simply have never had to do it. Of course, Damien's command of void energies doesn't mean he craves the wholesale destruction of every cosmos. He founded the cult of the Void God for a much simpler reason, to collect as many hero templates as possible and grow stronger himself. The system won't purge those templates so long as he refrains from reckless annihilation. In fact, it might even impose stranger penalties for wanton destruction. Put another way, if he were truly satisfied with Kha'Zix's predatory void gifts alone, there'd be no need to drag anyone else into the void. With so many powerful templates out there, Damien would be downright naive to stop at just one. The system had set its bait so temptingly that Damien couldn't help but hunger for more. He glanced at Sonia. "You don't need to call in reinforcements?" Sonia paused, weighing Mr. Cassidin's question, then shook her head. "No need. I've got everything under control." Cassidin inclined his head approvingly. The Void God religion has grown at an incredible rate. Tony's breakthroughs certainly helped, but your efforts haven't been insignificant. Noticing Sonia's thoughtful expression, Damien steered the conversation on. "Really, it's thanks to you, Mr. Cassidin, that we could claim the land of nothingness in the first place." Cassidin smiled, a rare, thin hint of pride. "Even without the revenue from our new technologies, that territory alone will fund the Void God religion's ambitions for years." Sonia returned his smile, understanding that he didn't intend to poke further at her unspoken concerns. After all, no trade or investment could match the swift gains of conquest, provided you have the power to seize them. "The land of nothingness is a special case," Sonia said, her gaze steady as she met Damien's eyes. "As for expanding our territory, we shouldn't rush in now. We must wait until the Void God cult's ranks have grown. Only when we have enough followers can we make a careful plan." Damien inclined his head. "If we press the attack prematurely, we'll draw the attention of far more dangerous foes," he agreed quietly. "Ordinary beings throughout the cosmos don't possess the knowledge to summon the ancient gods, but those gods themselves are certainly watching. A reckless move could force them to unite and answer our call. If that happens, we'd have no choice but to flee this universe and seek refuge elsewhere." He let the weight of her words sink in. "I'm not yet strong enough to act without caution," he admitted. "For now, we do exactly as you said, stay hidden, grow in secret, and strike only when the time is right." Chapter 446, The Key to Humanity's Entry into the Interstellar Era. "Is there any adversary in the universe you find truly challenging, Mr. Cassidin?" Sonia tilted her head, intrigued by the question. "There are a few beings out there who can be troublesome," she admitted, "but none I'd call a real threat." Cassidin's eyes darkened with unspoken weight. "There are entities beyond this universe," he said softly, "ancient powers scattered throughout the multiverse." Damien stepped forward, smoothing the lapel of his coat. "Let's not dwell on that," he interjected. "Even I might struggle against them." Cassidin nodded. "If I ever confront them, I'll find a way to prevail. Perhaps then you'll understand." "And if you don't?" Damien asked. Cassidin offered a faint smile. "Then you never needed to know in the first place." Sonia's curiosity flared. She'd hoped for details, yet Cassidin declined to say more. Damien understood why. Knowledge of the Court of Life and the ancient gods was dangerous, and most civilizations remained blissfully ignorant. As long as those primeval powers held back, Damien saw no advantage in making them foes. Sonia exchanged a glance with him, excitement tempered by the gravity of Cassidin's warning. She realized, at last, that the key to mankind's interstellar future rested on secrets far deeper than she had ever imagined. Cassidin unveils yet more secrets of the cosmos, his voice steady and charged with otherworldly knowledge. Sonia listens, absorbing every word. Though the ideas of multiverses and incomprehensible entities feel beyond her grasp now, she's certain she'll understand when the time is right. She meets Cassidin's gaze and smiles. "I trust you." She doesn't press any further. His warnings about the multiverse made it clear just how formidable those beings truly are, and how much he must recover before he can face them again. But Cassidin is determined. Once he regains his full strength, No foe, no matter how extraordinary, will stand in his way. Ordinary challenges, like guiding the growth of the Void God's faith, will be trivial, and if the Void Cult ever confronts a threat it cannot handle, Kassadin vows to find a solution. Don't worry about the safety of the Void God's church, he says. I will eliminate every danger. Damien nods once. He knows that, even now, shadows of risk linger at the edges of his life. To honor Sonia's faith in him, and to forge the future he envisions, he must keep moving forward. He had made up his mind. He would grow strong enough that no ancient god could intimidate him. Only when he stood unshaken before those timeless deities would he know he'd truly reached the pinnacle of power. Sonia and Damien finished their dinner in companionable silence. When she set down her chopsticks, Sonia rose to clear the table, stacking dishes and wiping the tabletop until it gleamed. She'd been worried that Mr. Tony's sprawling enterprises might somehow encroach on Damien's world, but seeing him now immersed in his favorite strategy game eased her concerns. As long as Tony's ambitions didn't interfere with Damien's interests and hobbies, everything would be fine. With the dishes safely stowed, Sonia poured a fresh glass of a rare vintage for Damien. She placed it beside him, then tapped her communicator. I'll let Lalatina know we're back on schedule, she murmured, already drafting her message. Outside, the evening air on Void Island was brisk. Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, Loki, and Thor boarded the shuttle together, their laughter echoing across the launch pad. They'd spent the last few days immersed in the island's secret research, and now, with dinner concluded, it was time for them to return to their own work. On the ship, Tony tapped at his tablet, scrolling through schematics. About that banquet, he said to Bruce without looking up, let's hold off until our prototype space battleship is operational. I want something truly spectacular, fit for a new era of cosmic exploration. Bruce nodded. Makes sense, build it first, celebrate later. Tony gave a self-smaller, satisfied smile. In the Void Cult, only Damien Kassadin outstripped him in wealth, and in sheer power, only Alexander and Odin could rival him. If nothing else, he and Pepper already had more than enough provisions to throw a feast at a moment's notice. But Tony Stark was nothing if not strategic. He'd soon shift from personal indulgence to wielding genuine influence. As the shuttle lifted off into the starlit sky, Damien sank deeper into his game, undisturbed by the machinations of gods or men. He had his path. He would follow it to its end, and stand unafraid among the ancient powers themselves. Damien didn't need to save the world or bankroll impossibly extravagant banquets anymore, but he still couldn't squander hundreds of millions as recklessly as before. Now that Blue Star had entered the interstellar era and the bridge to Xandar Star was fully open, Pepper's liberation from Blue Star meant Damien's chances to swagger into celebrity hotels and show off would all but vanish once she arrived. So, until she stepped foot on the docking platform, he intended to make the most of his freedom. Aboard the battleship, Thor and Loki leaned over Bruce Banner, peppering him with questions about his last experiment, laughter rolling across the deck. They were utterly carefree, no spouses or children waiting at home, so they could wander into any upscale venue without a second thought. Damien, by contrast, had to slip away in secret every time. He suspected Pepper knew about his side excursions, but she graciously looked the other way, as long as he was discreet. This time, Damien vowed, he would truly enjoy himself. After all, opportunities like this, in the glow of interstellar lights and among old friends, didn't come around every day. And while Pepper remained away, willing to pretend ignorance, he was determined not to waste a single moment. Most of the other Void Cult members were men. They understood Damien's natural attraction to men and wouldn't bat an eye at Pepper's presence. Still, with Pepper watching him so closely, he knew he'd be courting disaster if he ever crossed the line. Even so, the moment he thought of Steve, his spirits brightened. Once he was married to Pepper, if she ever found herself unable to flee Blue Star, at least he'd have a chance to escape, whereas Steve wouldn't have the slightest opportunity. Thor, who was deep in conversation with Bruce Banner, noticed Damien's distant stare and called out, "Damien, you look a million miles away. What's up?" Damien blinked and forced himself back to the group. "I guess I'm jealous. You guys all have families. I don't." Loki, lounging nearby, chuckled softly. There's a world of difference between a lone agent and someone with a family network. Not to mention, Blue Star's laws and customs lean heavily toward monogamy. Families are everything there. Damien let the words sink in. Yeah, I'll admit it, I'm envious. Banner offered a reassuring smile. Family life isn't perfect, but at least you have options. Damien managed a rueful grin. Right now, I'd settle for the chance to choose. Loki looked at Damien in genuine surprise. On Blue Star, some of the richest men, gambling kings, crime lords, keep dozens of partners. So why do you have only Pepper? Damien shrugged, his expression thoughtful. Monogamy suits ordinary people, but the super rich often pretend to be faithful while keeping mistresses on the side. Everyone expects a playboy like me to do the same, yet Pepper is the only woman I want. Loki pressed on. But you're famous for your romantic exploits. You could have anyone you choose. Damien's gaze grew distant. My father was the same way. He openly cheated, but officially he had only one partner, my mother. I admired that. I love Pepper for her beauty, her talent, and her character. She's the only one who can truly keep up with me, who can stand by my side through everything. He offered a half smile. If I hadn't joined the Void, I'd probably be past my youth by now, settling down, starting a family. After marrying Pepper, I'd have quieted right down. But even now, with all my energy and restless drive, there's no one else I'd rather have with me. Loki, you're saying that when Pepper isn't around, it's fine to slip in and see other women? Damien asked with a wry smile. Loki chuckled, but Damien shook his head. You really think you could amass a string of mistresses without provoking Pepper? My father was the same, handsome, wealthy, talented, and when he married my mother, nothing changed. Gorgeous women trailed him wherever he went. Sure, resisting one or two admirers is doable, but when dozens show up uninvited, well, temptation wins. And those flings, they're harmless enough. But any woman hoping to become a permanent part of his life, I never brought them home. Loki frowned. But why not? Damien leaned back. I've spent so long with the Void Cult that I nearly forgot how short a blue human's lifespan really is. You can enjoy all the pleasures wealth can buy when you're young and vigorous, but time doesn't stop for anyone. A thoughtful silence followed. Loki's eyes lit with understanding. On Blue Star, the rich can collect admirers like trophies, but youth is fleeting. Damien was fast approaching 50 when he entered the Void. Without its life extension treatment, he'd already be entering the twilight of his years. On Blue Star, the wealthy had spent their youth indulging every excess and putting off family life, only to discover in middle age that even with the will and health to start one, time had slipped away. At that stage, companionship meant far more than a casual affair. It was solace for the soul, rather than mere physical diversion. Now that Damien and Pepper shared the Void's gift of prolonged youth, his other dalliances felt empty by comparison. Only Pepper could truly stand beside him through the long centuries ahead. You understand what I'm getting at, he said, meeting Loki's skeptical gaze. Loki folded his arms. Sure, but Blue Star's natural lifespan still hasn't changed. At best, our time here is fixed. Damien nodded. That's precisely why I want to step into genetics. If humanity hopes to become an interstellar species, our limited lifespans will be a strategic liability. He turned to Banner, who'd been quietly listening. Let's discuss the framework for a research program once we're back at the lab. Loki shook his head, half amused, half exasperated. You diving into genetics now? When do you sleep? Damien grinned. There'll be time for that later. Loki sighed, already bracing himself for the wild ride Damien's next project promised to be. There's no way, Bruce Banner said, shaking his head. Dr. Zhao Hylan, the genetic prodigy Jarvis uncovered in the Blue Star database, is exceptional at cellular regeneration and medical repair. Her technologies are undeniably useful and far more advanced than anything we've seen. Tony Stark clasped his hands together. Exactly, but her work lives squarely in the realm of medical devices that help only a few patients. What we need is true supergenetic therapy that reprograms the human genome for everyone. Banner sighed. If we're serious about carrying humanity from Earth to the stars, we can't settle for treatments that serve only a handful of people. Stark tapped his forefinger on the table. Buying Zhao's patents would be a start, but planetary-scale production demands an entire ecosystem of local talent. We need engineers, biochemists, manufacturers on Blue Star who can replicate and build on her breakthroughs. Jarvis's calm voice filled the lab. Dr. Zhao Hailun remains the most qualified candidate in the database. Her credentials are unparalleled. Tony leaned back in his chair, eyes gleaming. Then we bring her on board, fund her research, train her team, and turn this into the first true supergenetic program in human history. Bruce ran a hand through his hair. All right, let's make it happen. When Damien and the others learned that Zhao Hailun's regeneration cradle was strictly an aftercare device, a collective weight lifted from their shoulders. It wasn't a miracle cure, only a way to speed recovery once an injury or illness had already been treated. And then there was the cost. Even Tony's vast fortune couldn't bankroll enough cradles to matter for Blue Star's billions. Building a few thousand of them would scarcely scratch the surface. In the end, humanity's true ticket to the stars won't be better treatment technology, but improving the average physical fitness and lifespan of every person. Second update, 3,000 words, sent. Chapter 447, I'm too embarrassed to ask. Once this mission is over and he returns to Blue Star, Tony intends to bring Damien Zhao onto his team. Not to work on genetic therapies, but to push the cradle of life technology even further. The regenerative cradle is far from a universal cure. Many still lack access to its benefits. Yet Blue Star's overall medical capabilities remain in need of dramatic improvement. If Damien is willing, Tony won't hesitate to offer him a lifetime contract with top-tier compensation. With Damien's talent and energy, the remaining technical hurdles could be cleared in record time. Tony himself is swamped with projects and can't say when he'll be able to focus on medical research again. So if someone outstanding like Damien can help shoulder that burden, he'll seize the opportunity without a second thought. Thor, having grasped the enormity of the challenges facing Tony and Banner, pondered for a moment before speaking. I wish I could help, he said, but we Asgardian warriors rely on blessings for our regeneration, not machines. Banner exhaled. So that means you can't assist us either. It's fine. Banner and I will figure this out. Blue Star doesn't have any viable genetic treatments left, Lacey continued, but Xandar's archives are overflowing with mature, battle-tested formulas. We should be able to adapt an existing protocol, refine it, and scale up production. Tony barely lifted an eyebrow. He knew the history. Blue Star had once fielded a handful of genetically enhanced warriors, but the manufacturing process had been lost to time. On Xandar, by contrast, genetic modification was commonplace. Lacey had even quipped, without exaggeration, that Steve was no different from the women of Xandar. When an entire civilization embraces bioengineering, enhanced abilities become just another part of daily life. Only the cream of the crop earned a place in the Nova Corps, and with it, the legendary Nova armor that allowed them to take to the skies. Thanks to Xandarian research, Tony and Banner would be standing on the shoulders of giants. Their only real hurdle, ensuring that a serum safe and potent for Xandarians would be equally safe for humans, without any unwanted side effects. Damien sat at the head of the long conference table in Stark Tower's genetics lab, scrolling through endless streams of data on his tablet. Next to him, Tony Stark leaned back in his chair, arms folded, frowning at the holographic charts that hovered in midair. Across from them, Bruce Banner rubbed his temples, deep in thought. If we can't guarantee safety, Banner said at last, then instead of extending human lifespans, our genetic therapies risk triggering mass casualties. That's the crux of the problem. He pulled up a new graph showing mutation rates in different test subjects. Even among individuals of the same species, let alone across species, no two genomes are identical. Minor variations can lead to wildly unpredictable reactions to the same treatment. Tony tapped a data point. According to my review, aside from basic genetic medicine, civilization has already mastered just about everything else. But in the early post-civilization era, when gene therapies were first introduced, countless people died from off-target effects. We can't afford to repeat that mistake. Damien nodded. So our challenge is to engineer a delivery mechanism and the gene sequence itself that's universally compatible with human DNA. It's not just a technical hurdle, it's a moral imperative. Just then, the heavy doors slid open and Thor strode in, Mjolnir draped over his shoulder. He surveyed the grim expressions around the table. I heard talk of recruiting Xandar's geneticists, he said. Our allies on Xandar Star have made remarkable advancements in xenobiology. Perhaps a team of their best scientists could help us refine the formula. Bruce looked up. It's worth exploring. If their technology can give us a head start on specificity and safety, it could save years of trial and error, years we don't have. Tony's eyes glazed. All right, then. I'll draft a diplomatic request immediately. Damien, Bruce, compile the preliminary data. I want a joint research proposal on my desk by tomorrow morning. Thor, let me know when you can set up that Xandarian conference call. As they dispersed, Damien allowed himself a small, determined smile. The path ahead was fraught with peril, but with Earth's greatest minds, and now a little help from Xandar, he was confident they could unlock the secret to safe, effective genetic medicine for all humanity. Damien settled back in the executive chair, tapping a finger against the table's holographic console. We already have a solid plan, he began, but there's no rush. First, let's return and speak with Helen Zhao. At a wave of his hand, a three-dimensional schematic of a compact communicator appeared above the table. Once we've talked to Helen, I want to roll out these cosmic communicators across Blue Star. With that network in place, profits will pour in, and I'll finally be able to treat money as something other than an obsession. He swiped the projection away. Next step, I list my battleship for sale. The revenue from that alone will give us the bulk funds we need to buy raw materials in bulk. And once we've got the materials, we can kick off formal research into next-generation medicines. He turned toward Tony. If you could loan me the credits up front, I'll cover all the interest. Tony gave a slight nod, casting a quick glance at Thor and Loki. He spoke carefully. We can't assume we'll stumble on a miracle cure here. We'll have to import cutting-edge pharmaceuticals from off-world. If it turns out we need less than expected, fine, no harm done. But if we need a lot, relying on personal savings alone could take us until the year of the monkey, or even the year of the horse, before we have enough to place a large order. He paused, hands clasped. Blue Star's fundamental problem is that it has nothing valuable to export. No advanced technology, no unique commodities other civilizations would pay for. Damien studied the ceiling, letting the weight of their challenge sink in. The path ahead was long, but at least now they had a roadmap. Until we break into the interstellar age, until we've shared our latest discoveries with every employee and can actually build the universal infrastructure we need, Damien is going to foot the entire bill. It isn't so much the money itself that worries Tony as the time it will take Damien to raise it all. If only they could secure a massive loan from Asgard. After all, Asgard rules the 9 realms. It would speed everything up immensely. Tony was itching to lighten his own load so he could focus on getting stronger. He didn't relish the thought of relying on Damien indefinitely, especially since Damien already dwarfed him in raw power. On top of that, Tony still had an endless list of projects back on Blue Star, accelerating his own growth, pushing new technologies, staying ahead of Renoli and the others. Every moment he spent worrying about budgets was a moment wasted. Thor tilted his head, amused. What are you two thinking? Loki and I don't have that kind of money lying around. Tony shrugged. The two of you together have maybe $1 billion, enough for everyday expenses, but it's just a drop in the bucket for what we need. Thor snorted. If we're looking for that much, we'll have to ask Asgard directly. He glanced at Loki, who merely raised an eyebrow. The discussion was only just beginning, and all of them knew there was no easy way out of Damien's financial stranglehold. Damien stepped forward with a confident smile. I know neither of you carries much coin on you, but the Asgardian treasury is vast and more than willing to help. Thor regarded him coolly. You already owe Asgard, and yet you ask for more. Please, Damien said, spreading his hands in a placating gesture. I'm trustworthy. I'll pay back every credit you lend me. The 9 realms are interconnected, and Blue Star lies within your sphere too. As Blue Star's technology advances, I won't just earn the loan with interest. I'll open countless new markets for Asgard. A prosperous Blue Star means endless trade opportunities for you. He pounded his chest lightly. This is the quickest way to push Blue Star into the interstellar age. Without your support, we'll be stuck waiting for resources to trickle in. Taking a steady breath, he added, So, shall we return to Asgard and discuss the details with my father? Thor exchanged a glance with Loki, weighing Damien's bold proposal. We're not even the king of Asgard yet, and we don't know its financial standing, Loki reminded him, scowling as he spoke. At best, I can offer advice and assistance. Tony Stark grinned. I didn't hear a flat refusal, just that you'll have to run it by your father first. Loki raised an eyebrow. I never expected you to change your tune, Stark. Tony laughed, unconcealed affection in his eyes. I like you exactly as you are. Loki shook his head. Don't celebrate just yet. Nothing's settled until father gives his blessing. Tony's smile wavered for a second, but he recovered quickly. Even if Odin refuses, one day Thor and you will rule Asgard. I'm sure once Thor is on the throne, he'll remember this favor. As long as you're willing to ask, Loki said, a trace of amusement returning to his features. We'll see what father says. Damien stood before Loki in the hushed glow of the Asgardian council chamber. Ancient runes on the walls pulsed with soft light as he laid out his proposal. I won't let Asgard suffer, Damien proclaimed, voice calm but unwavering. I'll set whatever interest rate is necessary on this universe-spanning loan. My new space battleship is guaranteed to be in high demand. I'll repay every credit, but it will take time. Loki arched an eyebrow. So that's your plan. Why not borrow from Miss Sonia? Damien suggested. After the recent harvest in the Voidland, the Void divine religion's treasury rivals that of any advanced civilization, likely even surpassing Asgard's. A faint smile crossed Loki's lips. If the Void coffers are so plentiful, we should still offer Asgard the first opportunity. We both hail from the 9 realms, after all. I promise you won't lose a single coin, Damien replied, leaning forward. Name your interest rate. I'll honor it. Loki's expression turned cool. If my father refuses to back this loan, then, even if Thor ascends the throne, I won't approve it, he said, unless you reveal why you truly need this funding. Silence fell between them. Damien realized that Loki's doubts ran deeper than any financial arrangement, and that honesty might be the only way to secure Asgard's support. Damien settled into his chair and addressed the group. In the past, I didn't just supply the technology, I also covered a good portion of the costs for recruiting staff, site development, even the initial equipment purchases. But now that I'm focusing exclusively on Blue Star's next phase, all I can contribute is the tech itself. He nodded toward Sonia. Miss Sonia has taken over every penny of the funding, recruitment, factory construction, land acquisition, every piece of machinery and tooling. I actually witnessed Miss Lalatina hand the funds over to her. Tony's eyes went wide. The total was 1.5 trillion credits? That's right, 1.5 trillion, Damien confirmed. Tony blinked. 150 billion? Banner, who'd been absorbing Damien's words, nearly choked on his next question. You mean 150 billion? Since when is the Void divine cult that loaded? Saul frowned, trying to make sense of the numbers. I get that building a space battleship yard and buying all the gear isn't cheap, but is it really that expensive? Loki rubbed his temples. Frankly, even a top-flight shipbuilding facility, plus high-end equipment, shouldn't run you anywhere near 1.5 trillion. Something doesn't add up. Normally, developing a handful of islands, buying equipment, and recruiting talent would cost tens of billions, Damien explained. But Miss Sonia wants to ramp up battleship production as quickly as possible, and she's been pushing to accelerate Blue Star's development, too. So instead of piecemeal investments, I went all in and bought an entire planet. He ran a hand through his hair, wincing at his own boldness. If I have to borrow more from Miss Sonia after this, I'll be completely mortified. Across the table, Lalatina shared a knowing look with Jarvis. Damien's cheeks burned with a mix of embarrassment and excitement. Although Miss Sonia hadn't openly guaranteed additional funding for Blue Star, Jarvis had filled him in on her grand plan. She intended to invest a staggering 150 billion credits into Project Queen. That massive infusion wasn't just about bolstering the Void God religion's reach. It was a fast track to profits, and it would free Damien from the endless minutiae of planet-scale management. Also, he could devote himself entirely to growing stronger and ascending to the summit of the cosmos. He allowed himself a small, hopeful smile. Who knew? Once he'd reached that pinnacle, maybe he and Miss Sonia could finally sit down and speak as true equals. But first things first, he had a planet to develop. Damien watched in awe as Sonia's offer went through. Buy an entire planet? Miss Sonia, you truly live up to your reputation, generous, powerful, and kind. Banner, standing nearby, grinned and gave a hearty thumbs up. Even though he only pocketed a small fraction of the battleship sale, he knew that as their operation grew, his share would skyrocket. Hey, if she's willing to drop credits on a whole planet, think how many starships we could move, he exclaimed. I'm telling you, this is next-level awesome. Loki, arms crossed, nodded enthusiastically. The legendary 9 worlds, each one a prize our father seized by force. To think Miss Sonia can now simply purchase one with a single transaction. It's breathtaking. Damien leaned back in his chair, letting the magnitude of the moment sink in. A barren world of rock and dust, once inaccessible and fiercely contested, was now theirs for the taking. Not by conquest, but by credit balance. He allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. This chapter is 3,000 words. If you've enjoyed it, please vote and subscribe. We've already reached 10,000 words overall. Thank you for your support. Chapter 4 and 48, Unpretentious Happiness. Loki's curiosity was piqued by just how much the Void Realm had bolstered the Void Cult's coffers. If Miss Sonia could withdraw 1.5 trillion cosmic coins in a single transaction, she must now have at least 3 trillion at her disposal. It made perfect sense to dedicate half of that fortune to establishing a starship production facility, and to keep the remainder in reserve. These were cosmic coins, not mere petty credits. Thor and I together held only a few billion, so this sum felt like untold wealth. Even the famed celebrity hotel on Xandar Star, renowned for its extravagance, would recoil at an expenditure of this magnitude. Who's responsible for tallying the Void Realm's yields? Loki asked. Saul frowned in thought. I believe Kyle outlined the audit process. First, Miss Lacey appraises the hall, Loki explained. Then Miss Sarah reviews and corrects the records. Finally, everything is handed over to Miss Sonia. Do they count the coins the same way each time? Banner asked, stroking his chin. In principle, yes, Loki replied, but we'll confirm every detail once the final report comes in. They exchanged thoughtful glances. With resources like these, the Void Cult's ambitions could expand boundlessly. Yet for all their strategizing, none paused to consider how such wealth might change them, or whether they were truly prepared to wield that kind of power. Miss Sarah usually has plenty of time on her hands, so it's not out of the question to ask her for help. But, whether we ask her or not, Cassidon and Miss Sonia will still get their cut. And I've already explained why I'm too scared to approach Sonia for a loan. That means the two of you have to figure out how to lend me the funds yourselves. It's not that much, just 200 billion cosmic coins. Tony choked on his wine. 200 billion? Are you kidding? Do we look like the royal mint of Asgard? Loki shook his head. Not exactly, but... Thor's hammer thunked against his chair as he straightened up. Cosmic coins don't grow on Yggdrasil's branches. Saul quietly lifted his goblet for a sip. He'd half expected Tony to request a few tens of billions at most. Instead, as soon as Damien's words left his mouth, Tony had gone and asked for 200. Asgard, Saul began, voice low, the divine realm forged by Odin the All-Father, stands at the pinnacle of the universe. We're a top-tier power, hardly a cash-printing press. If we throw 200 billion cosmic coins around, someone's bound to notice. Damien stood at the edge of the grand hall, listening as Tony cleared his throat and addressed the assembled Asgardians. The vaulted ceiling glowed with runes older than most human civilizations. It has a glorious history, Tony began, voice echoing, 10,000 years of myths and legends. He turned to face the two gods before him. You are, of course, Thor, world-famous god of thunder, and Loki, god of trickery and the wisest future king of Asgard. Thor gave a polite nod, while Loki arched an eyebrow. Damien noticed Tony's approval wasn't merely diplomatic, it was part of his strategy. He'd come to negotiate a loan, one neither god had asked for, but Tony insisted they needed. Saul, the kingdom's chief steward, winced. Tony's flattery masked the real challenge, securing tens of billions of gold marks to fund Asgard's rebuilding. Saul cleared his throat. If we need tens of billions, even if my father refuses, I'll see that Thor gets the backing he's due when he claims the throne. Let's just check the treasury balance, Damien offered, stepping forward. I'm sure we can find a way to make the loan. 200 billion is far too steep, Loki objected, folding his arms. Tony seized on the hesitation. How many billions did you say you'd need exactly? He asked pointedly. Loki met Tony's gaze for a moment, then smirked. What? Do you call tens of billions exactly? Tony's grin went wide. He could see the trap snap shut. It wasn't Thor who would stumble, but Loki himself. Damien suppressed a smile, realized that this debate would cost Loki far more than mere coin. After all, even Loki's father could easily spare 7 or 8 billion to pay tribute to the void god religion, should he so choose. Damien watched the two deities exchange wary looks, knowing that once the figures were on the table, the real bargaining would begin. And in the end, everyone, even a god, would have to do the math. We must safeguard Asgard's treasury, Loki said coolly, and underspending only weakens its grandeur. I'll authorize up to 80 billion. He paused, meeting each of their eyes in turn. But you two must commit to improving the lives of our citizens. Tony raised an eyebrow. Don't go overboard selling us a rosy picture. At Loki's curt nod, he shrugged. 80 billion it is, no exceptions. A grin spread across Tony's face. And to show my appreciation, dinner and accommodations at the Celestial Hotel are on me. Leaning back, he ran a hand through his hair. With nearly 100 billion in savings and revenues climbing by at least 50 billion a year, he forecast a net worth of 130 billion this year alone. Even if Odin balked at a loan, Thor's eventual reign would see that 80 billion credit extended 2 years down the road. By 2018, Tony estimated he'd command at least 570 billion. Such funds could thrust Blue Star's development into hyperdrive, and if 50 or 70 billion cosmic coins still fell short, he knew exactly who to call, Mrs. Lacey. After all, that kind of capital could build an interstellar armada without peer. Even something as simple as marrying, raising children, and building up a family fortune could secure one's descendants for a dozen generations, no small achievement. But on Blue Star, a planet still torn by civil strife with billions of mouths to feed that barely scratches the surface. Dividing 50 or 70 billion among so many people wouldn't even buy the first bricks for reconstruction. It's why Sonia just injected 1,500 billion into planetary development, Tony Stark pointed out, tapping at the holographic map hovering over the conference table. And that's only phase 1. Blue Star doesn't just want to rebuild. It plans to unite all of humanity. Right now, I'm the one worrying about where the rest of the funding's coming from. Thor chuckled and gave him a friendly shove. Worry all you like, Stark, but tonight, you're buying dinner. Loki leaned in, eyes gleaming with mischief. When we land, Thor, I expect you'll let me have a little fun. Twist me, turn me, consider it payment for every prank he's ever played on me. Thor's forehead creased in embarrassment at Tony's unexpected praise, and in his flustered state, he blurted out, Go ahead, trickster. Do your worst. In that moment, he walked right into Loki's trap, proving that even the god of thunder could be undone by a dash of overconfidence. Damien ran through his options. Either persuade his father now, or wait 2 more years until he inherited Asgard, and only then could he arrange an 80 billion loan for Tony. That would do nicely. Saul glanced at him knowingly. Tony was so flush with pride that begging for a loan was practically unthinkable. If he'd approached them, he must really be strapped for cash. Given all the times Tony had come through for them, offering him a fresh injection of capital, tens of billions, if not the full 200, felt only right. They'd find the funds. This trip is supposed to be a vacation, Saul reminded him with a grin. Let's not drown ourselves in spreadsheets tonight. Agreed, Damien said, relieved. We'll finalize the details when we return. For now, let's enjoy ourselves. Tony stood, matching Damien's smile. Then let's move on to something more entertaining, he declared, steering the conversation elsewhere. Through the wide observation windows, Thor and Loki stared up at the colossal tower before them. It soared into the clouds like a crystalline palace, far taller than their star cruiser could climb. Against the backdrop of a moonlit sky, the hotel's countless lights shimmered like stars, an exquisite beacon in the night. As the Void Herald's battleship began its descent, Thor and Loki felt the city's skyline stretch ever higher around them. Loki glanced up at the gleaming tower before them. So, how much to stay here for a night? He asked. The basic accommodation is 10,000 cosmic coins per day, Jarvis replied through the ship's intercom. Any additional amenities are extra. Tony Stark cracked a cocky smile. Don't worry, we'll spring for whatever we need. Honestly, you haven't truly visited Xandar until you've experienced one of its celebrity hotels. On cue, Jarvis guided the Stark Industries cruiser, its hull bearing both the Starry Registry number and Tony's distinctive arc reactor logo, down to the enormous landing apron. As the ramp lowered, a small crowd of onlookers gathered, dozens of Xandarian men and women, their eyes widening at the sight of the famous Void Herald. Tony strode down first, followed by Thor, Loki, and Bruce Banner. As they reached the bottom of the ramp, Loki allowed himself a sly appraisal of the Watchers. I must admit, he drawled, by their looks, these Xandarians certainly know how to pick 'em. He gave Tony a knowing nod. Tony chuckled and swept his arm toward the glittering hotel entrance. Wait until you see the lobby, he promised. This place is worth every coin. The women of the Void cult had undergone a startling transformation since embracing the Void. Their figures grew more striking, their features more refined, and each carried a distinct air of confidence no ordinary woman could rival. Yet even with such flawless beauty, they lacked the rarefied elegance that seeps from the bone, the cool pride, the quiet magnetism, the noble intellect that marks true aristocrats of spirit. Still, in terms of outward allure, they were nothing short of dazzling, rarities so extraordinary that high-end establishments would vie for the chance to display them among the greatest beauties of every civilization. All of this is precisely as you instructed, Loki said, his tone both respectful and tinged with pride. Those we recruited are consummate professionals. Tony met his gaze and gave a knowing nod. He could sense Loki's approval. It was no disappointed apology, but the very highest compliment Loki could offer. You'll see for yourself soon enough, Tony assured him, when we finally meet. Damien surveyed the grand hall, its columns draped in silk and thronged with elegant figures. He turned to Tony and shook his head. You really shouldn't come to places like this so often. Tony smirked. Why not? Where else are you going to find a partner when the best prospects are all here? He followed Damien's gaze over the assembled women. The Valkyrie Legion's greatest heroes are legendary for their deeds, not their looks. But these ladies, each one is stunning. Ordinary beauties just don't stand a chance. Damien rolled his eyes. You haven't even given it a try yet, and you're already dismissing every woman here. Just wait until you actually mingle, Tony teased. You'll be back here every spare moment. Damien laughed and shook his head. If Father Odin ever asks, don't you dare tell him I dragged you along. Tony raised an eyebrow. Come on, heaven, earth, you and I both know you're the one who needed the push. Damien smiled, the tension easing from his shoulders. All right, you win, but my lips are sealed. My father will hear nothing from me. They both chuckled and stepped forward into the crowd, ready to see what the evening would bring. Come on, everyone. It's been over a year since I last set foot here. I can't wait. Damien glanced back at a few friends still lingering behind and waved them forward. None of us are married yet, and starting this year, we've all got financial freedom. If you've got the means, spend whatever you like. Tony grinned. You could have come at any time. Why are you so impatient? Sure, you can visit on your own, Tony continued, but there's a big difference between a solo trip and coming here with the guys. We hardly ever all get together like this. Damien's smile widened. Then Tony added, once work's done, you'll head back to Blue Star, and I'll go back too. Damien shook his head firmly. I'm not letting you handle everything back on Blue Star alone. But here, we're free to enjoy ourselves. Tony laughed. Even if I really wanted to let loose, I'm guessing you wouldn't let me have all the fun. Damien flashed a perfect white grin. You know me too well. He tapped his phone. The rooms are booked, but the villa manager hasn't assigned them yet. Pick whichever one you like. Tony's face lit up. Perfect. The four men strolled back inside together, proof, if ever there was one, that a guy's happiness can be refreshingly simple. 20 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Then, at Jarvis's prompt, Tony finally stirred, blinking up at the floral canopy overhead, and finding himself sprawled amid a half-dozen pretty, still sleeping companions. Groaning, he hauled himself to his feet and made his way down the corridor to rouse his teammates. First Loki's door, then Thor's, then Bruce Banner's. By the time the three of them lumbered out into the villa's courtyard, the clock showed past noon. Loki squinted at the sun blazing above them. Since when did the sunshine get so intense? Thor, rubbing his temples, added in a daze. And am I imagining it, or is the ground tilting? Bruce pressed a hand to his forehead. How long were we out? 20 days, Bruce answered himself, brushing sleep from his eyes. Good thing I programmed Jarvis to nudge me after that long. Tony pinched the bridge of his nose, wishing to join Bruce in that wisdom. Bruce, fully alert now, glanced back at the villa manager standing by the gate, waved politely in return for her farewell, and then squared his shoulders for whatever came next. Damien strolled through the gilded corridors, eyes glittering with admiration. This place is incredible, he said, voice low. But we really can't make a habit of coming here, or we'll drive it out of business. Thor glanced over his shoulder and grinned. Exactly. A visit now and then is far more fun, keeps the secret safe. Loki, who'd been quietly observing the scene, finally nodded his approval. Top-notch hospitality, he declared, and the selection is unmatched, courtesans from a dozen realms, each more exquisite than the last. As Asgardian princes, we're supposed to be above such, let's call it, recreational diplomacy, yet this is a first for both of us. He paused, a mischievous sparkle in his eye. No wonder there's that old saying, you can't dodge the blade hidden beneath a pomegranate skirt. Damien laughed softly. All at once, he felt a surprising clarity wash over him. After days lost in indulgence, his mind steadied, and he realized he was famished. Let's head back, he said. I'm starving. Thor doubled over, rubbing his stomach. Lead the way, unless someone's up for another round? Damien shook his head, smiling. Not tonight. I think we've sampled enough luxury to last us a while. With that, they slipped back into the night, leaving the boudoirs and whispered promises of the hidden citadel behind. Damien finally understood what it meant to dine without restraint, mouth agape, hands reaching for one delicacy after another, and to luxuriate in a royal-style bath, attended by a circle of beautiful women. Before they could tire of the indulgence, Tony's star battleship, guided by Jarvis's autopilot, swept in to collect the 4 thoroughly sated guests and whisk them off to Void Island. Once aboard, Damien and his companions examined their reflections in the ship's polished bulkheads. Apart from a faint pallor, evidence of spirits lulled by too much opulence, they looked hale and hearty. Such mild sluggishness was hardly surprising. Still, none of them complained as they resumed their feast, each course presented by a stunning attendant. The tab ran high, over 100,000 a day per person, but in their experience, few ever balked at spending for this level of service. As the Tli's ship slipped through the void, the promise of Void Island's next extravagance beckoned, and Damien found himself eager for whatever came next. Chapter 449, Reboot. Damien, Thor, Loki, and Bruce Banner strode back into the Void Island experimental area and headed straight for the canteen, ignoring any escort offers along the way. Over an hour of feasting later, their health bars pinged back to full, every bruise healed, every ounce of fatigue gone. That miraculous restoration, powered by a simple hearty meal, was exactly why they were so hooked on this simulation. Eat well, and you come back stronger than ever. Recharged, they made their way to the lounge. Thor collapsed onto a plush sofa, Loki stretched luxuriously across a recliner, and Banner curled into a rocking chair, ready for a quick nap. Standing off to the side with a glass of wine in hand, Tony Stark surveyed the scene with a grin. Jarvis, Tony called. Let's give them a little excitement. Initiate the forced wake-up service. As you wish, sir, replied the AI. In an instant, 3 of Stark's autonomous armor arms detached and darted into the room. They latched onto Thor, Loki, and Banner, delivering a sharp electric jolt. Each of them convulsed and sprang to their feet, and even Damien, leaning against the wall, felt the vibration ripple through his bones, stumbling forward. Thor shook his head, eyes wide. By Odin, what was that? Loki rubbed his arm, scowling. Stark, you could have given us a heart attack. Bruce Banner leaped out of the recliner, checking his pulse. Why wake us like that? Damien shrugged, slipping his hand through his cloak. Couldn't let you all doze off on the job. Thought you'd like a wake-up call. Tony raised his glass in salute. Consider yourselves sharpened. Now who's ready for the next mission? Why does it feel like someone just drove a needle right into my stomach? Loki shot to his feet and scanned the room. Thor shook himself awake too, divinity bubbling up in his veins as he fought for control. Across from them, Damien leaned back in his chair, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Game over. Lunch is done, and I'm home, he announced. So are we going to train or what? Thor rubbed his temples. To be honest, I don't have much energy left today. Same here, Loki admitted, stretching one arm above his head. Can't we put this off until tomorrow, or even next week? Damien shook his head, feigning seriousness. Balance is key. Even warriors need rest. He watched Thor and Loki slump into the nearest chairs, their enthusiasm fading by the second. Damien couldn't help but grin wider. Jarvis, what day is it today? Thor glanced around but saw nothing to read. Well, Sunday just ended, so it must be Monday. Jarvis's voice chimed in, tinged with gentle sarcasm. Correct, sir. Monday, also known as back to work day. Damien stood and stretched. Perfect. Training starts first thing tomorrow. Enjoy your afternoon off. Loki exchanged a look with Thor. You really mean it? Absolutely. Damien shrugged. Rest up. We've got a lot to cover. As Loki and Thor finally relaxed, Damien tapped at the console. Jarvis's soft whir filled the room, and for a moment everything felt peaceful. Tomorrow they'd push each other to the limits. But for now, a little downtime was exactly what they needed. Damien tapped his finger against the tabletop as he studied the calendar. If today's Monday, does that mean our training will stretch all the way into next week? Thor paused, doing a quick mental calculation. I suppose so. We've rested more than enough. Why don't we head down to the gravity chamber right now? Banner, seated beside Damien, arched an eyebrow. We've already had 20 days of balanced work and downtime. Isn't that enough? Damien stood, a determined gleam in his eye. No excuses. Gravity chamber. Let's go. Tony Stark let out a short laugh, drained the rest of his drink in one swift gulp, then slammed the glass onto the table with a resonant pop. He rose abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor, and strode for the door. Banner rose immediately, following Tony's pace without a word. He knew it was pointless to resist. Loki, sensing he resolve in the room, fell in step as well. He needed to rekindle that warrior spirit. Thor lingered a moment, distraction still pinning him in place. Tony turned and barked, Move it, Hammerhead. Thor shook his head, snapping back to attention. Right, sorry, coming. With the team assembled, Damien led the way through the corridors until they reached the gravity chamber's reinforced doors. He pressed a sequence on the control panel, and the doors slid open with a hiss. Inside, the vast, dimly lit room awaited, its walls lined with force field generators humming softly. Damien stepped forward, inhaled deeply, and said, Let's remember why we do this. Complacency is our enemy. On my mark, engage maximum gravity. Tony cracked his knuckles. Finally, some real fun. Banner offered a small wry smile. Time to earn our keep. Loki's lips curved into a calculating grin. Then let the challenge begin. Damien locked eyes with each of them. All right, gravity at 10 times Earth's. On 3. 1, 2, 3. The chamber lights flared, the air thickened around them, and their training resumed, stronger and more focused than ever. Chapter Dex, the Gravity Chamber. Indulgence can be a double-edged sword. Even the most disciplined mind can grow lax after a taste of freedom, and reclaiming that rigor demands nothing but sacrifice, discomfort, and sheer willpower. Tony knew this better than anyone. Before he returned to Blue Star, where free hours would be a precious rarity, he booked daily sessions in the Gravity Chamber for Damien and Loki. For 3 straight mornings, Tony hauled them out of bed before dawn. Inside the chamber, the G-forces climbed mercilessly. Damien's muscles screamed, each breath grew more ragged, and Loki's trademark smirk faded under the mounting pressure. Sweat stung their eyes, but Tony never let up. At 8 o'clock on the 4th day, Tony crept down the corridor expecting to find empty suites and quiet doors. Instead, he discovered both boys already suited up in the hallway, loosening their joints. Damien stood outside Sol's door, Sol being his alias, and when the servant opened it, he flushed with embarrassment. Sorry to bother you, he muttered, and thank you. At the same moment, Loki strode out of his own room, running a hand through his hair. No big deal, he said casually. Tony just wanted extra witnesses to make sure we showed up. Tony crossed his arms, a satisfied grin tugging at his lips. Looks like the wake-up calls are obsolete. You two are on your own now. Damien exchanged a look with Loki, pride and relief mingling in his eyes. Without another word, they fell in step behind Tony and walked toward the gravity chamber doors. With a soft hiss, the doors slid open, welcoming them into another grueling test of endurance. No alarms were needed. Their resolve had already awakened. "Of course I want to help you get back on your feet," Tony said softly. "Enjoy yourselves all you like, but don't forget where you are. The Void God Sect's Void Island. No one's going to wait around for you. Right now, you've got nothing to worry about, so make the most of it and train hard. One day you might be too busy to practice, and you'll look back on these carefree days with longing." He paused, watching Thor and Loki exchange grateful looks. In his heart, Tony was secretly envious. If he had the chance, he'd much rather tinker with his armor's functions and build his own strength. But for now, he had other duties to attend to. "It won't be like the last few days," he added. Thor met his gaze, emotion flickering across his features. He gave a slow, understanding nod. Loki, too, felt a swell of gratitude. He was eager to return to Asgard, assist his brother in ruling, and train without a single worry on this island. "Let's go," he said. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached. Bruce Banner, freshly washed and refreshed, followed the voices until he found Tony and the others. Damien hadn't practiced at all while he'd been buried in research, so the moment he turned in his final report, he rooted himself with a break. Predictably, his self-discipline collapsed under sheer inertia, but after a few days of rest, his old habits began to reassert themselves. That morning, he, Loki, Tony, and their fourth teammate walked together toward the canteen. "I've only been there once," Damien admitted, looking around. "Next time I'm capping the trip at a week. Anything longer would just be too much." Loki, still pale from the shock of coming back online, exchanged anxious glances with the others. "I'm not forbidding you," he said quietly. "But," Damien cut in, "what we need is a built-in reset. Something that, once the fun's over, snaps you right back into discipline." Loki nodded, relief and lingering worry mingling in his eyes. "Because if you're off, Blue Star, you won't be able to help us stay on track." Tony leaned forward, his tone matter-of-fact. It's only natural that Loki will want to return. He's already seen what it can do and knows its pull. When he feels that urge again, and if you're out of range to keep us all focused, just call me. I'll handle the fallout and get everyone back in line. Before anyone could reply, a new voice echoed from the corridor. A figure emerged from the shadows, stepping confidently into the group's path. Tony's eyes narrowed as he tried to place the newcomer. "Lacey, this really isn't the time for you to be meddling in things," Loki protested. He recognized her voice the moment she spoke. "Honestly, it was just a trip to that celebrity hotel," he went on defensively. "I'm the one who got Kyle, Renoli, and the Predictor back into shape." Lacey sighed, unimpressed. She knew Loki was downplaying the situation. Before Tony first brought the three of them to that upscale hotel, they could afford a few luxuries, but they certainly weren't splurging on five-star accommodations. They'd always avoided places like that. But after one night of overindulgence, they'd skipped training for more than half a month, and when they finally returned, they were worse than before. Too listless to train in the gravity room or stick to any routine. At first, Lacey assumed they were working on some other aspect of their regimen. A week later, though, she noticed a pattern: 3 perfectly on-time meals each day, followed by long naps or endless chatter. It took her over 10 days of careful observation to grasp what had happened and to start planning how to reignite their fighting spirit. Lacey leaned forward, fixing Damien with a steady gaze. "Damien, remember what I told you last time. It's fine to take the others to Serenity Springs, but don't stay too long on your first visit." She let the words hang in the air. As the old saying goes, the land of beautiful women is the grave of heroes. Their ambition gets sapped. If your team loses focus there, you'll have to explain yourself. Damien ran a hand through his hair. Serenity Springs had a reputation, a glittering celebrity playground where fortunes were spent in a single night. Even billionaire thrill-seekers could blow through hundreds of millions of cosmic credits before breakfast. But the real hazard wasn't the money. It was how quickly people forgot why they were there in the first place. Anyone with a wavering resolve, or who underestimated the place's seductive pull, risked losing everything in pursuit of pleasure. I haven't forgotten, Damien said quietly. That's why I scheduled their pullout after exactly 20 days. It was just enough time for them to rest and recharge, and then we got them out before the temptations overwhelmed them. Lacey's stern expression softened slightly, though Damien could still see the concern in her eyes. She wasn't meddling for no reason. On their last mission, he'd barely managed to keep Renoli, Kyle, and the Predictor from getting completely derailed by Serenity Springs' allure. This time, he intended to protect his team and their ambition, no matter what. Thor and Banner are the Void Cult's greatest powerhouses. If their fighting spirit ever falters, we'll be in real trouble. Loki watched as Lacey bent low to reassure Tony, her expression unexpectedly soft. He folded his arms. Lacey, you seem awfully sympathetic. What's going on? She shrugged, leaning casually against the marble balustrade. I know Xandar's seen inside and out, no big secret, and really, there's nothing shameful about slipping into a celebrity hotel. Men chase three things: power, wealth, and influence. Those three combined get you anything you want, including beautiful women. Loki arched an eyebrow. So you'd help me get in and back out again, whenever Tony's not around? Sure, Lacey replied coolly. Just give me a heads up before your next visit and wire me a few 100,000 credits. I'll handle your transport and preserve whatever ambitions you have. Or talk to Sarah. Her family owns the place. She can get you in and out with zero fuss. As Warden of the Land of Nothingness, Lacey had more credits than sense, and she wasn't shy about spending them. My main motivation for stepping in was simple. I couldn't stand the thought of the Void Cult's disciples being sidelined just because they'd set foot in Wenru Township. I always thought you were bold and daring, Lacey teased, tossing Loki a playful look. Never guessed you'd be so reserved. Loki smirked, noting how effortlessly Lacey baited him. Disappointed? He asked, arching an eyebrow. If I bail you out of this mess, she replied in a silky voice, how do you plan to repay me? He chuckled. Name your price. I'll make it happen. Lacey's grin widened. With a languid, almost hypnotic movement, she laid a gentle hand on Loki's arm and leaned close, her breath warm against his ear. She said nothing. Her eyes said everything. For the first time, I saw Loki genuinely taken aback. He froze under her gaze, and I could practically feel the flush rising in his cheeks. He finally managed, his voice betraying more amusement than embarrassment. See, I told you you don't always know best. Lacey stepped back, still smiling triumphantly. As I watched them, I realized that this unexpected flirtation might be the spark that shifts the balance in our fragile alliance. Chapter 450. The origin of the primal planet. Thor, Bruce Banner, and Tony Stark could only stare as Lacey fixed them with a wickedly charming smile. She was the kind of woman whose allure, once unleashed, was impossible to resist, and ordinary men melted under her gaze. Even Loki, normally unflappable, looked positively flummoxed. You'd best get ready for breakfast, Lacey called out, turning her attention to Tony. Tony cleared his throat and forced a nod. Right, let's go. Kyle, Renoli, and the Predictor have been waiting on us for days. Lacey laughed softly. They told me you haven't even sent them a message. Poor dears were starting to worry. They wanted to stay at that celebrity hotel, didn't they? Tony said, rubbing the back of his neck. Well, they've got the cash. They can check in anytime. Thor glanced around, arms folded. It's not like they're short on funds. Every member of the Void Cult has at least 70 or 80 million in savings these days. They could spend a dozen nights a week at any hotel they liked. Bruce snorted. At that rate, we'll never hear the end of it. Tony shot him a rueful grin. Come on, gentlemen. Breakfast awaits, and so does our next adventure. With a shared nod, they fell into step behind Lacey and strode toward the mess hall, the murmur of the ship's corridors humming softly around them. The Void Cult's fortunes might have grown, but for now, it was nothing compared to the mysteries awaiting them on the uncharted world ahead. They're loaded, but they wouldn't dare move without Tony's guidance and encouragement, Banner said. Thor rolled his eyes. I heard from Kyle that Lacey chewed them out for over 2 weeks before they finally got their fighting spirit back. Banner leaned closer and dropped his voice to a whisper. Thor frowned. If you have something to say, Banner, say it out loud, Thor snapped. Do you think I can't hear you just because you're mumbling? And stop listening to Kyle's tall tales, Lacey chimed in with a smirk. At first, I didn't know how to revive a crew that had totally lost its edge, so I pushed them as hard as I could. Thor crossed his arms. And if you'd really been torturing them, do you think they'd still have the nerve to ask to go with you? Lacey flashed a satisfied grin. Exactly. Saul, standing beside them, nodded slowly. You've got a point. Banner, conceding, held up his hands. All right, you've convinced me. And hey, if you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. As long as you've got the funds, Lacey replied with a laugh. I'm always happy to help. Their laughter carried them down the hall to the cafeteria, where they soon disappeared into the midday crowd. Damien stretched as Tony and the others crowded into the recovery suite. I was going to come find you, Tony began, clapping Damien on the shoulder. But when Lacey heard you'd been in a trance for the last few days, she insisted we all come over and check on you. Damien managed a thankful grin. I appreciate it. I'm feeling much better now. Kyle nodded toward Thor, Loki, and Banner, each of whom was already back to full strength, and slipped into a chair. Of course we came. Friends look out for one another. Lacey rolled her eyes but took a seat beside them. Soon the group had ordered a spread from the chef, filling the air with the scent of fresh bread and sizzling vegetables. Over plates piled high, they fell into easy conversation. Kyle mentioned you'll be heading back to Blue Star soon, Tony said, scooping a spoonful of stew. Renali chimed in. After we finish building that first space battleship and it clears inspection, right? Tony nodded. Exactly. I plan to host a 3-day banquet before I leave. Kyle leaned forward. And how long will you stay on Blue Star this time? Tony exchanged a glance with Renoli. Honestly, we're not sure yet. There's still a lot to coordinate back home. Damien listened to their plans, glad to be included, and more than ready to see his friends take on the next big challenge. All right, let's take a look at Blue Star's current situation, Damien said. Tony nodded. I'm not going back just to protect Blue Star this time. I'm going for its development. And I might end up staying longer than usual. He shook his head, as if dismissing a long-held concern. According to Blue Star's records, the date is April 2015. With Odin still on the throne of Asgard, Thanos won't dare launch an attack. There's no need to hide out until 2017 to avoid disaster. Is Blue Star preparing to enter the interstellar era? Damien asked. Lacey smiled thoughtfully. Its natural environment is remarkably well preserved. She paused, almost wistful. Coming from Xandar, where every advance in technology takes a toll on nature and air quality, I can't tell you how refreshing it is to see such purity. Blue Star remains beautifully unspoiled. Damien caught Lacey's worried look and offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I've got a plan. She shook her head, eyes troubled. But if we don't speed things up, Earth will remain mired in internal conflict long before we ever reach the interstellar age. Without a reliable energy supply, those divisions will only deepen, and a world war could erupt, devastating our planet. He nodded, his expression growing serious. Exactly. The sooner we cross into the interstellar era, the more time we'll have to preserve Earth's environment. Right now, billions of people are squeezed onto a shrinking habitable surface. We've sealed off the Arctic, the Antarctic, even vast tracts of untouched jungle, places we hope to leave wild forever. If our population keeps growing while energy remains scarce, we'll literally run out of space. Pausing, Damien studied her face. That's why I need to push our timeline forward. But before Earth makes that leap, I want to take a moment to return, really return, and see what beauty still remains. A faint smile broke through Lacey's anxiety. She inclined her head. Then let's hope you find time for that trip. Earth could use a friend like you out there. Honestly, having someone like Tony, a pioneer who's willing to invest his own credits to drive Blue Star's development, is a huge boon. Too many civilizations have fallen behind in the tech race and died out before they even reached the interstellar age, Tony smiled. You're always welcome to stay as my guest, he said. But let's save that discussion for later. Kyle leaned forward. He didn't care much about Blue Star's environmental issues. There were plenty of worlds with breathable atmospheres, but none that boasted an intelligent population ripe for the Void Cult's ambitions. What he really wanted was to see their first space battleship take shape. Tony, By your estimate, how long before we have a flagship of our own in orbit? Tony tapped his fingers on the table. If everything goes smoothly, we'll have our first space battleship ready within a few months. I can't give you an exact date yet. This time, Miss Sonia has outright purchased an entire planet for the project. Once construction finishes, we'll run the final tests and wait for the go-ahead. Kyle crossed his arms. A few months sounds vague. Tony chuckled. I know it's not precise, but trust me. You'll see those hull plates in the sky before you know it. This time, we're not expanding near Void Island. We're venturing to entirely different worlds, Tony explained. Once we complete the first production zone for our star battleships, manufacturing will kick off immediately. Out here in space, the only limits are our technology and equipment, so as long as those are in place, we'll build as fast as we can. Kyle leaned forward, eyes bright with curiosity. Do you know where Miss Sonia's planet, Void 01, is located? News of Sonia's bold purchase had swept the island 10 days earlier, igniting endless speculation. A handful of thrill-seekers even volunteered to scout Void 01, but Sonia insisted all details remain classified, at least for now. Tony gave a wry shrug. I wish I could help, but I don't know. I heard Miss Sarah said Miss Sonia issued the orders, and Miss Lalatina is overseeing construction and development this time. Kyle's hand slammed the table as he jumped to his feet, glaring at Damien. You mean to tell me I just escaped from some convoluted research project and a celebrity-packed hotel to find out all this on the fly? Damien leaned back in his chair. I only just got back myself. Kyle ran a hand through his hair. Okay, you're a genius. Point taken. But even geniuses need a break. Exactly, Damien agreed, folding his arms. There's no use overthinking it. Sonia and Lalatina have this under control. When they're finished, they'll give me the full rundown on the route and all the specifics. He tapped his temple. Blue Star still has plenty of challenges that need my attention. If I don't clear my head now, I might never get another chance to relax. Kyle studied him for a moment, curiosity flickering in his eyes at the mention of Planet Void 001. Yet he couldn't deny how much time and effort Damien had devoted to the sublight engine's development. Finally, he exhaled. All right, you've convinced me. Damien stopped himself from asking more questions. He didn't want to put Tony in an awkward spot. Instead, he turned to Kyle. You heard Miss Sarah name the planet. Do you have any idea how much it cost to buy it? Kyle shrugged. I wish I knew the exact figure. All she told us was that the purchase price was $700 billion. At that, Saul chimed in. $700 billion? Is that in credits or some other currency? RMB, Kyle replied. Sarah said that's just the buying price. Because the planet has no intelligent life or valuable minerals, acquiring it wasn't prohibitively expensive. But it's huge, a completely undeveloped, primitive world that's ideal for colonization. Developing a planet like that is a different story. He smiled wryly. You'd have to ship in literally everything, equipment, building materials, even breathable air in some places. Ordinary governments or corporations simply can't afford it. So what's the grand total? Saul asked. About 1.5 trillion RMB, Kyle answered. That's buying plus basic infrastructure setup, definitely beyond the reach of most. Loki's jaw dropped. That's insane. Damien stepped into the vault and took in the sight of countless relics and the piles of gleaming coins. Aside from those priceless artifacts, he reckoned Asgard's treasury held no more than 200 to 300 billion cosmic coins. After all, Asgard might be the realm of the gods, but it wasn't exactly a hotbed of innovation. In a universe where fortune favored the technologically adept, a realm without cutting-edge research couldn't hope to rake in real wealth. Even the Void God cult, masters of the Void lands, couldn't parlay their influence into astronomical profits, unless they possessed breakthrough tech capable of generating trillions in revenue every few decades. Did Miss Sarah say who she bought it from? Damien asked, turning to the woman who had arranged the purchase. From the doorway, Thor's voice rumbled. 700 billion? Hearing the price tag so casually quoted, he frowned, but pride lurked beneath his surprise. After all, it had taken his father decades of relentless effort to build an empire strong enough to command a sum like that. Of course I purchased it from the Xandar Empire, Damien said. They still hold several relatively primitive but perfectly habitable worlds where no intelligent life has ever developed. The Empire keeps these planets in reserve for future expansion or colonization. Noticing Thor's puzzled look, Damien went on, most of those worlds suffered massive cataclysms in ancient times. The vegetation has since recovered, but there simply hasn't been enough time for any dominant species to re-evolve. Thor's eyes lit up as the explanation clicked into place. Damien grinned. That's basically the third update, about 3,000 words. I've published 10,000 words in total so far. If you're enjoying it, don't forget to vote and subscribe. Chapter 451, The Strong Must Grow. Thor's brow furrowed in disbelief. The Xandar Empire is really that formidable? He asked, voice tinged with awe. And you actually purchased an entire world? Another Avenger chimed in, equally stunned. Thor shook his head. He'd assumed Damien had struck a deal with some inscrutable cosmic overlord, never that he'd bargained directly with Xandar. So you bought it from Xandar itself? That's unexpected. Damien leaned back casually, one corner of his mouth quirking into a smirk. Why wouldn't I? The stronger you become, the more leverage you have, even against empires like Xandar. Around the table, the other heroes exchanged glances. The price of such a transaction must have been astronomical, yet Damien's confidence never wavered. You acquired a whole world, Iron Man said, folding his arms. What's the catch? What do they expect in return? Damien's eyes gleamed with resolve. No catch. I paid in advance. Resources, technology, whatever they demanded. Now it's ours to develop. If we're serious about defending the galaxy, we need more than just heroes. We need territories we can call home, industries we can control. A hush settled over the room. This was more than an acquisition. It was the first step toward building a power base capable of standing toe-to-toe with any empire. Thor unclenched his hammer hand and offered a respectful nod. Then may our new world prosper under your leadership, Damien. The stronger you grow, the safer the galaxy becomes. Damien stood and raised his glass. To growth and to the strength we'll forge together. Glasses clinked, and in that moment, each hero felt the weight of what lay ahead. Building from the ground up, turning a barren world into a bulwark against the darkness. The strong must grow, and they would. Damien leaned forward as Lacey tapped a holo display, bringing a rotating model of the galaxy into focus. According to Xandar's records, she began, they catalog 1,128 worlds. In contrast, the Kree Empire, whose reach in this sector spans millennia, has seized and held sway over more than 5,000 planets. But here's the catch, Saul interjected, glancing toward the sparkling blueprint of distant suns. Out of all those worlds under Xandar's banner, only 57 can actually support life as we know it. The rest are lifeless stars or dead planets, rich in raw stellar energy, but utterly inhospitable. Lacey nodded. That's exactly what drew Xandar's scientists to devise the world mind, what some call the cosmic brain. It harvests stellar radiation and recombines it into nova force. With that energy, they forged the Nova Core. Their armor channels Nova Force in combat, granting officers immense strength, hyperspeed, and even the ability to fly through space. Tony leaned back in his chair, arms folded. Rumor has it the Nova Force is practically limitless. If a core member can synchronize with the full output of a star, well, you could unleash a level of power we've never seen before. In theory, any one of them could become a living supernova. Damien's eyes narrowed as he absorbed the implications. So when someone asks how powerful the Nova armor can get, he said quietly, the honest answer is, nobody really knows. Not yet. He turned to Lacey. What's our takeaway here? Simple, Lacey replied, flicking off the holo display. Whether we're facing Kree warships or a fully charged Nova trooper, we have to be ready for threats operating on an almost limitless energy scale. That means new tactics, new defenses, and maybe asking some hard questions about where we get our own power. Tony cracked his knuckles. Then let's get to work. With the briefing concluded, Damien stood. He glided over to the viewport, staring out at the glittering expanse of starlit void. In that silent moment, he resolved to ensure their team would never be caught off guard by Nova Force or any other cosmic threat again. Damien frowned. He'd heard that any new Nova Core armor had to be approved by the Super-Mep optical brain, the Xandarian Empire's all-seeing central intelligence, but as an outsider, he'd never understood the details. If you wanted your hands on that legendary suit, you had to get past its calculations. Lacey shook her head. It's the decree of the super-optical brain's world core, she said evenly. Countless Xandarians trust it without question. Yet, in more than 100,000 years of Nova Core history, no one has ever crafted a suit that can wield truly unlimited Nova energy. She met his gaze. A handful of the Core's 3-star Centurions can tap Nova energy to vastly enhance their strength, speed, or other powers, she went on. But even they have limits. They can't unlock the full potential of the so-called infinite Nova field. Frankly, we don't know if that field even exists. At best, it's a rumor. Despite its long history, the Xandar Empire has never found a true catalyst to drive it forward. Over time, talk of such a figure has faded into rumor. Yet if the Empire were ever to unleash the power of the World Heart, those rumors would become reality, and Xandar's standing in the universe would instantly soar to its zenith. In truth, the Empire suffers from profound shortages. It lacks manpower, cutting-edge technology, vast energy reserves, even though its engineers have developed weapons capable of slaying gods. Still, there is one thing Xandar cannot manufacture or harvest, a champion powerful enough to stand toe-to-toe with the universe's greatest titans. Without such a paragon, the Empire's civilization remains vulnerable. This is why Xandar, despite its might, bows before certain cosmic forces. All its technological marvels and all its armies count for nothing when faced with beings who transcend mere science. And so the Empire's future does not rest in its own hands, but in the favor of those supreme entities who dwell at the very pinnacle of existence. Has no one appeared in 100,000 years? Are there still secrets left by the superlight brain at the heart of the world that haven't been unveiled? Damien leaned back, absorbing their words. If these figures had truly been calculated by the superlight brain, they demanded respect. After all, the superlight brain was more than just a machine. It was the pinnacle of technological wisdom, its computational might beyond the grasp of any known civilization. If the heart of the world's superlight brain claimed that the Nova energy field was virtually infinite, then it had to be true. Such a power, once harnessed, could overturn every law of nature we've ever understood. And yet, after countless years, no one had managed to verify it. Damien shook his head, a flicker of excitement and unease sparking in his eyes. The implications were staggering. Damien listened intently as Lacey began to speak, her tone calm and deliberate. It's only natural you'd make that connection, she said, meeting Banner's thoughtful gaze. But according to the heart of the world's calculations, the Nova armor doesn't merely amplify latent abilities, it actually awakens entirely new superpowers. She paused, letting that sink in. Damien's pulse quickened at the thought of powers yet undiscovered. Whether an adapter emerges depends on which specific ability surfaces, Lacey continued. And as for which power can truly harness the armor's near-infinite Nova energy, that secret remains locked away in the heart of the world's archives. She allowed herself a small, knowing smile. Of course, none of this is news to anyone who's studied the Xandar Empire's historical records. Banner nodded. To scientists like him and Stark, driven by a relentless quest for knowledge, the superlight brain, better known as the heart of the world, was the ultimate synthesis of genius. Lacey was well aware that Tony and Banner had long dreamed of replicating such a neural interface for Earth. As ambitious as your plans are, they're not entirely out of reach, she said. The Xandarians pooled the wisdom of countless minds and endless resources to build their superlight brain. But you two aren't average researchers. With your enhanced lifespans and superhuman resilience, who's to say you can't achieve the same breakthrough? Damien exchanged a determined look with Banner. The path ahead was uncertain and fraught with risks, but the promise of unlocking new powers and deeper cosmic truths was worth every challenge. As long as they have time, they might succeed. It's only a matter of how long it will take. So it wasn't surprising that the heart of the world never specified exactly what kind of superpower they had in mind. Even someone destined to become a titan of the universe needs time to grow. Apart from the Xandar Empire, very few civilizations would willingly stand by and watch a new powerhouse rise. The galaxy's current heavyweights, and even the gods themselves, would bristle at the thought of another rival. and there could be dissenters inside Xandar too, unwilling to see a fresh threat emerge within their own ranks. Once word leaked about the nature of that power, rival civilizations and influential figures would move to crush it in its infancy. Better, then, to let it awaken quietly and mature in secret before making any announcement. When Damien heard the heart of the world's reasoning, he immediately grasped their strategy. He wasn't ready to condemn the Xandar Empire. After all, they'd been invaluable allies, but he knew how power bred paranoia. Wherever influence and strength were at stake, there were always traitors and hidden cells, just as Hydra had once infested Blue Star. Better to stay one step ahead of them all. To seize control of Blue Star, the Void Cult has systematically absorbed, or, when necessary, eliminated, any individuals whose talents might strengthen it. Damien knew little about the full extent of the Xandar Empire's populace, but he was aware that Xandar Prime alone was home to several billion inhabitants. Given the Empire's capacity for interstellar travel and colonization, its total population must be staggering. Yet despite its reach across countless worlds, Xandar Prime remains the true cornerstone of Xandarian civilization. If the super-optic neurocluster at its core were lost, centuries of accumulated knowledge would vanish. Even if the Xandarians themselves survived, their society would regress for untold generations, forfeiting their place as a galactic power. Only now did Damien grasp why Kassadin had chosen Xandar Prime as the cradle for the Void Cult's faith, despite the Empire's watchful eyes. Here, the cult could enjoy the protection of Xandar's authorities and tap into its advanced technologies, all while hiding in plain sight. Xandar's orderly prestige and status as a cosmic civilization made it a beacon, drawing countless souls to bask in its light, unaware that the seeds of a darker creed were already taking root. Damien knew that anyone who trafficked in darkness, or who had openly confessed and been pardoned for their crimes, would never dare show up here. This unspoken rule worked perfectly for Kassadin, filtering out most untrustworthy candidates and ensuring the Void God cult hadn't accidentally recruited a known felon. Establishing their base in this hidden sector offered countless advantages. So long as the cult didn't strike first at Xandar, the Nova Legion would have no pretext to declare war in defense of the Empire. After all, Xandar stands for security and balance. Only a lunatic or a zealot would seek its ruin. The universe may be vast, nearly boundless, but the distance any intelligent species can traverse in one lifetime is painfully limited. Every world an explorer sets foot on conceals its own brand of chaos and peril. A grand interstellar expedition can offer no real reprieve from that terror. In fact, many never live to see home again. Of course, this place might seem like paradise to those races that both loathe and crave chaos, those who worship destruction. Yet without safe, well-charted planets and stable environments to shelter the most intelligent species, especially the ones bent on slaughter, the universe would quickly descend into total anarchy. Agreed, Tony said. Loki heard Tony's assessment, cast a sidelong look at Thor, and then thought of Star-Lord, still unawakened, and nodded. According to Odin himself, Thor's potential was every bit his father's equal. In other words, even if Thor never joined the Void Cult, all he needed was time to rise to Odin's stature. Star-Lord, on the other hand, had earned the Void God Kassadin's recognition for his promise. But unlike Thor, already pledged to the cult and thus assured of someday reaching the cosmic summit, Star-Lord's fate remained uncertain. He hadn't awakened yet, and even when he did, his power wouldn't instantly peak. He'd still have to grow into his own. Renowned across the Nine Realms, only a handful of insiders truly grasped the magnitude of Star-Lord's latent power. Renali, Lacey, Kyle, the Oracle, and Miss Sarah, all of them, share a single trait. None bears him ill will. Had even one been his enemy, Star-Lord would have been eliminated long before his awakening could swell to its full force. After all, no amount of potential means anything to someone who's dead. To protect the next generation of receivers, some not yet born, the Xandarian Empire's sentient Oracle of Light deliberately withholds certain details about their burgeoning abilities. Inside Xandar's sprawling bureaucracy, countless voices clamor for greater power and influence. Yet a still larger, shadowy faction works just as tirelessly to prevent the Empire from growing any stronger. Kyle folded his arms and looked directly at Lacey. Let's return to our question. How many truly habitable worlds lie within Xandar's borders? And do you have their primary star lane routes? The room fell suddenly, and almost alarmingly quiet. Miss Sarah shifted in her seat. Renelli's eyes darted toward the exit. Even the ever-collected Oracle of Light grew still, as though Kyle's question carried more weight than any of them had dared to admit. Renoli and the Predictor quickly averted their eyes. Across the table, Lacey, Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, Thor, and Loki stared at Damien with incredulous expressions. Finally, Damien broke the silence. "What's wrong with the looks you're all giving me?" At his question, Renoli and the Predictor exchanged uneasy glances but remained silent. Lacey cleared her throat. "Damien, you're from Xandar, right? You must know that the Xandarian Empire spans dozens of inhabited worlds. Each world has its own customs, its own rules." Damien frowned. "Of course I know that, but it seems none of you are Xandarians, so I figured you might not." He gestured at the group. "Why the strange faces?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "You expected us to take that for granted?" Damien rubbed his forehead. "Honestly, yes. We Xandarians grow up learning the layout of the entire empire, its member planets, its governing councils. If you've lived here, it's common knowledge." He sounded half amused, half exasperated. Bruce Banner gave him a sympathetic look. "We're from Earth," he said gently. "Our planetary politics rarely reach beyond our own moon's orbit. Interstellar real estate isn't exactly our specialty." Thor chuckled. "Even Asgard's catalog of realms pales in comparison to the Xandarian Empire's holdings? Impressive." Loki smirked. "So Damien, you're a born winner. Superpowers, royal connections, a vast empire at your back. No wonder Xandar exports so many bounty hunters. With training like yours, quick credits and a life of adventure are practically guaranteed." Damien relaxed and leaned back. "Exactly. Someone masters their gifts here, and they can go anywhere. Bounty worlds, mercenary guilds, you name it. But I hadn't realized how surprising that would be to non-Xandarians." Lacey nodded. "Well, now we know. Welcome to Xandar's reality, bigger and weirder than anyone from Earth could imagine." Damien sat back against the battered hull of the landing craft, watching his companions with a wry smile. "Ask any of them, Kyle, Renaud, even that quiet fellow they call the Predictor, and they'd happily lecture you on war strategy, unspoke, rules of the underworld, or the brutal hierarchy of bounty hunters. They knew every nuance of combat and could tell you which muscle to strike for a quick knockout. But when it came to the finer points of the Xandar Empire, its dynasties, court ceremonies, local superstitions, they were blank. Like fish that had slipped through Xandar's compulsory schooling, they'd never been exposed to the Empire's official history. Until now, their casual ignorance had gone unnoticed. Their conversations had always centered on street smarts, not scholarly debates. Lacey, a born and bred Xanite with a sharp mind and an even sharper tongue, decided to put that ignorance to the test. She leaned forward, eyes bright with curiosity. "Tell me about the Treaty of Arasalon," she prompted. "Why did the Empire decide to strip the House of Veldaris of its trade rights?" At once, Renaud glanced away, cheeks flushing. The Predictor's gaze dropped to his boots. Even Kyle, usually so quick with a retort, grew uncharacteristically silent, his face paling in the dim glow of the landing lights. Damien watched them all stiffen. In that sudden hush, he realized Lacey's question wasn't just random trivia. It was an impossible quiz for anyone who hadn't walked Xandar's halls of learning. Kyle opened his mouth, his brain racing for some plausible explanation. Words tumbled out, a garbled version of history, full of gaps and contradictions. Renaud fidgeted beside him, as though hoping to erase the moment. The Predictor's quiet cough only accentuated the group's collective guilt. Lacey studied them for a long beat, then let out a soft laugh. She shook her head, a gentle smile softening her features. "All right," she said, her tone forgiving. "No shame in being off-worlders. I suppose I forgot where you all came from." With a small shrug, she waved the subject away. "Let's talk about something more your speed." As Lacey stood and strolled back toward the cargo hold, the tension eased. Renaud exhaled, Kyle's color returned, and even the Predictor offered a sheepish grin. Damien leaned forward, nudging him. "Next time, let me field the history questions," he murmured. "I went to the Imperial Academy, just barely." Their laughter echoed through the hull, a welcome reminder that some lessons are learned best among friends. not in dusty tomes. I can trace the exact route if I check the charts, Damien offered. Lacey bit her lip. Are you sure you want to do this in secret? If Miss Sonia finds out, she'll be upset. Her concern was genuine. There had to be a reason Sonia hadn't announced it herself. Buying an entire planet was no small matter. In the Void Cult, news like that would be cause for celebration. If it were truly something to share, Sonia would have done so openly. Instead, she'd relied on Sarah to keep it quiet. But had Sarah ever told Lacey that keeping Sonia's confidence was part of the plan? Lacey couldn't recall. Even as Damien pulled up the navigation logs, Lacey's doubts lingered. If Sonia really wanted this hidden, they might be crossing a line by prying any further. Yet the question remained, had Sonia asked for discretion, or had Sarah simply made that up? Chapter 452, The Plan. Lacey barely raised an eyebrow at the chatter. She knew Miss Sonia would reveal her secret in due time, no need to push. But Kyle, Renoli, the Predictor, and everyone else on the island were positively agog. They leaned in, whispering excitedly, all desperate to catch a glimpse of whatever mystery Sonia was hiding. The problem was, nobody even knew where to look. Right now, they were stuck in endless speculation. Lacey couldn't help wondering if Sonia was holding back on purpose. Something in her deliberate silence suggested a deeper motive. If Sonia simply showed them what she had, the island's residents would crowd around in good order, marveling over it without causing any real trouble. Yet Lacey wasn't above Sonia. She didn't know the full picture and had no way of guessing what the brilliant woman might be planning. You all sound like a pack of dogs chasing a bone, Sonia said with a faint smile. Stop worrying about it for now. Kyle swallowed, still itching to peer behind the curtain, but Sonia's calm authority silenced him. All right, he muttered. But how long do we have to wait? Just a few months at most, Sonia replied, and the corners of her mouth twitched into something like a promise. Tony, more focused on his plate than the conversation, grinned and said, I'm far more interested in seeing the factories you're planning to build than whatever Void 001 turns out to be. He tore off a chunk of bread and passed the basket down the table. As the first dishes arrived, steaming bowls of stew, platters of roasted vegetables, and fresh fruit, conversation shifted. The group settled into easy chatter, plates in hand, occasionally glancing at Sonia with a mixture of anticipation and respect. Whatever awaited them in the coming months, they knew it would be worth the wait. Kyle leaned back against the railing and regarded Damien with a teasing smile. So you've got a few more months without research duties, planning to kick back and relax? Damien gave a short laugh and shook his head. Hardly. I don't want to waste the time. Then what else is on your agenda besides more hours in the gravity chamber? Kyle asked, eyebrows raised. Damien's gaze drifted upward as he considered. I've finally got the chance to focus on developing new void magic and to refine a second void mode for the armor. Kyle's expression shifted from amusement to genuine interest. You've pushed your void power farther than anyone in the cult, Damien, but ever since you took on the sublight propulsion project, you've had no time to explore its other applications. If you don't start now, you'll be swamped again once you're back on Blue Star. Damien nodded firmly. Exactly. This is my window. I'm not letting it slip away. Can we develop new void modes? Damien asked. Tony glanced at him. Isn't your trump card, void mode, already strong enough? Damien frowned. I've already evolved so many times. Banner's only made a handful of breakthroughs. But even if you count all of your upgrades, once Banner masters Rusion, Tony continued, your original void mode will be effectively obsolete. Tony didn't puff up with pride. Instead, he studied his own reflection, cool and composed. In the past, he'd always had the upper hand against Banner, could toy with him at will. And maybe, for now, he still did. Both of them had been deep in research lately, so Banner hadn't had the time to push his own limits. But give Banner just a few more months, and he'd conquer Rusion. That would shrink the gap between them faster than anyone expected, flipping the balance of power entirely. After all, the Hulk's raw strength was already terrifying. Mastery of Rusion would let Banner channel every ounce of that power with precision, without any squandered energy. His strength would leap forward in a way that was inevitable and unstoppable. Damien knew that before long, it wouldn't be Banner chasing him. Instead, he'd find himself racing to catch up with Banner. His only hope lay in exploiting the massive lead his evolution count gave him. By developing ever more powerful secret weapons and learning to wield his void energy to its fullest, he might, just might, meet Banner's strength head-on. If he failed to master his potential, though, Banner's superior power would always leave him in the dust. Even if Damien formally joined the Void God cult today and multiplied his evolutions another 150 times, without unlocking the key to his core abilities, he couldn't close that gulf. He knew that if he could somehow smelt Uru metal and forge a brand new suit of armor, he'd leap ahead of Banner in an instant. But Uru refinement wasn't yet within his grasp. Since he couldn't smelt the metal for now, Tony didn't bother entertaining the idea. Meanwhile, Lacey had already made the most of her evolutionary head start. Her techniques were nothing short of devastating. Among the current elite of the Void God religion, no one would guarantee a victory against her, least of all Damien, who still had so much to learn if he hoped to stand equal to Banner. Lacey's dedication has produced this, a shining example of success. All you need to do is fully leverage the advantages granted by each evolutionary stage and hone the unique weapons at your disposal. Then you can hold your ground, or even pull ahead. I'll have to study it carefully, Damien admitted. Kyle caught Tony's meaning and gave Damien an encouraging nod. Right now, Damien was like an uncut gem, his brilliance hidden beneath a rough surface. Once he'd been polished, there'd be no stopping him. Don't flatter me, Damien said with a modest smile. Next to you guys, I'm still learning. I've got a long way to go. He was grateful for the praise, but refused to grow complacent. After all, aside from Loki, everyone here, Thor, Tony, Renoli, Lacey, the Predictor, and Kyle, was undeniably powerful. Kyle, especially, had become something of a mentor, teaching Damien invaluable combat techniques, how to counter enemies who rely on speed, when to strike head-on, and how to exploit openings in a stronger foe's defenses. Warriors like these prized raw strength and physical prowess, and they never backed down from a direct confrontation. Damien was more wary of foes who moved with blinding speed and shattered defenses than of those who relied on brute strength. If he hadn't been so swamped with work, he'd have devoted far more time to training with Kyle, and under Kyle's guidance alone, he'd have long since mastered the soft-style techniques and pushed his power to the next level, even without Miss Sonia's structured drills. But ever since he'd volunteered to tackle the sublight propulsion engine, on top of collaborating with Tony on other tech projects, his schedule had been relentlessly packed. The truth was, only the engine work really demanded such strict efficiency. Every other line of research could proceed at a more measured pace as long as it progressed. Realizing that meant Damien finally saw a path to carve out enough time to sharpen his skills, polish his technique, and erase the gaps in his combat abilities. Loki caught the unspoken shift in Damien's expression and laughed softly. I know exactly what you're thinking, even if you haven't said it aloud, he teased. But don't get too excited. I'll be right on your heels before you know it. He spoke without a hint of offense, only confident ambition. Among the Void Cult members, Loki is universally acknowledged as their top powerhouse. He may not be incredibly strong just yet, but he's brimming with confidence in what lies ahead. He understands exactly what steps he needs to take. After all, as he often reminds himself, knowing yourself clearly is the foundation of true strength. Lacey propped her cheek on one hand and gave him a sideways smile. If you want to keep up with us, you've got to train harder, she teased. Dragons don't mingle with snakes, and though Loki's current strength lags behind the others, his potential is unmistakable. What matters most is that despite his frail body, his spirit is unbreakable. Everyone here has seen the fire in his eyes. Once the you'd finished their meal, Tony, Saul, and Renoli laughed and chatted over the table, each plotting their next move. Since they'd re-established their system of self-discipline, Tony no longer needed to drag Thor, Loki, and Banner into the gravity chamber. He decided to handle all of his gravity training alone. That left Thor, Loki, and Banner free to resume the basic drills under Rujin's watchful eye, while Lacey and the others dispersed to pursue their own tasks. Chapter X, Diverging Paths. Though they planned to reunite later, their immediate courses lay in different directions. and so their training had to differ as well. From her mountaintop villa, Sonia scrolled through the Void Cult's community forum. Debates about Void Planet 001's optimal location were raging, and the thread was alive with excitement. A satisfied smile played on her lips. She'd bought an entire planet to accelerate her fleet's growth, but cannibalizing the world wholesale for ship components was neither practical nor prudent. True colonization would require much more than steel and reactors. She leaned back, eyes bright with ideas. Space battleships are essential for defense, she mused, but if we want a lasting foothold, we must turn Void 01 into a thriving habitat. Cities, farms, research districts, a place where settlers can live, work, and grow. Only then would large-scale agriculture and breeding programs truly flourish. Of course, the actual planting and animal husbandry would fall to the cult's faithful. Yet Sonia, Sarah, and Lalatina, each seasoned by years of perfection-driven service in high-end celebrity hotels, felt no hesitation at the prospect of manual labor. Luxury or mud under their nails, they were built to adapt and conquer any environment. As messages continued to pour in, Sonia drafted her next directive, a blueprint for urban zones, hydroponic farms, and livestock enclosures. The threads of her plan would weave together the raw potential of Void 001 and the boundless ambition of the Void Cult, forging a new world from cosmic dust. Damien stood at the edge of the clearing, surveying the lush green expanse of Void Island. If we simply let everyone spend 10 hours a day on breeding, they'd be gone before we knew it, exhausted, bored, or longing for home. Instead, we need a subtler approach. First spark their curiosity, then guide those who are drawn to the primitive forest lifestyle, and finally appoint a handful of enthusiasts to oversee the breeding programs. Because really, there's a magic to this work. Tending a sapling and watching it burst into bloom then bear fruit fills you with pride. In much the same way, rearing a newborn cub, seeing it wobble on unsteady legs, then roar to full strength, awakens a childlike delight in anyone. Out here, you wake up to the scent of damp earth, feel the cool breeze rustle through the canopy, and catch glimpses of sunlight dancing on fern fronds. It's a world away from the city's clamor, and it soothes even the most restless soul. My days aren't frantic. I wander through the groves every few days, quietly noting how spring's tender shoots give way to summer's lush growth, then how autumn readies the harvest. I relish those moments when the forest itself feels alive, rewarding our patience with new life. That was the slow, peaceful retirement Sonia once dreamed of, and I coveted it too. But with so much to build here on Void Island, retirement will have to wait. That doesn't shake Sonia's resolve. She's already mapping out every detail and lining up the perfect candidate. Meanwhile, the second installment, 3,000 words, has just been sent. Chapter 453, The Burden of Leadership. Damien stood on the windswept cliffs of Void Island, eyes sweeping over the sprawling encampment below. Hundreds of followers had answered their call, and now it was his task to decide who would shoulder the growing wealth and responsibilities of their burgeoning faith. Sonia had been his chief recruiter. Through her irresistible charm and tactical cunning, she'd persuaded countless souls to join them. Damien alone held the final say on each new induction. In confidence, Sonia had admitted that her deepest longing was to cultivate and reproduce without worry, her dream life unfettered by doubt or want. And truly, there was no one finer at fostering growth. Sonia was unmatched, a true prodigy in the art of life. Had Damien not brought her into his fold, Sonia would likely have drifted into obscurity by her 30th year, her talents lying dormant. At first, his plan for her had been simple. Act as his personal steward, tending to his daily needs, meals, quarters, provisions, and quietly monitor the other Void Cult members, reporting any troubles. But as he watched her orchestrate new recruits with effortless grace, Damien realized he had underestimated her ambition. It was Sonia herself who had petitioned to take on a larger role. She wanted not only to serve, but to transform the Void from within, to drive its expansion and shape its future. He admired her vision and recognized that only by entrusting her with true authority could her abilities and their movement reach their full potential. With that decision made, Damien felt both the weight of leadership and a spark of hope. The real test was just beginning. guiding the Void cult toward its grand destiny under Sonia's guidance and under his own unwavering resolve. From that morning on, Sonia's days revolved entirely around Damien. She managed his meals, organized his schedule, and even devoted herself to plotting the expansion of the Void God religion. From 7 o'clock each morning until nearly midnight, she toiled without pause. Eventually, Damien recognized how exhausted she'd become and hired an assistant to relieve some of her duties. Though this brought Sonia a much-needed breather, her plate was still overflowing. She remained responsible for every last detail of both Damien's life and the fledgling church's growth. Damien watched her at work, and as he observed the villagers bustling about, smiling, chatting, content, he chose not to burden her with his concerns. Instead, he turned his focus to another priority, recruiting new members whose mental fortitude would strengthen the Void God faith. Word around the island was that Damien targeted those who, without fail, rose early, ate a simple breakfast, and then headed straight to the shore to fish. For several mornings in a row, he quietly observed 3 such fishermen. Their routine was straightforward: cast nets, haul in the catch, return to shore. But Damien saw in their discipline and self-reliance the very qualities he needed. Though he hadn't paid them much mind before, their steady dedication and willingness to undertake solitary tasks convinced him they were ideal candidates. Having identified these 3 as the perfect recruits, Damien began to plan how best to bring them into the fold of the Void God religion. Once he'd saved enough to cover his meals, Damien resolved to spend the next month fishing this cove every single day. From his quiet vantage point on the rocks, he observed 3 regulars lined up along the water's edge. They didn't land a catch with every cast. Some days brought nothing. But still, dawn to dusk, they sat there patiently, rods in hand, as content as if they'd just struck fish gold. Damien couldn't quite fathom why they'd endure so many empty hours, but he had to admire their calm persistence and unpretentious goals. Shifting his gaze inland, he noticed another group of recruits tending neat rows of vegetables. Lettuce, beans, and even a few stubborn tomato vines climbed bamboo stakes, each plant cared for with obvious pride. These were exactly the people Sonia had been eager to find, those with a true passion for planting and nurturing life. Damien knew that only someone who genuinely loved farming would stick with it through early mornings, backbreaking weeding, and uncertain harvests. He immediately dismissed anyone whose strongest bond was with a pet. Raising animals for companionship or profit was one thing. Cultivating crops to feed an entire community was quite another. Here on the island, their breeding and farming program wasn't a hobby or a business venture. It was the backbone of food security for the Void cult. If Sonia's plan to make the settlement self-sufficient was going to succeed, it would be these green-thumbed souls who would carry it. Damien filed them neatly into his second-choice category of recruits, solid, dependable candidates who could shoulder the responsibility. Better to have steadfast fishermen and dedicated farmers than to scramble for supplies when lean times arrived. With one last look at the sunlit fields and the patient anglers, Damien rose from the rocks. He had notes to deliver and plans to refine. Tomorrow, the real work of building their future would begin. We naturally divide our team into 2 tiers when assigning major tasks: our top picks for the most critical missions, and a second tier for supporting roles. Although these 3 operators aren't slated to work on the high-profile Void 001 project, each of them shows real promise. Before long, they'll be ready to head up procurement for our breeding operations on other planets. Days rolled by, and Tony threw himself into mastering Void mode. At present, his approach is fairly basic. He channels Void energy to reinforce his armor and enhance his own strength, but he's nowhere near exploiting its full potential. In other words, there's still a vast reserve of power waiting to be tapped. In the training bay one afternoon, Tony donned a steel-reinforced gauntlet and funneled Void energy through the metal plating. The steel soon began to show signs of corrosion. No surprise, given its limits and Tony's rather unrefined control. By contrast, Lex's Void flame sears with incredible intensity, yet never devours the bearer, and Cassidin can transform Void energy into an almost indestructible exoskeleton. Tony still recalled the duel between Gao Tianzun and Cassidin, how Tianzun's fiercest blows had simply glanced off Cassidon's swirling armor. The gulf between their mastery was undeniable. Cassidon's void magic swallowed most of the blast, yet a few aftershocks still nicked his armor. Even those shallow scratches vanished moments later, proof that when wielded correctly, the void's potential is limitless. What once threatened to corrode his defenses can now be purged entirely, and that single revelation convinced Damien he could push his void mastery far beyond its current bounds. He's no stranger to collapse and reinvention. Having already reshaped his basic void form, Damien feels ready to tackle even more ambitious transformations, perhaps melding his void energy with fire, lightning, or ice to catch would-be opponents off guard. He recalls the raw power of titans like Banner and Thor, the uncanny instincts of Predictor, the elemental fury of Renoli, and the brutal force of Kyle. None of them rely on tricks. Their gifts come from birth. If he hopes to stand among them, he'll have to outthink them. Yet this challenge excites Damien rather than weighs on him. He thrives on experimentation, tweaking his void resonance to neutralize an enemy's strongest edge, exploiting the elemental weaknesses every warrior inevitably harbors. In a world ruled by elemental affinities and innate talents, flexibility can be the deadliest weapon of all. By targeting those hidden vulnerabilities, a clever combatant can level any playing field. And Damien, void-forged and relentless, intends to prove it. Damien had, for the time being, learned only to channel his void power into fire. He could summon a flaming rope in the palm of his hand, useful against frail targets like Pietro or Wanda, but of little value against truly formidable foes. The rope's heat topped out around 600 degrees Celsius, more than enough to incinerate ordinary enemies, but not enough to threaten someone with exceptional resilience. That didn't worry Damien. If Wu now boosted the void power's output, the flame's intensity would rise in step. What he didn't yet know was how to alter the flame's fundamental properties, how to infuse it with, say, frost or lightning instead of pure heat. Lost in thought, Damien lounged on a sunbed beside the pool, idly twisting the fiery rope until its glow faded in his hand. Thor, sipping a slushy drink, glanced over with mild curiosity. "What's on your mind, Damien?" Damien looked up, brushing a stray lock of hair from his forehead. "I'm trying to figure out how to change the nature of my void fire," he admitted. "Right now it's just heat. If I could transform it further, give it new properties, I'd be a lot more versatile in battle." Thor nodded thoughtfully, the corners of his mouth quirking into a small smile. "A worthy challenge. Let me know if you need a hand." Damien allowed himself a brief, genuine grin. "Thanks, Thor. I'll let you know as soon as I make any progress." With that, he turned his attention back to the pool's rippling reflections, already replaying the problem in his mind. "Wait, didn't you just convert void energy into a flame attribute?" Saul stared at Thor and Tony, clearly puzzled. "I don't get what you mean by further transforming void properties." Thor exchanged a look with Tony. "The change you've seen so far," he said, "is merely the most basic level of attribute transformation. If you push it further, think of Alex's ability." Tony tapped his chin. "Isn't Alex's flame just, pure fire?" Thor shook his head. "No, Alex's void flame has been fundamentally altered. It's far more potent. It bursts with explosive force, has tangible solidity, and can even absorb other energies." Tony stepped forward, drawing the other's attention. "The best way to understand is to feel it." With a casual flick of his wrist, he conjured a swirling orb of blue-white flame in his right hand and lofted it into the air. "Go ahead," Tony challenged Soul. "Reach out and touch it." Soul's eyes widened. "Are you insane? You expect me to burn my hand on that?" Thor rolled his eyes. "Honestly, if a little heat scares you, maybe stick to theory rather than magic." Saul hesitated, glancing at the dancing flame. His heart hammered, but he knew this was exactly the lesson they were offering. Taking a deep breath, he reached forward, bracing himself for whatever difference Alex's transformed flame might hold. "Wasn't that exactly what you asked for? What further changes you needed?" Thor prompted. "I want you to feel it for yourself," Damien replied, rubbing his temples. "Only by experiencing the void's power firsthand can you learn to channel it into your thunder." "If I'm not up to it, never mind," Thor said, but there was a challenge in his voice. Damien glared. With a flick of his right hand, the hovering flame winked out. "No, I want to understand. I really do." Thor paused. He'd assumed Damien was teasing him, but genuine determination shone in the other man's eyes. His cheeks reddened for a moment, then he smiled. "All right," he said more gently. "Feel it." Taking a slow breath, Damien ignited another orb of fire. He drifted back until he stood about 10 meters from Thor. The heat rippled outward in visible waves, and a scorching breeze brushed Thor's face. His Asgardian resilience was legendary, but he hadn't drawn this close to living flame since childhood, when a careless spark had left long memories of pain. Swallowing down the old apprehension, Thor stepped forward. With each stride, the air around him shimmered and thickened. He could almost taste the raw energy of the void mingling with the fire's heat, an uncharted force waiting to be mastered. Damien froze with his hand hovering just half a meter from Tony's flickering flames. Fear crept up his wrist, and he hesitated, unsure if he could even touch the heat. Seizing the moment, Tony's boot snapped out and caught Damien's forearm. The sudden shove sent Damien's hand hurtling forward through the gust of wind the fire had generated, and in an instant, the flames winked out. "Tony!" Damien yelped, spinning around. His arm tingled from the kick, but more than anything, he was rattled by how effortlessly his own power had snuffed out Tony's fire. Tony crossed his arms and shook his head. "Don't shout at me. You felt the kick, right? You barely applied any strength, and yet your enhanced body just punched right through my flames. That's why they went out." Damien bristled. "Liz's fire isn't so easy to break or destroy." "Exactly," Tony said with a calm shrug. "That's why I want to see how it behaves under different conditions, if we can trigger some qualitative change in its nature." Damien rubbed his ear where the shout still echoed. "Okay, fair enough. But if you're stuck or curious, why not just ask Alex? If he knows the theory behind it, he can explain it in a couple of minutes." Tony tilted his head, considering. "If all I wanted was his explanation, I'd go to him, but I'd rather figure it out on my own first." Damien had originally planned to demand a detailed breakdown from Tony. He was still rattled enough to lean on someone else's expertise. But listening to Tony's confidence, he paused. Maybe there was something to be gained by watching and experimenting, rather than hopping straight to Alex for answers. A slow grin spread across Damien's face. "All right," he said, stepping forward again, more determined than before. "Show me what you've got. I'll help, but this time we do it my way." Damien ran a hand through his hair, frustration flickering in his eyes. "Look, I'm just trying to get stronger, narrow that natural gap between us." Saul folded his arms and shot him a teasing grin. "So you want me to go begging Alex for tips? Is that really how you want to save face?" Tony snorted and rolled his eyes at Saul's teasing. Author's note, this third installment is roughly 3,000 words, bringing the total to 10,000. If you're enjoying the story, please remember to vote and subscribe. Happy National Day, everyone. I've been swamped for the last few months, so I'm taking today off to rest. I'll be back with a new update tomorrow. Thanks for your patience. Thor stared at Tony, utterly speechless. Tony's stubborn refusal was the perfect example of trying to save face and paying the price. It would have taken barely a moment to ask Alex for a tutorial, yet Tony resolutely shook his head. "I'm only talking about the void power," he insisted. Thor rubbed his temples. "You've never asked anyone else?" "It's not as if I'm a shut-in," Tony shot back. "Besides, Alex is the kind of guy who will teach you anything, so long as you admit you need help and actually ask. Didn't he teach Sarah himself?" Sarah's name hung in the air like a challenge. Thor paused, recalling how deftly Sarah had handled that same technique. He and Tony were practically brothers, and he didn't want to leave things there. "So, Sarah really learned the void skill from Alex?" he pressed. At Thor's question, Tony's eyes widened in surprise. Damien sat with crossed arms in the villa's study, flanked by Sarah and Kyle. Late afternoon light fell in golden slants across the polished floorboards, lending an almost theatrical edge to the tense conversation. Sarah met Damien's gaze coolly. "I've mastered more than just the void flame," she said. "I've also learned Miss Claudia's void freezing technique." Damien narrowed his eyes. "Then who told you the void flame was Lex's signature move?" She shrugged. "From what I've gathered, Alex isn't far behind. He can change his body's size at will, just like with void transformation, so he can adapt to any battlefield." Kyle leaned in, frowning. "And yet, According to my intelligence, Alex has never faced an opponent strong enough to force him to go all out. Sarah smiled faintly. You need to remember, aside from Miss Sonia, Alex is the one who's undergone the most evolutions in our order, and he's the most belligerent. Who knows what he's been holding back? Before anyone could reply, Loki strolled out of the villa's main entrance, a melting snow cone in hand. He took a leisurely bite, letting drips fall onto the stone steps. Damien studied him. To Loki, still an ordinary member of the Void God cult, the gap between the current elite and the rest of them was as vast as the heavens. Even though Tony was on the verge of matching Banner's mastery of soft strength, that didn't mean Banner was running out of power anytime soon. The balance of power within the cult had never been more precarious, and none of them knew which way it would tip. Loki gave Damien a knowing smile. Compared to the other top masters in the Void God religion, we're still at the very bottom of the food chain. I understand your eagerness to grow stronger. You want to learn about the Void Flame, the Void Freezing technique, and the Void Transformation technique, right? Damien's eyes lit up. Yes, please, tell me everything. Thor cleared his throat and began. Before we dive into those advanced Void magics, I should explain the basics of soft force training we covered last time. As Thor spoke, Damien realized just how much he had yet to learn. He'd always thought Sarah's flexibility in combat was impressive, perhaps even surpassing his own skill at times, but he hadn't known the full extent of her abilities. It turned out that Sarah, who spent most of her days quietly practicing and rarely joined us on the battlefield, was not only a master of soft force techniques, but also fluent in several powerful void spells. She was unquestionably a force to be reckoned with. What's more, because Sarah was so close to Sonia, she had access to a vast reservoir of hidden knowledge within the Void God religion, secrets and techniques that even the greatest masters scarcely knew. Damien felt a surge of both admiration and envy. If Sarah could master these void arts so thoroughly, what hope did he have unless he studied them just as diligently? As Thor continued his explanation, Damien leaned forward, determined to absorb every word. Tonight, he would take the first steps toward closing the gap between himself and the most formidable practitioners of the Void God religion. Damien stood frozen for a moment, letting X's words wash over him. You might lack battle experience the first time out, Alex had said, but if you're strong enough that your opponent can't lay a finger on you, then inexperience ceases to be a weakness. Thank you, Damien replied, determination replacing his hesitation. I'll go speak with Miss Sarah. He turned on his heel and hurried off. Watching him go, Thor shook his head in disbelief. Why had Damien been so reluctant to train under Alex, his own mentor, yet was now so eager to study with Miss Sarah? From Thor's perspective, it seemed far more awkward to seek coaching from a woman than from a fellow man. Whether Damien seeks out Alex or Miss Sarah, he can be sure either of them will agree to teach him. But suppose he had to choose just one mentor, who would he pick? On one hand, there's Alex, utterly devoted to his students, built like a brick wall, and prone to thinking in ways most people find baffling. He pushes you harder than anyone else, but dealing with him can feel like navigating a minefield. On the other, there's Miss Sarah, strikingly beautiful, softly spoken, and endlessly patient. Her lessons come wrapped in kindness, and her calm presence puts even the most anxious student at ease. Thor blinked, clearly confused by the question, but Loki merely smiled. He knew exactly what Damien was considering. Renoli, Kyle, Predictor, and Lacey can all sharpen his combat skills, Loki went on. So why do you think he's chosen Lacey above the rest? Thor shrugged, and Loki's smile grew wider. It's simple. Lacey combines fierce passion with a warmth that's rare in a teacher. She's a knockout, fiery in spirit, yet when she teaches, she tempers her intensity with genuine gentleness. Renali, Kyle, and Predictor all rely heavily on raw superpowers in a fight. Lacey's blend of zeal and grace offers Damien exactly the balance he needs. Chapter 7. Advancing to Energy Transmission. Lacey's journey had begun as an ordinary citizen of Xandar. Every ounce of her strength was forged through sheer will and relentless training, so much so that she could pinpoint even the smallest weakness in an opponent's close combat technique. Then, of course, I'd choose Miss Sarah, Damien said without hesitation. Loki smiled. When both options benefit us, we naturally gravitate toward the one that feels best. Comfort and preference always win out. It had been a month since they'd arrived at the Celestial Hotel. In that time, Loki had fully mastered the fundamentals of soft energy. Now he was ready to advance into the second phase, energy transmission. Once he perfected transmission, his physical training would be nearly complete. His void energy had already evolved 42 times, flooding his body with immense power. Next came the real challenge, integrating void energy with his primary offensive spells to create a signature void magic all his own. Anyway, Loki said, finishing the last bite of his snow cone, there's no need to worry about Tony. It's time to begin transmission training. He turned to Thor, determination bright in his eyes. The true test of their progress was just beginning. Damien remembered how, in the first stage of strength mastery training, every failed attempt to shatter dishes echoed like thunder across the courtyard. That's why, in the second stage, force conduction, they'd switched to using trees instead of porcelain. It still produced noise, but nothing so ear-splitting. Void Island was thick with broadleaf groves, and if someone wanted to build a villa there, they only needed to submit an application to Miss Sonia. Once they'd fully unlocked the reclamation power, cutting down trees for construction was allowed. Building a villa, however, was one thing. Using trees day after day for brutal training was quite another. Damien and the others had spent over 2 months mastering their newfound strength. By the time they'd wrecked tens of thousands of dishes, Miss Sonia would have been livid if they'd tried felling 10,000 trees in a single go. Instead, they quietly shifted their practice to nearby islets, still under the Void God cult's jurisdiction, and had timber ferried in as needed. When Thor heard about the makeshift forest gym, he simply hoisted Loki onto Mjolnir and whisked himself away in a gust of wind. It was late afternoon when Tony finally got the directions he needed. He spotted Sarah ambling down the path toward the Temple of Records, casually pushing one of those little cart wagons they used to carry scrolls and relics. Her pace was so unhurried that Tony had to jog just to catch up. Sarah's mornings followed a simple rhythm. Aside from the occasional breakfast with Lalatina, she usually picked up her meals directly from the Records Temple and took her time eating them there. Rarely did she join Kyle or Tony in the communal cafeteria. More often than not, you'd find her carting trays through the temple halls, exchanging warm smiles and polite greetings with passing members of the Void cult. "Good afternoon, Master Tony," she called out one day, spotting him floating above the marble corridor. He dipped down beside her with a courteous nod. "Good afternoon, Miss Sarah. Could we step aside for a moment?" he asked, his tone polite but urgent. Curious, Sarah nodded. She shifted her cart into a brisker pace, and Tony landed lightly on the polished floor to keep up. As they walked, he said, "I was hoping to discuss something with you back at the Records Temple." Sarah merely smiled and pushed onward. She'd learned that Tony could be particular about face-to-face conversations. Besides, she didn't mind. She was in no rush. What she didn't expect was how quickly she'd accelerate. Sarah's stride, already a blur compared to most, hit roughly 10 meters per second. That might not sound like much to someone used to the Void cult standards, but with a fully loaded food cart rattling behind her, it was enough to set trays skittering and stir the soup into dangerous swirls. "Sarah," Tony called, his voice edged with concern. "Slow down. You'll—" Before he could finish, the cart lurched dangerously, and a plate of fish slid to the brink of disaster. With a deft sideways step, Sarah caught it just in time, steadying the whole load as though it were part of her own balance. Tony exhaled, relieved. "Impressive reflexes," he admitted, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "But let's stick to walking pace, shall we?" Sarah laughed and eased off the throttle, her heartbeat settling back to normal. "My apologies. I forgot how heavy this thing was when I'm in a hurry." Together, they made their way toward the heart of the temple, Sarah guiding her cart with practiced ease, and Tony falling into step beside her, ready to delve into whatever matter had drawn him away from the skies. Damien watched in astonishment as Sarah gripped the cart's handles. No matter how hard she leaned into it, the heavy load didn't shift in her hands, and not a single dish rattled or spilled. Curious, he knelt down and realized what was really happening. Rather than lifting the cart, Sarah was guiding it smoothly on its rollers. Every jolt caused by her brisk pace was absorbed before it reached the cargo. He remembered Saul's offhand comment that Sarah's abilities were beyond anything they'd ever seen. At the time, Damien hadn't given it much thought, but now, seeing the flawless precision of her movements, he understood just how significant that praise had been. Within minutes, Sarah reached the Temple of Records. Though the walk was short, Damien trailed behind at a respectful distance, careful not to speak. He worried that even a stray word might startle her, jolting the cart and sending food crashing to the ground. If anything spilled, he'd be on the hook to replace it. But worse, a mess might spoil Sarah's good mood. She was kind and gentle at the best of times. In a foul temper, however, she could be impossibly hard to approach. So Damien followed in silence, determined to learn from her extraordinary skill without risking so much as a single overturned plate. Sarah guided the tray of food into the rear chamber of the temple, then hurried back to Damien's side. "Mr. Damien, please, have a seat." She'd already been warned by Kyle that Damien wasn't here just to jot down a few notes. He wouldn't leave until he'd witnessed the birth of the Void Cult's first space battleship. Nothing less would satisfy him. If he'd only meant to record some casual observations for himself, there'd be no need to involve the temple's official scribes. A quick word to Sarah would have sufficed. So she held her questions in check. Damien settled into a plush chair, folding one leg over the other with cool assurance. "I hear Thor and Loki have uncovered something about you," he said, his tone matter-of-fact. Sarah nodded. "Which is exactly why you wanted to speak with me about void magic." "Precisely," he replied, leaning forward. "But I understand you've also spoken with Saul." "Yes," she said, meeting his gaze. "And you know there are aspects of void magic I can't disclose, at least not yet." Damien's eyes narrowed slightly. "Then let's start with what you can share." She drew a steadying breath, bracing herself for the questions to come. Sarah offered a polite smile. "I'm familiar with the basics, but Alex's void flame remains strictly confidential." Tony returned her smile. "Rest assured, Miss Sarah, I'm here only to talk with you about the void flame." She nodded and motioned to a chair across the table. Tony sat down, smoothing his coat before he spoke. "In fact," Sarah began once they were settled, "I've been conducting experiments on how void energy can change its properties." Tony leaned forward, interest clear in his eyes. "Go on." "I've already managed to master a basic flame," she continued. "But over the past few years, I've been so absorbed in technological research that I haven't been able to explore it in depth." She paused, then admitted with a wry smile, "Compared to Alex's, my flame is fairly one-sided." At that, Tony summoned a small purple flame in his right hand and nodded. "That's understandable. I believe that if you weren't preoccupied with engineering and prototypes, you'd develop a far deeper understanding of void energy." Sarah caught the hint of challenge in his tone and smiled back. "Perhaps, but don't undervalue the insights technology can provide." Damien had poured countless hours into the technological research of the void god religion, so many that it would have daunted a lesser mind. Yet even with that single-minded dedication, he remained one of the cult's foremost experts. His reputation for brilliance was undisputed. Leaning back, he met Sarah's gaze. "If time weren't an issue," he began, "I'd much rather pursue these mysteries on my own than keep turning to others for answers." She inclined her head, encouraging him to continue. "But you know, I can't stay here forever. In 2 or 3 months at most, I'll be heading back to Blue Star, my hometown. There are obligations waiting for me there, things I can't ignore." His fingers traced idle patterns on the table. "So the next few months on this island are all I've got. I need to understand exactly how the void flame's nature shifted, why it exhibits such a range of extraordinary properties. That's why I've come to you, Sarah." Sarah's expression softened, and she gave a firm nod. In that instant, Damien felt a rush of relief. His intention had been laid bare, and she had agreed to help. Sarah nodded. "All right, Damien, I'll teach you." She held out her hand, and a faint ripple of void energy gathered there, coalescing into a small, flickering flame. "You see," she began, "when you shape void power into an element, fire, water, earth, whatever, it takes on a set of intrinsic qualities. Without a proper framework to bind those traits, you'll find yourself groping in the dark, not knowing where to start. I'm guessing you've already run into exactly that problem. Damien stared at the warm glow dancing above Sarah's palm. I have, he admitted. I tried layering in other properties, like stability or fluidity, but each time, the fire simply reverted to its original form. It's as if the new traits are completely incompatible. Sarah's flame flickered brighter. That's precisely the issue. You need to discover the correct interface between the void's raw potential and the characteristics you want to impose. It's not about brute force, it's about resonance. Take my friend Alex, for example. His personal attunement happens to mesh perfectly with the fire aspect, so he can weave new traits seamlessly. Damien's eyes glinted with determination. Then show me how he does it. Sarah lowered her hand, letting the flame die away. I've taught many apprentices and mastered dozens of void formations, but what I want you to learn is more than a set of tricks. I'll guide you through the process of finding your own unique pattern so you can shape void magic in a way no one else can. She paused, studying him. Are you ready to begin? Chapter 455, Tony's Awakening. As soon as Tony fully grasped the underlying principle of assigning characteristics, he realized he could generalize from one example to another, ultimately crafting ever more complex and distinctive forms of void magic. Such mastery would prove invaluable to the void divine religion, as it prepared to teach these techniques on a grander scale. Sarah, despite her growing hunger, sat patiently by his side, eager to explore every nuance. What exactly is the power of the void? She asked, leaning forward with genuine curiosity. Tony paused, choosing his words carefully. The void is an inscrutable force, wildly unstable and fundamentally illogical. In its raw state, it corrodes matter, warps space, even distorts your sense of reality. It doesn't obey the rules we know, it creates its own. He glanced over at Jarvis, the superintelligent AI humming quietly in the corner. Tony had instructed Jarvis to run exhaustive analyses on void energy, but even the AI's immense computing power fell short. Without first-hand command of the void, Jarvis could only offer theoretical models. Its instruments couldn't replicate true void phenomena. They could calculate and simulate, but they couldn't feel. Tony took a deep breath. If we want to understand void magic, we must rely on our own senses, our intuition. No machine can substitute for the experience of wielding it yourself. He met Sarah's eyes, determination shining in his gaze, and that is where our real study begins. Damien folded his arms, meeting Sarah's calm gaze. Now that I know all this, Sarah offered a gentle smile. Then let me explain further. I spoke with Lalatina and Sonia Senpai about the void, this mysterious, omnipotent energy. You don't have to be born with superpowers to wield it. Once you learn to channel the void properly, you can fly, teleport, glimpse the future, even transmute elements. In fact, virtually any ability can be unlocked through it. What the void becomes in your hands depends entirely on how creatively you explore it. That's how you gain those miraculous powers. Its greatest trait is its limitless potential, and its greatest danger is how little we truly understand it. Damien, you already know the void can't be treated like any ordinary force, yet you still approach it with everyday logic. Maybe you're afraid of what lies within you, and that fear is holding you back from unleashing its true power. Sarah's voice was soft but confident, her smile unwavering as she addressed his hesitation. Imbuing void power with new properties takes thought. But it isn't so daunting that you must examine every possibility or possess some extraordinary talent. After all, changing elemental attributes like fire, a primal force we've grown up with and can easily observe, is relatively straightforward. You simply make the void power burn. Elements of greater complexity, however, such as the crash of thunder or the subtle currents of wind that weave through the world, present a tougher challenge. They're all around us, yet they evade easy scrutiny. Damien sank into deep thought at Sarah's words. She said nothing, simply watching him with quiet patience. In truth, Damien had let himself be misled by his own assumptions. He viewed void power as an unfathomable, protean energy beyond reason, and in doing so, he'd underestimated his own abilities, turning what should have been a simple adjustment into an overly intricate puzzle. Chapter 12. The True Nature of Void Magic. Master Cassidon's teleportation, his ability to appear in any corner of the universe at a moment's notice, demands unparalleled reserves of knowledge and years of experience to wield. Simpler void arts, like basic elemental conversion, are far more accessible to an aspiring practitioner. Sarah understood, however, that if Tony failed to grasp this distinction, he would be trapped by a deadly misconception. He wouldn't be the first member of the Void cult to do so, and he certainly wouldn't be the last. Rix had always insisted that his mastery of Void transformations emanated from personally witnessing the great god of the Void, Cassidon, shift through his immense, fluctuating forms. Having seen those cosmic tides with his own eyes, Rix held unshakable confidence in his technique. It was partly that conviction which had driven Alex to develop conventional Void spells, such as Void Flame and basic Void transformation, and to forge a trump card known as Void Overlord, Zongheng Wushuang. Sarah had heard Rix speak of that ultimate move, but she had never actually witnessed it. Alex assured her he could teach her any other Void spell in his repertoire. Yet Void Overlord, Zongheng Wushuang, remained his secret masterpiece and the keystone of Rix's own power. Rix's unwavering faith in the future meant he couldn't teach Sarah this particular magic himself. Damien, for his part, knew little about Void magic beyond its reputation, especially powerful when endorsed by someone like Rix, but he was determined to figure it out on his own. He stared at the flame dancing above his palm, watching it sputter, die, then reignite in a constant struggle for balance. Just as he was about to push the fire higher, a sudden wave of frost shot from across the room, snuffing out his flame and nipping at his forearm with crystalline shards. "Damien," Sarah said, her tone calm but firm, "I'm all for your research into Void magic, but if you start fires in here, my temple won't survive the next explosion. Please take your experiments somewhere open and safe." Sarah had wanted to see how quickly Damien could crack the spell. When the flame's temperature inched toward incandescence, though, she decided to step in before things got out of hand. Damien rubbed his wrist, flexing his fingers until the frost cracked like ice underfoot. He offered her an apologetic look. "Sorry, Sarah. I thought I'd discovered a shortcut and got carried away." Sarah smiled warmly. "Well, a single successful trial is worth more than 100 lectures." Damien nodded, tucking his hands into the folds of his robe. With the lesson delivered and a careful plan to relocate his tests, both of them turned away from the scorched and iced-over altar, ready for the real work to begin. Sarah's encouragement lit a spark in Damien. Until now, he had confined himself to conventional thinking, which had stifled his Void power and made it all but unusable. But by opening his mind, he'd finally felt the flame's subtle shifts during their latest experiment. "Good job, Damien," Sarah said, offering him a reassuring smile. "Once you discover the right method, you'll master this in no time." Her tone grew serious. "But never forget, converting Void energy into an element greatly amplifies both its destructive potential and its lethality. Use it sparingly and with the utmost caution." She shook her head, speaking softly to emphasize her point. This ability wasn't just another physical skill. It was raw Void power reshaped into elemental force. Its explosion might lack the sheer weight of a brute force strike, but its reach was far broader. Lose control or overlook your surroundings for a moment, and a stray flame could easily engulf and destroy an entire forest. "All right," Tony said. "Miss Sarah, I won't keep you from your meal. I'll return to my Void studies right away, and as a token of my gratitude, I'll cover your meals for the next year. I'll inform the mess hall, no charges for you for 12 months, but just for you." With that, he gave her a curt nod and disappeared in an instant, his words still hanging in the air. "Thank you, Mr. Stark. I mean, Tony?" Sarah called after him, her voice bright with delight. When she realized her meals were paid for the next year, her eyes curved into happy crescents. With more than 200 million credits in savings, she was comfortably affluent on Void Island. She could easily afford her daily expenses, but she accepted Tony's kindness. Refusing it would have been discourteous. Tony reappeared in his private lab, moving straight to an open testing area. Over the past few months, he'd been tinkering obsessively with his Void power. No matter how far Banner might pull ahead, he was determined not to be left too far behind. Moments ago, Miss Sarah had casually demonstrated the Void freezing technique, and Damien was struck by how remarkably fast the transformation unfolded. Until now, He'd always judged void power by his own limited expectations and assumed it moved far more slowly. In truth, when properly marshaled, void energy can be unleashed dozens of times faster than anything he'd managed before, instantly reconfiguring itself throughout the body. Miss Sarah had already explained the underlying principles of the void flame, so Damien didn't need to press her for a detailed lesson. Armed with that insight and confident in his own abilities, he was certain he could refine the flame on his own in short order. After all, Damien's mastery of void energy had never been in doubt. As the first member of the void cult to uncover and wield this power, he had already evolved his void technique more than 170 times. A figure that approaches the 200 evolution mark most of his peers rarely exceed. With that solid foundation, Damien knew he was well on his way to bridging the gap and unlocking the next stage of the void flame. In raw void energy potential, Damien wouldn't dare claim first place. Miss Sonia's endless evolutions alone ensure she ranks among the top 3. But he unquestionably belongs in that elite circle. Now, violet flames flickered across his skin and glowed in his eyes as he probed techniques he'd never attempted before. Until today, Damien had always used his void mode to empower objects around him, temporarily infusing them with the void's might. He'd never turned that power inward. Miss Sarah had warned him, and his battle with Cassidon, the universe's preeminent void warrior, had driven the lesson home. True void power is a force beyond reckoning. Lacking full understanding, Damien had kept one foot grounded, fears and doubts shackling him from unleashing his full potential. But those chains were snapping. Deep within him, the void surged. With a roar of unleashed energy, a storm of purple-black raged outward from his body, heralding a new threshold in what Damien could and would become. Damien hovered in midair, his dark hair cascading toward the ground as a raw, violent aura radiated from him. He felt an overwhelming sense of omnipotence, strangely, even more potent than when he wore his armor in void mode. This was the transcendent state he'd spent years chasing ever since he first embraced the void. The destruction of his armor hadn't meant defeat. It had marked the true beginning of something far more terrifying. A confident, almost arrogant smile curled Damien's lips. He closed his eyes, savoring the power surging through his veins. This, he declared, his voice echoing with uncanny clarity, is the power of the void. Below him, Sarah watched in stunned awe. Her earlier words had shattered the last of Damien's inner restraints, unleashing his full potential. In that moment, he truly awakened. Chapter 456, Don't Mislead Others. A violent storm raged overhead as Tony tore through the wind, arriving at the experimental zone like a bolt of lightning. He skidded to a halt and glared at the silver-haired figure descending before him. "I always thought you sensed my true power, but could never breach my armor to force it out," Tony said, his tone dripping with confidence. The newcomer landed lightly. "I didn't expect you to awaken so abruptly," he replied, his voice calm and measured. Tony's smirk wavered as he took in the man's changed aura. It was Renoli. All around them, Tony's allies, Kyle, Predictor, Lacey, and Alex, had already stirred. They'd assumed Tony's cunning mind would have roused them long ago. After all, Miss Claudia, Damien, Barnett, Primo, Philip, and the others who joined the Nova Corps had long since awakened. When Tony first seized the Null Realm, he'd chosen not to dismantle the enemy warship immediately. Yet the Void had demonstrated a frightening strength, repelling thousands on its own. Back then, they hadn't even needed to unleash their trump cards, just a show of concentrated force. They expected Tony to follow the same strategy. With his armor intact, how else could anyone have compelled him to unleash his full might? But now Renali stood before him, and Tony realized he had severely underestimated the depths of his opponent's power. Looking back, Damien hadn't truly awakened at that moment. Is this the path defined by the power of the evolutionary void? Kyle burst into the test chamber, taking in Damien's form as it crackled with a fierce, almost demonic energy. What you're seeing now is just one of the ways the prime evolutionary void can manifest. The small creature known as the Predictor hopped off Kyle's shoulder and studied Damien intently. Those whose strength so vastly exceeds that of ordinary void cult members are called the Top. There are two types: people with powerful backers, patrons or origins that grant them a high starting point, and those, like Alex and Lacey, who have spent years accumulating evolutions. Both recently awakened their void power and discovered how to push their limits even higher. Thor and Banner laid the groundwork for their rapid ascents. Aside from God King Odin, no one in the cult today began on a loftier foundation than those two. Banner and Thor already enjoy a massive head start, so even if they fall behind in evolutions, their strength still surges ahead. Thor has begun to flex his advantage, and Banner, though slightly slower, will catch up before long. Tony's new armor is unbelievably resilient, and when paired with his void mode, it's like wielding modern weaponry against ancient foes. Facing him, the others never feel threatened. Void mode has become Tony's signature move, and what a move it is. Should his armor ever be breached and he's forced to unleash his hidden reserves, his power will become truly fearsome. Yet even we hadn't anticipated just how far Tony could push the void. He's on the verge of mastering its full potential. Give him a little more time, and his strength will soar to unimaginable heights. "It's looking good," Lacey said, her eyes shining as she studied Tony's altered aura. "But I still wonder, just how far can he go? Wake up, why didn't you tell me sooner?" At Renoli's shout, the void energy crackling around Damien dissipated in an instant. He inhaled sharply, the unnatural power vanishing as his breathing returned to normal. He floated down and landed in front of the gathered team, cheeks flushed with indignation. "As the first person to master void power, I even developed void mode as a permanent form of attack," Damien snapped. "Isn't it obvious that I've already awakened?" Renoli folded her arms. "You'd think so, but you never said a word." Lacey stepped forward. "How are we supposed to guess?" Predictor's calm voice cut in next. "I'm going to tell Banner, Thor, and Loki about this." Kyle shook her head. "Hold on. They've barely unlocked any high-tier evolutions yet. A true void awa. Kenning is out of their reach for now. There's no point dragging them into this until they've grown stronger." Damien ran a hand through his hair. "I thought it was a private matter, something I'd reveal when the time was right." Renoli sighed. "That's the problem. We need to coordinate. If you're going to push us all forward, we have to know what you're capable of." Silence fell as the team exchanged glances. Damien realized he'd underestimated how much his new power would affect everyone around him. He squared his shoulders. "Then let's get to work." This is precisely why Kyle hasn't taught Damien how to craft his own cards yet. Damien's foundation, though present, isn't fully solidified. Once he refines his skills and progresses methodically, he'll have no problem catching up. "I agree with Kyle," one of them said. "Let's wait until each of them has passed 200 evolutions before we bring this up. Revealing it too soon could push them all onto the same track," another added. "As they rack up more evolutions, some will naturally awaken," a third pointed out. "If they haven't by then, we can always remind them later." Lacey nodded thoughtfully. "It's not that we want to withhold knowledge," she began. "As members of the Void Cult, we understand that each individual embodies a different potential path. Overguidance would stifle that diversity, eventually funneling everyone into only a handful of outcomes. Homogenization does no one any favors. There is no single right way, only the path each person chooses for themselves. The powers you choose and the heights you strive for are yours and yours alone to decide. That is evolution's true foundation. Your own knowledge lights the way to awakening void power." Renoli met Tony's gaze, his voice steady. "So it isn't only void power that can be awakened?" Tony nodded, surprise sharpening his features. "By no means. Awakening takes many forms, not just the void. You can amplify your physique, refine your skills, boost your speed. Every facet of yourself can be unlocked and strengthened. Each person's awakening is a personal journey. The only constant is unshakable self-confidence and total faith in the void." He paused, looking around at the small gathering. "You've barely scratched the surface. There's so much you don't yet understand, so many techniques you haven't mastered. Attempting to lead others down this path when you're still learning yourself, that's not guidance, it's misdirection." The prophet fell silent, struck speechless by Tony's words. Lacey's eyes gleamed as she explained, "A trump card is really just the culmination of your awakening, your ultimate skill. When you trigger it, you shatter whatever barrier was holding you back and surge to a whole new level of power. It's an incredible feeling." She paused to let Damien absorb that. You've been focusing on evolving your void energy, right? By all rights, you should have awakened long ago. In fact, void mode itself is your innate trump card. You've relied on it so often that you probably never took the time to discover its full potential. Damien frowned. So why haven't I felt it before? Because nobody ever forced you to push beyond your comfort zone. You used void mode like any other technique, but you've never pushed it past its limits. That doesn't matter now. The important thing is that you understand it, finally. Lacey stepped closer, her expression serious. This is the path you've chosen to advance on. Void is what you depend on. But if everyone tried to follow your path exactly, they'd just end up stuck. None of them would share your aptitudes, your experiences, or your unique resonance with void energy. Damien's shoulders relaxed. He let Lacey's words sink in. He might have overlooked his true trump card until now, but from this moment on, he wouldn't make that mistake again. Damien had originally planned to teach Thor, Loki, Banner, Pepper, Steve, and the others how to tap into void power alongside him, mastering void mode until they matched his strength. He pictured the Mempor fighting together, perfectly synchronized, unstoppable. The thought alone thrilled him. All right, he said, I won't say another word. But Lacey's measured response instantly cooled his excitement. If he revealed his secret technique, he'd lose his edge, and if everyone shared the same power, they'd all share the same vulnerabilities. When they ran into an opponent they couldn't beat, every void user would be stuck in the same trap. You really ought to study it carefully, Lacey said, fixing him with a steady gaze. Your void mode is formidable. Damien opened his mouth, then hesitated. I still can't believe I've never fully exploited it, she continued, smiling wryly. You have so much potential. Remember, Renoli added as he stepped closer, focus first on maximizing what you do well, then gradually shore up your weaknesses. That's how you reach the top. Damien nodded slowly. He was relieved they weren't pressuring him to force everyone down the exact same path. After all, the strength of the Void cult lay not in uniformity, but in diversity, and in the creative ways its members could face any new threat. Damien had long wondered why the Void cult's elders never insisted that everyone follow the same training path. Today, his questions were finally answered. They're all still experimenting. None of them has reached a point of absolute certainty, his teacher explained. If you adopt someone else's approach, you might grow powerful, but you could just as easily evolve in a way that ultimately leads to a dead end. Until you stand at the pinnacle of the universe, you have no right to call your own path infallible. Only the ability to keep growing can carry you to that summit. Without that guarantee, it would be reckless and misleading to insist that everyone follow your method. She paused, letting her words settle before continuing. And remember, awakening is not the same as the sky-sweeping void magic Miss Sonia teaches. Awakening describes the initial stirrings of your inner void energy, but sky-sweeping is a refined technique. Once your void power has undergone enough transformations, the energy coursing through your body becomes strong enough to sustain prolonged flight and vastly bolster your physical strength. Master sky-sweeping and practice it diligently, and you'll soar through the air with ease. Your mobility will improve, and your combat options will multiply. Damien listened intently, committed to forging his own path while remaining open to new discoveries, and never losing sight of the fact that true mastery lay beyond any single preordained route. It won't derail the evolutionary course it's charting in its own investigations. Miss Sarah explained that Senior Sonia is expected to master advanced void magic someday, though no specific timeline has been set. Chapter 457, Greater than the Xandar Star. Very well, I'll study it thoroughly. Tony had resolved to make void mode his core fighting style, and then to develop countless new void variations so he could face any opponent. Now that the power had truly awakened within him, everything clicked into place. He could feel a clear path stretching out before him. Then, I won't interrupt you any longer, Damien said, stepping back respectfully. Seeing that Tony would no longer insist the others follow his path immediately, Renoli exhaled in relief. Let's celebrate soon, she suggested. How about dinner in a few days, when we all have time? Kyle grinned. He remembered the rush of exhilaration the moment he'd awakened, how it felt to step into an entirely new world and have ideas bubbling up like a fountain. Now wasn't the moment for a party. He needed to explore and experiment. Sounds good. We'll talk details later. With that, Renoli, Kyle, Lacey, and Raynorley slipped away as swiftly as they'd arrived. Tony, meanwhile, was already brimming with anticipation, eager to test every facet of his newly mastered void power. It was Tony's sudden surge of aura that caught Damien's eye. Renaud and the others had warned him there were countless ways to awaken. Now, Damien realized there was much more to discover. To put it simply, evolving. An ability means pushing it through a series of breakthroughs. Each time you succeed, the power grows stronger, until with enough evolutions, you unlock skill-like techniques. Tony had already pushed his void power over 170 times, so many assumed he'd long since awakened. Yet, surprisingly, he only now activated his true skill. Sonia stood in the lab courtyard, feeling Tony's aura flare up from the mountaintop villa above. She glanced at Damien Cassadine. "Mr. Cassadine, Tony's aura just spiked. Is something wrong?" Damien offered a reassuring smile. "Nothing to worry about. Tony just hit his 338th evolution, far ahead of anyone else, and at last he's learning to control his power." "So he's completed the advanced awakening," Sonia said, eyes widening in sudden understanding. "But only now? I thought his research would have triggered this sooner." Damien chuckled softly. With his intellect, he probably could have awakened ages ago, if he hadn't been so absorbed in experiments. Sonia couldn't help but smile back. The breakthrough marked a new chapter for them all, and she was glad Tony had finally reached it. Advanced awakening wasn't new to Sonia. When she reached her 150th evolution, she'd broken through into that realm, her senses sharpened beyond anything she'd known before, her instincts honed to lightning precision. Had Gauchian not been so incomparably stronger, capable of rending space itself and threatening her life in an instant, she might have found a way to counter him. After awakening, she could anticipate an enemy's strike and respond without a moment's hesitation, perfectly balancing offense and defense. Evolution builds power in increments, Sonia had explained later, but awakening is what refines it into instinct. You don't lose the strength you've gained, you only amplify how you use it. Damien watched her thoughtfully, a small smile playing at his lips. Then Tony has already done the hard part. He's amassed enough potential. It's just a matter of time before he awakens too. He was certain of it. Alex, Kyle, Renoli, Predictor, even Lacey, each of them had crossed their thresholds and awakened in turn. Tony, with his steady growth, couldn't be any different. Damien stood quietly in the vaulted chamber of the Void Cult, watching Tony as he spoke with Renoli and the others. Tony had arrived at the cult before Alex, and from the moment he joined, his mind had shown exceptional clarity. Damien knew that Tony's independent consciousness would awaken soon. Indeed, it was all but certain. What fascinated Damien even more was that Tony had never been pushed to his limits. He'd chosen to keep his greatest strength hidden, just as Renoli and the rest did. Farther down the 5E corridor, Sonia stood alone, her posture calm and unreadable. Damien had long suspected her power ran far deeper than anyone could guess. Even he had no real sense of how much she'd grown since her own awakening. Sonia's voice came to him like a whisper on the wind. "Tony's journey is only just beginning," she said. "But I don't yet know which path he'll take once his awakening truly ignites." Damien inclined his head. "He's clever enough to find his own way," he replied. Sonia laughed softly, her gaze drifting upward to the intricate patterns of light dancing on the ceiling. "Once a member completes their awakening," she explained, "they begin to understand the void itself. From that point on, each individual carves a path uniquely their own. The void has no fixed course, its freedom is its essence." She turned back to him, eyes bright. "As long as you don't lose your mind, you can choose any path and evolve in ways no one else has. You'll see wonders no one else has even guessed at." Damien returned her smile, calm and assured. He knew it was true, and he also knew that, despite the impressive powers already on display within the Void Cult, none of its current members had yet accessed the hidden evolutionary paths he envisioned. Their true potential still lay waiting, just beyond the threshold of awakening. Even though Damien's immediate mission was clearly defined, His top priority remained to advance along every branch of the hero blueprint. Someday, when each member of the team reached the pinnacle of their universe in their chosen field, the techniques they perfected would offer him fresh insights that wouldn't just make him stronger, but would round out the full scope of his abilities. Sonia gave a thoughtful nod and returned to her work. She had already recruited enough engineers, architects, shipwrights, and land reclamation experts to begin developing Void Planet 001. Before long, the team would publish an official announcement, and eager volunteers from across the galaxy would arrive to stake their claims. Damien watched as Tony's awakening ceremony concluded, the young prodigy casually summoning a dancer's flame in one hand. It was clear, Tony had truly embraced the path of Tau cultivation. 2 months later, the team's progress was remarkable. Bruce Banner had officially mastered Rogene, the ancient art of muscle resonance, boosting his raw strength to unprecedented levels. Thor and Loki had each unlocked the secret of power transmission, refining the flow of divine energy in their own unique ways. With Loki's studies on physical enhancement complete, he could now focus on far more arcane experiments. And Tony, never one to rest, had spent that time charting several new void manipulation modes, uncovering surprising methods to bend the fabric of emptiness itself. Damien christened his new fire explosion technique Void Spiral Explosion, and his ice form Void Frost Erosion Shift. Now his focus had turned to the Void Storm Roar, the first and most elusive wind-based form. Wind, he'd discovered, was far harder to master than fire or ice. It's an invisible current that drifts between heaven and earth, intangible, ever-shifting, and resistant to direct observation. Yet that very subtlety held great promise. If he could command the Void Storm Roar Shift, his speed would skyrocket, and his movements would vanish from enemy senses. With each trial, Damien peeled back another layer of the Void's potential. He chastised himself for having so long underestimated the power coursing through him, wasting it on minor stunts when it could reshape his very battlefield presence. Under his Void-awakened aura, even his steel armor underwent a dramatic transformation. Where it once offered only standard defense, it now bristled with latent energy, granting a degree of resilience he'd never imagined. Unfortunately, the alloy itself could not endure indefinite exposure to void force. Over prolonged use, the armor's metal began to corrode, its surface pitted and weakened by the very power it channeled. Short teats of enhanced protection were spectacular, but for sustained combat, Damien would need to find a new material that could withstand the Void's corrosive touch. Only then could he fully unlock the legendary promise of his windborne roar. Chapter 7. The Summons. Damien paced the length of his workshop, reconstructing his armor in his mind. He'd mastered the basic Void mode well enough to hold his own against any adversary, but he refused to burn through his trump cards unless absolutely necessary. His real goal was to forge a brand new suit from Uru metal, independently crafting every joint and rune to perfection. Today felt right for taking the next step. Ding-dong, a discreet chime echoed through the room, one reserved for only the highest-ranking members of the Void cult. Damien's brow lifted. Only a handful of women, like Lix, held this privilege. Everyone else had to scrounge public channels for scraps of news. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the encrypted group feed. A message from Sonia, the Void goddess herself, blazed across the hollow screen. Planet Void 001 has completed a warship construction base. Our first large-scale space dreadnought has been built. Great Lord Cassidin, God of the Void, knows you've been eager to witness our new stronghold firsthand. In 12 hours, you will depart for Void 001, assemble at the seaport for transport. Silence fell in the chat as Sonia's words settled over every member. Damien's heart hammered. An invitation from Cassidin meant more than a field mission. It was a direct summons from the highest authority in their order. He exhaled slowly, steeling himself. The moment he'd been anticipating was finally here, a chance to see the Void's power on a planetary scale, and to determine his place within it. Damien shut down his forge's hum and gathered his gear. In 12 hours, he would stand among the stars of Void 001, and his destiny would be forever changed. Damien watched the conversation unfold on his view screen. Finally, Hercules Kyle announced, relief clear in his voice. I was doing repairs on the Mowgli anyway, Yamalix replied with a shrug, so I had time to swing back and take another look. Supersonic Renoli tapped at her holo display. So, how big is this first world? Captain Steve Rogers shook his head. I'm afraid I still can't penetrate its defenses. They were talking about Planet Void 001. Damien knew they'd been parsing every scrap of data in their group chat for months. Steve was already aware that Miss Sonia had dropped a jaw-dropping 700 billion cosmic coins to purchase the place, even though it was little more than a primitive world. The staggering price tag drove home a simple fact. In this universe, planets could be bought and sold with cosmic credits like any other commodity. And yet a planet's market value depended on several key factors. Habitability. Does it support life? Civilization. How advanced and organized are its inhabitants? Resources. Are there rare or valuable minerals to mine? But above all else, value hinged on ownership. Take Blue Star, for example. It was rich beyond measure, yet it belonged to God King Odin. No matter how tempting its minerals, anyone who tried to lay claim there would first have to answer to his wrath. Damien surveyed the eager faces around him. In a universe teeming with worlds, a planet without an owner or valuable minerals was virtually worthless. Even a budding civilization couldn't tip the scales. No interstellar power would dispatch fleets to seize such a prize at a loss. Battleships are far too expensive, and if a planet's worth is less than the cost of shelling its surface, conquest simply isn't profitable. Energy is abundant in the cosmos. The true challenge lies in harnessing it efficiently and cutting operational costs. That's why Tony's microarc reactor technology is a game-changer, a priceless treasure adaptable to everyday power needs, cutting-edge science, and even advanced weaponry. Aside from the scattered Asgardian artifacts on Blue Star, nothing on or under TS surface rivals the value of what Tony has created. The crowd's excitement swelled as they waited for Miss Sonia's signal. Damien felt it too, a thrilling sense that they were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Damien stood before the newly completed space battleship, his heart a tangle of pride and unease. As the ship's lead engineer, he was elated to see his design realized at last, yet paradoxically, that very success robbed him of any excuse to immerse himself in void energy research, the one obsession that drove him. Now that the battleship was operational, there would be no more hidden hours in the lab. Instead, he'd have to return to Blue Star and tackle a mountain of political and bureaucratic duties far less thrilling than a breakthrough in interdimensional physics. He had long dreamed of shaping Blue Star into a true community with a shared future for all humanity. Only in that form could his home planet secure a foothold in the galaxy's emerging interstellar order. Damien knew such a vision was fraught with challenges. Whatever lay ahead, he told himself there was no turning back. Forcing a calm expression onto his face, he tucked his toolkit under one arm and strolled toward the cafeteria. As he entered, he noticed that many of the crew were whispering and casting sidelong glances at Miss Sarah and Miss Lalatina, who stood near the entrance. A young officer hurried over to him. "Miss Sarah will join us in a moment," the officer said, lowering his voice. "While we wait, could you fill me in on the current measurements for Void Planet 001? Damien nodded. The real work, both scientific and political, was only just beginning. "It doesn't have to be that precise. Just give me a rough comparison." "How about Xandar?" Kyle pressed, leaning toward Sarah in hopes of snagging some insider information. After all, the Void God cult already claimed the so-called Land of Nothingness, the universe's big cake. But in reality, its void territory was surprisingly small. Xandar alone was hundreds of times larger. "Xandar's nothing," Lalatina cut in. "Void 01 dwarfs it. In fact, Void 001 had ranked among the top 3 planets the Xandar Empire had considered for resettlement. It boasted far more surface area than Xandar, though it had lain fallow for millennia. Only in the last 20,000 years had its ecosystems begun to recover. If the time ever came for Xandar's people to relocate, no matter how steep the development costs, Void 001 would still be worth the investment. Originally, the Nova Corps had bid 800 billion credits for the planet. But Senior Sonia's shrewd bargaining shaved off 100 billion in an instant. Since Lalatina was on duty overseeing the deal, she'd arrived early, and witnessing Sonia's maneuver confirmed that she indeed had a genius for strategy. The planet before them was virtually untouched. Endless forests stretched to the horizon, rivers and lakes glittered in the sunlight, and vast, fertile plains lay ready for settlement. In Lalatina's estimation, it could once have supported well over 800 billion lives. Were it offered to any other power, the supreme commander of the Xandar Empire would never have contemplated selling it. Yet, here they were, forced by Senior Sonia's insistence to call the price at 800 billion, and then, under the watchful eye of Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, begrudgingly lowering it to 700 billion. Larger than Xandar itself? Someone breathed. Holy, another swore, disbelief etched on every face. Is this for real? The realization hit them all at once. Xandar currently hosts only a few billion citizens on its home world, but that figure doesn't reflect the planet's true carrying capacity. Over decades of overdevelopment, pollution has choked many regions. To prevent further environmental collapse and to give its people room to grow, the Empire has already begun settling its surplus population on distant worlds. And now, with Senior Sonia's help and Lord Cassidon's formidable reputation looming, over the negotiation table, Xandar was prepared to cede this virgin planet to the highest bidder. The implications rippled through the gathered delegates, a chance to claim more living space than any civilization had ever dared to dream. That way, even if some unstoppable force were to strike Xandar one day, reducing the planet to dust overnight, the Xandarian people could still thrive and rebuild elsewhere in the cosmos. By spreading their civilization across multiple worlds, they ensure they'll have opportunities to make a comeback. After all, no one in their right mind puts all their eggs in one basket. Chapter 458. For now, we can't reach the stars. Xandar is immense. Even by cosmic standards, it ranks among the larger worlds capable of supporting life. Yet a planet that's too massive brings its own dangers. An overwhelming gravitational pull can trigger constant geological upheaval, making it inhospitable for ordinary creatures. That's why there's an upper limit to the size of a habitable world, and it all boils down to the planet's age and evolutionary history. In its infancy, any newborn planet is a violent place. A crushing gravitational field, coupled with daily meteor bombardments, makes survival impossible. Only over vast stretches of time, tens or even hundreds of millions of years, does the planet's internal heat and geological activity gradually subside. As molten energy vents and crustal shifts diminish, conditions stabilize. Finally, after eons of cooling and chemical evolution, a once fiery orb transforms into a realm where life can not only arise but flourish. Damien stared at the hollow projection of Xandar, marveling at how delicate the balance between chaos and stability truly was. If this world, with all its promise, had required so much patience to become habitable, what hope did humanity have of settling among the stars on such a grand scale? A planet's true value depends on many factors, but a large, undeveloped world with a naturally habitable environment is valuable simply by its very existence. Absolutely, Lalatina said, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Sarah beamed with pride at the endorsement. Miss Sarah, she prompted, have you actually been there yourself? Tony drifted over at that moment, a teasing smile on his face. Last I checked, you've never left the island, he remarked. Sarah met his gaze coolly. I haven't set foot on that planet yet, but I've reviewed every data file and watched all the surveillance footage. Tony laughed softly. Then why let Lalatina break the news? You've known about this for ages. Unfazed, Sarah simply smiled. I'll explain in a moment, she said. She paused, enjoying the suspense, then began laying out the precise reasons she was so confident. Finally, she looked back at Tony and asked, So tell me, what crucial detail did the reports overlook? I've been wandering the cosmos for years, but this is the first time I've heard of someone actually buying a planet. And it just so happens our Void God cult bought this one, Kyle added with a shrug. Future acquisitions like this might become commonplace for the cult, Sarah mused, but this is the very first world they've ever purchased. Tony slipped into the chair beside Kyle and faced Sarah. He crossed one leg over the other and smiled. You can pore over all the data you want, he said, but nothing beats the shock of seeing it for yourself. Wouldn't you say it's more exciting not knowing every little detail in advance? Sarah narrowed her eyes at him. So you had the full report and chose not to share it with me? Lalatina held up her hands. Hey, don't look at me. I didn't withhold anything. Sarah's gaze shifted from Lalatina to Tony, and suddenly it all made sense. She'd only known because Senior Sonia had tipped her off. She sighed. All right, you got me. There was no point blaming Sonia, so Sarah fell silent, still trying to decide whether she'd just been saved from spoilers or deliberately kept in the dark. Miss Lalatina, since Planet Void 001 is larger than Xandar, does this mean Void Island's base camp might relocate to another star system down the line? At Lacey's question, others around her exchanged knowing looks and turned their attention to Lalatina. It's certain that the Void God Church will one day claim many more worlds and establish additional Void branch temples, someone said. But whether our headquarters actually moves among the stars depends entirely on Lord Cassidin's will, the god of the Void himself. Let's stick to what Senior Sonia reported, another voice chimed in. No need for wild speculation. I agree, Lacey added quietly. Even if we intended to go interstellar, it's simply not possible at this stage. Lalatina felt dozens of eyes on her. Inwardly, she knew a relocation was off the table for now, but she kept that to herself. Planet Void 001 primarily served as a breeding ground, and the Xandar base offered too many advantages to justify moving before the Void God religion grew to a sufficient scale. It means we can still benefit from the Xandar Empire's civilization, so we'll table that idea for now, Lacey said, folding her arms as she considered Lalatina's proposal. She was well aware of the perks that a Xandar base could offer: advanced technology, secure trade routes, diplomatic protection. But Void Planet 001 held its own appeal. As the first world wholly claimed by the Void cult, it was vast enough to serve as the cult's true home in the universe. In much the same way the Asgard and their kin had sprouted from their world, multiplying, expanding, and forging a storied legacy, the Void God cult could begin its own chapter of growth and influence here. The trajectory of Qianxing in those early days had been equally natural, after all. Chapter X, The Seeds of Expansion. Damien stood before the panoramic view screen in the council chamber on Void Island, watching the lights of the settlement flicker against the dark sea. All around him sat the leaders of the Void God religion: Sonia, Banner, Tony, and a handful of senior engineers. A holographic model of the island hovered above the table, pulsing with data points. Tony was the first to break the silence. We need to think long-term, he said. He tapped a control, and the hologram switched to display several projection spheres. Once our permanent population tops 10,000, then 20,000, Void Island will reach capacity. And when our technology matures, we'll have no choice but to reach for the stars. Damien nodded. At present, we can design and build our own space battleships. That's a remarkable achievement, but it's still just the beginning. Our industrial base is biased towards small-scale production. We aren't yet a complete advanced civilization. Sonia leaned forward, her eyes bright. The fate of the Xandar star should serve as a warning. It was once the cradle of the greatest civilization in the galaxy, but without a sustainable homeworld, its people scattered and faded. We can't afford to jump from Void Island to an undeveloped planet in a decade or two. We'd be repeating history. Banner folded his arms. True, but give us 50 or 100 years under Sonia's guidance, and the Void cult will prosper. Damien and I can devote ourselves fully to research. Once our technologies catch up, we'll have real options for expansion. A murmur of agreement rippled through the chamber. Tony grinned and added, and if Cassidin ever takes command of that flagship we're building, relocating a star won't seem so far-fetched. Damien allowed himself a small smile. The road ahead would be long, but for the first time, he felt confident that the Void God religion would not only survive, it would thrive among the stars. Damien watched the debate silently as Tony laid out his argument. Transporting the entire island might not pose a technical hurdle, Tony said, leaning forward, but Cassidin's ability to relocate us there doesn't mean the Void cult is ready to settle on that world. If we truly intended to colonize the new star system, Cassidin would be the first to let us know. He and Banner oversee all our advanced tech, after all. Without their support, the sect would face unimaginable hardship out there. Tony paused to let his words sink in. Then he added, I estimate it would take on the order of decades, perhaps even a century, before our infrastructure could sustain such a move. Lacey folded her arms, her gaze thoughtful. Decades? A century? To us it sounds like nothing. After all we've endured already, another 50 or 100 years won't seem long. A murmur of agreement rippled through the chamber. Tony nodded. Exactly. That span of time, though daunting on paper, is modest compared to the centuries we've already mastered inside the void. A hush fell as the leaders exchanged looks. Everyone recognized the wisdom in Tony's counsel, and the resolve it would take to see their grand voyage through. In earlier days, they'd all been haunted by the ticking clock of their own lifespans. But now, after pushing past one frontier after another, time itself had grown strangely elastic. Tony knew he needn't rush. He could spend his mornings fishing and his afternoons in the lab if he pleased, but he refused to squander the chance to guide Blue Star into the interstellar age. He wanted more than just a footnote in human history. He craved genuine security for his homeworld. No longer would he sit back and wait for some hostile civilization to strike Sandar and force Blue Star into a vengeful scramble. He'd rather foresee the threat and prepare for it. The announcement that their next mission lay on planet Void 001 electrified the Void cult's ranks. In a matter of hours, Alex raced back from Mowgli's outpost. Damien and the others carved out a few precious days off to gather supplies and recharge before departure. Promotion loomed just ahead, 2-star commissions in the Nova Corps, complete with a far more powerful suit of Nova armor. With that upgrade, their strength would leap to an entirely new level. By Nova Corps regulations, a 1-star officer typically needed at least 10 years of service before earning a 2nd star, even with outstanding achievements. Damien and his 3 comrades had served barely 2 years, yet their string of daring missions in the outer sector left Fleet Command no choice but to fast-track their promotions. That evening, under a glittering sky, the 4 newly minted 2-star officers gathered at the island headquarters, exchanging quiet congratulations over holotable reports. At exactly 1900 hours, Sonia slipped into the harbor in her sleek transport skiff. Without delay, she boarded her battleship and prepared to depart for planet Void 01. Officially, only La Latina, the Void cult specialist, would remain behind to guard the island's facilities, but Damien insisted on staying as well. Sonia promised the operation would wrap up within a day or 2 at most. Once Sonia's vessel slipped beyond the dwarfing arches of the spaceport gate, Damien turned to La Latina. At the island's observation post, he studied live sensor feeds from Void 001, weighing each operative's suitability for the mission ahead. He shed the casual attire he'd worn in the beachside villa, reverting in an instant to his sharply pressed Nova Corps uniform. Moments later, he appeared by the mess hall entrance, focused, composed, and ready to finalize his team assignments. Damien strolled into the cafeteria, ready to grab a bite and something to drink. The 10-hour trip from Xandar to Void Planet 001 was behind him, and for now, he saw no reason to keep a tight schedule. "Brother, you're still here?" A massive cook, well over 2 meters tall, looked up from his chopping block. Damien didn't know the man's name. He'd last seen him around midnight, months ago. The chef had always called him brother, and it stuck. Damien slid onto a stool at the counter. "The air here is surprisingly pleasant. I don't feel any rush to leave." The chef grinned, setting down his knife. "Pleasant enough, but that's not why you came." He leaned closer, voice low. "You came seeking blessings, for something big. If you fail, it'll hit you hard." Damien nodded, accepting a steaming bowl of noodles and setting a glass of cool water before him. "I know the stakes. That's why I've stayed. I'm waiting for the right moment." The cook eyed him thoughtfully. "It's been months since you arrived. I almost thought you'd given up and moved on." A quiet smile tugged at Damien's lips as he took a sip of broth. Some journeys take longer than others. He lifted his chopsticks. "Now tell me, what's news from the Void? As I wait for the Void's blessing, I'll be leaving in a few months." The chef chuckled and replied, "That sounds stray. Oh, me like you don't truly crave a blessing or a fresh start." Damien met the man's gaze coolly. Easier said than done. He was accustomed to comments like that. Though he'd barely reached manhood, the middle-aged chef who'd spoken with him before knew Damien possessed a quiet steadiness far beyond his years.